The following is a presentation of Flow Sports. In this sport, everything begins in the dirt.
How you like me now? Oh, I know you love me.
For more than 20 years, the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series has set the standard. The best drivers, the toughest tracks, the biggest nights.
Opening night of the Super Bowl of racing.
And now the next chapter begins.
Overton on the high side, Ricky Thornton on the bottom.
Hudson on the back in front of Atomic, no doubt. The #1 ranked dirt late model driver in the nation.
Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Live on Flow Racing.
Shelby County Speedway in Harlan, Iowa. That's tonight where the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing is tonight. The Malvern Bank Go 50 as we kick the 16th annual Al Belt Custom Home Silver Dollar Nationals into high gear on a beautiful afternoon here in the land of the corn. And tonight, man, James, a great night last night as they kicked things into gear with the first night. Tonight, we ramp things up, and we're here at Shelby County Speedway where the Silver Dollar Nationals makes its debut for the Lucas Oil Series in Iowa.
105 degrees and we're all dressed in black. It's all good. You can't make this up. 127 cars in 3 classes here tonight, but 52 of them are Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series cars. So that means we're going to run 6 heats tonight, Ben.
That's the first time since 23 that we've had that many. And, man, it is an interesting field. We got guys, obviously, the Lucas Oil Series here. We got guys that are here from the World of Outlaws, different regional series, the SLMR series, and they're all going to battle. And so much money on the line over the course of the next 3 nights, over $300,000. That's for just the Super Late Model division alone. And, of course, tonight, the IMC Modifieds and Stock Cars, they're battling it out. We got a bevy of divisions over the next few nights. It what is truly a beautiful racetrack. James, you've been here the past 2 years. This is my first time here. The painted red and white wall, you see the aerial shot, and just what a beautiful, beautiful facility. The third facility to host this great event.
And we still have the covered grandstands to our right here, and I mean, it's going to be beautiful. Hey, it's going to be hot. What else is new for the Silver Dollar Nationals? And very little chance of rain. And you see the catwalk. How about the new catwalk? That's new, isn't it?
That's right. New for this year, as I understand. With the Nago Power Sports race info tonight for the Malvern Bank Go 50, Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series Hot Laps, Dirt Draft Hot Laps, All-Star Performance Time Trials. James, the only night all week we'll have All-Star Performance Time Trials as Passing Points reign supreme tomorrow. And then we'll have a couple of B mains. We'll have 6 heat races, a couple of B mains, and tonight's $15,000 to win Malvern Bank Go 50. And this is where it all kicks off. A year ago, it was Devin Moran taking the win, but we were at Houston Speedway in South Dakota. Tonight in Harlan, Iowa. And when you talk about this racetrack, you talk about the new catwalk in the background. That is new. This racetrack is not new. It's gone through a lot of different configurations.
Look at that pit area.
Just beautiful. I mean, they have covered up every inch of it. This racetrack opened back in 1917, third mile, and now it's undergone a lot of different transformations. High-banked dirt oval, nice and wide, and no shortage of excitement here when you come to this racetrack. And also, we've talked so much about weather being the headline, so many places we've been this year, James. A little bit of heat, a little bit of humidity, but man, it is a picture-perfect day. And I'd say without further ado, let's take a look at that weather that has greeted us here today in Harlan, Iowa. 87 degrees.
Yeah.
Real feel of 93 degrees. People keep talking about how hot it was. It was 100 degrees hotter. It felt like we were at I-80 Speedway.
You and I did a lot of races at I-80, and it was insufferable, as they'd say. And scattered clouds. And you can see, for those that have ever been to, like, Tyler County, it's like a Hillbilly 100 weekend. I mean, you got them parked in every nook and cranny here in this facility. Gary Hopp, the promoter, of course, Joe and Steve Kosiski, the Kosiski family, and welcome to Shelby County, man. I tell you, it was at I-80 for several years, the last 3 years at Usage. Hey, thanks to Todd Queering and Doug Johnson and for their hospitality the last 3 years. But, man, Adams County, Tuesday night, you can't get any better people than what you see out here in Iowa that welcome each and every one of us.
Well,
here.
They're so very hospitable.
Yes, sir.
And a guy that calls Iowa his second home, maybe his primary home, he is down in All Makes Collision Center Victory Lane, and we go down and join the third member of our broadcast team, Dustin Jarrett.
Hey, what's happening, guys? I am getting ready to enjoy my horsepower hydration down here. Give me just 1 second. That's right. You just see me. It's nothing but water, as James Essex says. Hey, QR code is on your screen right now. You can see me. I am sweating to death down here. But I got me some lemon lime horsepower hydration. I'm going to shake this baby up. I'm going to guess it's probably horsepower hydration 10, SDN 10 on the screen. Don't worry about any of those. DJ10. That's the code that you need. You need to stay hydrated if you're out here, if you're anywhere in the country right now like I'm about to do. Look at this sweat dripping off my head, guys. You talk about I-80 hot. Let's not kid around. It is hot, hot out here as well. Competition's going to be hot back in the pit area, though, as you guys mentioned. 52 Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series drivers. We talk a lot about the drivers, and you mentioned this, Ben, from other disciplines of racing and other levels that come in here. Several of the SLMR Malvern Bank Late Models running here this weekend. They are guys that have a legitimate shot of coming in and knocking on the door and making a little bit of noise. Jesse Sobbing won here in that division last night. He was really fast. We'll see if he or another one of those drivers have anything for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series regulars. Don't go anywhere. You are watching the live broadcast of the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, and you're watching it all live here on Flow.
Welcome back to Shelby County Speedway. The Malvern Bank Go 50 here tonight for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing. A look at the pit area. Drivers getting busy for dirt draft hot laps. They're just a tick over 5 minutes away from taking to this oval here tonight. And as we get into the back half of this season, man, a ton of racing action for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. That Big River Steel Chase for the championship heating up, and the racetracks are heating up as well here at the 16th Annual Owl Belt Custom Homes Silver Silver Dollar Nationals tonight through Saturday, and then a couple of weeks off for some big shows out there in Crown Jewel season around the country before we head to another Crown Jewel event. Florence Speedway, the King's House of Power, the 44th Annual Sunoco North-South 100, August 6th through 8th. Then Mooney Stars Batesville Motor Speedway, the A-Store and Topless 100, August 14th to 15th. Then we'll head up to see Steve O'Neill and the gang at Port Royal, Pennsylvania, the Rumble by the River, August 28th through 29th. Knoxville Raceway, the legendary Marion County Fairgrounds, September 17th through 19th for the Lucas Oil Late Model Knoxville Nationals. And man, September wraps up in a big way. Brownstown Speedway, the 47th Annual Jackson 100, the house that you built, James Essex. Oh, yeah. That is a great way to round out September. And as we look to October, James, a little bit different look as we get down to the chase for the championship.
We'll be at Pittsburgh's Pennsylvania Motor Speedway, the Pittsburgher there, October the 2nd through the 3rd, then October the 9th, 10th at Tony Stewart's Eldora Speedway. And hey, a tip of the cap to Rob Plattfoot and everybody at Eldora. 2 great high-limit races there last night. They were live here on Flow, right? West Virginia Motor Speedway, Carl Short's Dirt Track World Championship, October 16th through the 17th to top off the year. $100,000 to win. And will we crown a champion after that one? Yes, $250,000 this year. And don't forget the final 5 races, the top 5 get to run for a $100,000 bonus. Now, it will not affect the year-long standings. Now, tonight is a full points race. Tomorrow night with the dual heats, no points, passing points only. And then Saturday, it's an Arizona Sports Shirts Crown Jewel Cup as you see Brandon Shepard leading the way in the points.
Yeah, he's atop the Big River Steel Chase for the championship presented by ARP. Former series champions. Behind him, Hudson O'Neill in second, 70 points out. Defending series champion Devin Moran in third. Then Brandon Overton, Max Blair round out your top 5. Then it's Alberson, Ricky Thornton Jr. looking to get a little bit of luck. He had good luck last week in the mod and the stock car. We'll see tonight if he can get a turnaround in the late model. Josh Rice, your current O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year point leader. Brian Shirley and Kyle Bronson round out the latest top 10 in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series standings. And again, man, this upcoming stretch, so many points on the line. It's going to be pivotal in that chase for that $250,000 championship or more as we talk about the bonus money late in the season. Here at Shelby County Speedway, man, I love to see that look high overhead, a jam-packed pit area, and James, and this has got that old school feel where every nook and cranny has got a hauler into it. The stocks and the modifieds also in action here tonight.
For those fans that I know DJ would recognize that, of course, Tyler County, where the Hillbilly 100, it seemed like every year we were there, you have in every part of the grounds here. And thanks to Gary Hopp, Joe and Steve Kosiski, and we're glad to be back here. We've had 2 really great races here the last 2 years, Ben. Looking forward to tonight.
Well, a guy that's glad to be back here, track record holder and winner here 2 years ago, has joined Dustin Jarrett.
Well, I'm here talking to the defending Silver Dollar Nationals champion, Hudson O'Neill. You're the defending champion, but at a different racetrack at Huset's, but you and I were just talking. You did really well here at Shelby County last year as well. What does this track remind you of? And when you get out there, like you got a notebook now to go back to, just kind of pull the curtain back a little bit in that area.
Yeah, it's another, kind of small bull ring. It's really wide, so it races really well. And the cushion will get way out there in the racetrack, and the guy in the bottom and the guy in the top will look like they're 20 car lengths away from each other, So it's a lot of fun. I've always enjoyed coming here. I was fortunate to win a race during the middle of the week 2 years ago, and then ran, I think, 4th here last year. So, yeah, we have a good notebook. I always enjoy coming here. Great hospitality. We just talked to Gary Hopp, the promoter of Shelby County, and just a lot of fun. And they sure enjoy us coming, and we enjoy to come. So we're excited about the Silver Dollar Nationals coming here and being back in this part of the country. And we loved it at Huset's, but I think they found a good place for it here.
Being a full points night here tonight, safe to say you can't really go out and try new things. You got to go out there and try to win the race like you normally would.
Yeah, absolutely. The last few weeks we haven't had quite the speed we wanted, but we're working, and it's a little bump in the road, but we'll get back. We'll keep working at it and try and get a little bit better. So, yeah, we'll go, use our notebook heavy tonight and try and go back and lean on that. And then tomorrow, whenever those double heat races come along, that'll be the time that if we feel like we can find something a little bit better, we'll work in that area. And, yeah, I'm enjoying the double pass and point heat races, too. One of my favorite formats ever, and not a whole lot of people do it now. We used to have it at Florence, Cedar Lake, I-80, Silver Dollar Nationals, so I'm excited to see it come back here. And, yeah, I'm excited to have that format again.
Well, Hudson O'Neal currently second in the battle for the championship points lead. Cars coming to the Speedway real quick. It's a busy week coming up on FloRacing. We've obviously got these 3 events here. Next week, we get FloRacing Night in America back to life. We'll finish the show at Lincoln Speedway. Next Tuesday night, we'll pick back up with the start of a second heat race. That race preempted by rain back in May. And then we head to Fairbury Speedway, one for the road, July 22nd. And then from there, we head to August, where we'll have Marshalltown Speedway, August 18th. Our debut at Mason City Motor Speedway on August 19th, and then into September, FloRacing Night in America into LaSalle Speedway. That race rained out back in May. FloSeries.com for more information. And I tell you what, tonight from all around the world, we've got viewers on FloRacing, but also across North America on Amazon Prime. Joining us live, and man, we've got a massive crowd checking out things here from Shelby County Speedway. If you're seeing the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series for the first time, scan that QR code on your screen, and that is how you get unlocked all access pass for the season here on FloRacing. Scan that QR code, it'll take you to FloRacing. Over 1,800 motorsports events from around the globe, and tonight we are thrilled to be live on Amazon Prime. James, of course not everybody's watching, but between our platform and Prime and the Fast channels, over 200 million households have access to this broadcast here tonight. Very exciting for the sport of dirt track racing.
Yes, that's outstanding, Ben. There is the 799 car. That'll be Jesse Saubing, the Hertz All Makes Collision 99 car, the winner here last night in the Malvern Bank East West Series race. Followed by the 22 car, the My Yield Seat Treatment. That'll be the Longhorn of Charlie McKenna. Charlie McKenna, Ben, out of Ames, Iowa in 22.
Car number 80, Alan Hopp, the AMSOIL Performance Grading Pro Power Racing Engine Rocket Chassis car number 80. And behind him down the back straightaway, the Budweiser number 76, Big Sexy Brandon Overton. A Clemens Powered Longhorn Budweiser Riggs Fiber entry from Evans, Georgia.
Group number 1 again. There are going to be 6 e-races here tonight. 76 out there. It'll be the first qualifier. That'll be Blair Nodorf. There's the 17 SR. That will be Brendan Smith. Brendan Smith in the Big Daddy's Cattle Sunoco Race Wheels entry. There's Blair Nodorf, the 76 car, the Longhorn. He's in the car. He comes to us out of the, yes, Renner, South Dakota. I can't read my own writing, of course. Longhorn Clemens Bargain Barn Tire Center. Except DJ did the writing on that one, as you can see.
I think it's very nice.
I'll let him blame that. Also, Jeff Tharp out there in the number 10 car with us for the first time this year. He's out of Sherrill, Iowa. He's in the Sherrill Motors Insurance number 10T Longhorn.
We also had Chase Younghands in that set out of Manhattan, Kansas. The Younghands Racing entry. Blair Nodorf fastest in that set. He was fast here last night with the Malvern Bank Series. Next set of cars make their way out in the Durham Powered Longhorn. Clay Harris out of Jupiter, Florida. 11th in the series standings. Wilkerson Farms, Rinky Manufacturing, car 6. And back behind him in the 3S, Brian Shirley, 6-time Silver Dollar National starter. And he comes to us in the Durham Powered Longhorn. Bob Culling Racing, Hoker Trucking 3S for Brian Shirley.
Brian Shirley, the defending Prairie Dirt Classic champion and former winner in Knoxville Late Model Nationals in 2006. Behind him, the defending series champion in the 99 car. He's in the Big River Steel C&W Trucking, Millwood Plumbing 99 for Roger Sellers, Double Down Motorsports. That'll be Devin Moran. Devin Moran currently 3rd in the points of the 99. He's out of Dresden, Ohio. Behind him, the 111 car, 5th in the points. He's no longer the Hoker Trucking Hard Charger of the year.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Clay Harris is taking that honor right now, but Max Blair, he's in the Brad Spochas Centerline Motorsports entry. He is out of Centerville, Pennsylvania. Behind him, the Hilsebeck Farms Banning Chiropractic 22 Capital Ben. That'll be Daniel Hilsebeck. Daniel Hilsebeck, not too far away in Earlham, Iowa.
How about the 35 out of Alvo, Nebraska? Dylan Silman, the Scott Bailey Power Rocket Chassis, S&S Welding, Corn Grower State Bank, and Gloss Salon and Day Spa. Get your nails did. The driver of the 35 car, Dylan Silman. And behind him, the 4W, J.C. Wyman out of Griswold, Iowa. Longhorn race car, Zanker Motorsports Power under the hood. The Jack McKee Racing Shore Motor Company, 4W.
Should have the 53 car to La Vista, Nebraska. Andrew Kosiski, son of Joe, grandson of Bob, the Longhorn Pro Power, Albelt Custom Homes. Connor's Fight will Smoke You Barbecue 53 for Andrew Kosiski. Is Brandon Coltrane. He was with us down at Wheatland this past weekend in the 24 car. And he is out on the racetrack there. He comes out of Wamego, Kansas. He is in the Schroll Body and Paint Rocket with Pro Power for the car number 24C.
How about Clay Harris going to the top of the board there? As 13.805, Devin Moran 13.992. Fastest in this set. Again, 52 cars signed in. We'll have All-Star Performance qualifying, 6 heat races, 2 B mains. And tonight's main event posting a $15,000 winner prize. Clay Harris, fastest in that set, James, 13.805. As we'll bring the next wave of Dirt Draft Hot Laps coming up next. Again, this will get them tuned up for All-Star Performance qualifying. That'll determine the heat races for all the lineups for all 6 heats tonight. Group A will come out and qualify for groups heat races 1 through 3, and Group B will make up heat races 4, 5, and 6. As the next set of cars make their way out to the Speedway, and they're going to be led by the killer Kyle Bronson out of Brandon, Florida. Clements-powered Rocket Chassis, LTX Home Builders, Race Car Engineering, Boswell Oil on car 40B. And how about it all the way from Great Court, South Carolina behind him, Chris Madden, the Wells & Sons Motorsports, Henderson Amusement, VP Racing Lubricants, Penske Shocks, Clements-powered Infinity by Wells, the 3-time winner, Chris Madden in car 44 on your screen.
How about Avery Madden, now the crew chief on the 44 car, followed by Poncho's Racing Products 93. Poncho's son to be Corey Lawler. Corey Lawler, the Creekside Auto Sales Sunoco 93 out of Hanover, Pennsylvania. Making his way out of turn number 2, the 17 SS.
The SR, I think, in this one. That'll be Brody. Should be Brody Smith.
That'll be Brody Smith, the 17 SR. He is in the Big Daddy Cattle Sunoco Race Fuels entry for Smith Beach Solutions out at Dade City, Florida for Brody Smith. And Mike Marlar, he stayed in Iowa this week. He's the only driver ever to win Knoxville Late Model Nationals 3 times. He is in the Delco Equipment, Canada Marvel Salvage 157, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Langenfelder Mechanical Rocket out of Winfield, Tennessee, Ben.
How about T-Dub? Tim Ward on the 4TW, the Harcourt, Iowa driver via Mesa, Arizona, the Halibut-powered Longhorn. J. Michelle Schmidt Motorsports, ENE Outside Services, car 4TW, 3 wins this year for that driver, 2 in a mod, 1 in the late model. And the veteran Junior Coover out of Norfolk, Nebraska, the Black Diamond, Kent's Trailer Sales and Repairs, Norfolk Motor Company, cart number 10.
Bernard, the UNI, right? Bernard Coover Jr. out here in Dirt Draft Hot Laps. By the way, Brandon Shepard leads the Dirt Draft Hot Laps, the driver with the most Dirt Draft Hot Lap awards. They will get a cash award at our banquet later this year. And how about Chris Madden? Kind of a surprise visitor, right? The Millwood Plumbing, Infinity by Wells, 44. Corey Lawler, the top of the chart, 13.969 in the 93 car. Then Mike Marlar, the 14.029. And Ben, we want to mention a very special guest joining us tonight, watching us on FloRacing, and again, Bob Pierce, legend, of course, and I've known him a long time, since about 1982, and he's recovering from surgery yesterday, and I know he's watching in Omaha, I believe is where he's at. But Bobby sent us a note. Bobby said that he'll be here tomorrow night. Will Bobby?
Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah. And, you know, Bob, man, he is a tough dude. As I told Bobby today, and Bobby agreed. He's tougher than all of us combined. And Bob, we're glad you're tuned in tonight. Bobby, we're glad you're there with Dad. We can't wait to have you here tomorrow. And man, we're one big family. And Bob, we can't wait to see you back at the track. Bobby, we'll see you here tomorrow. Former Silver Dollar Nationals champion. As car 43, you saw him on your screen, Derek Stewart out of Ainsworth, Iowa. The Clements-powered Capital Grace Motorsports, Cedartown Electric. In car 21H, that'll be Brett Hopp out of Harlan, Iowa. Performance Grading, Columbus Bank and Trust, Fox Shocks, Durham-powered Rocket.
Behind him, the number 8 car, the Midwest Sheet Metal Sonic America's driving Longhorn with the Scott Bailey, the winner twice last weekend in Wheatland, Missouri. That'll be Dylan McCowan. Dylan McCowan second in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year chase. He comes to us out of Aurora, Missouri. Behind him, the 19R car, the Reaper out of Marshalltown, Iowa. He is in the Hooker Trucking Carl Chevrolet entry for Todd Cooney Motorsports. They've got a J. Dickens power plant under the 19R car. That is Ryan Gustin. Ryan Gustin in the 19R car, Ben.
The number 60, of Dan Ebert rides behind him out of Lakeshore, Minnesota, 14th in the latest Lucas Oil standings. The Durham-powered Rocket Chassis, Collins Brothers Towing, Minnesota Truck Headquarters, James Trentino Motorsports, Amsoil, 60 for Dan Ebert. And rolling behind him into turn number 1, car number 04, a Tad Pospischal out of Norfolk, Nebraska, the Scott Bailey powered Longhorn Window World, One Source Solution, Pospischal Properties, TB and Company, Incorporated, Carpentry Services, all sponsors for the 3-time winner this year, Tad Pospischal.
There's the number 9 car, former Silver Nationals winner in 2017. He is in the Briggs Transport.
Oh, hang on
Sherlock,
to it.
yes, the 9 car, that'll be T-Mac Tim McCready. Tim McCready, the 9 car, out of Watertown, New York. Good to have him with us here tonight. 2-time Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series champion, Ben.
Yeah, car 16 behind him, an AK race car this weekend for Tyler Bruning out of Decorah, Iowa. But first, you see on your screen the 76Z, Zach Zeitner, at Zach Reeder Motorsports, Kickapoo Creek Saloon, and Rolling Garage Doors, all sponsors in the Ryan-powered Longhorn. Two-top for the defending IMC national champion. He leads the points right now for the IMC late models as well.
So the Skyline Motorsports car tonight, Bruning in an AK.
Yep.
And by the way, congratulations to Austin Kirkpatrick. They're the Summer Nationals champions this year with Tanner English behind the wheel. By the way, Murdy debuting a new AK tonight. There's Dan Ebert. What's up, Dan? Well, he's quickest right there in that group. Group 4, 13.998. It's just a matter of time, right? Kim and Carson Ferguson, Brian Shirley, it's just a matter of time before they get their first Lucas Oil win, Ben Shelton.
I mean, they're making gains. We saw Dylan McCowan scream out, get 2 last weekend. Next set of dirt draft hot laps led to the Speedway by the 15 out of Milano, Oregon. Justin Duty, the Pro Power Racing Engine Longhorn, first class septic. Don Frank Fours, Darren and Mardell Williams at number 15. And the number 9 had some mechanical issues plague him late. He still survived to finish on the podium. Nick Hoffman out of Mooresville, North Carolina, was a contender to win at Adams County the other night. Still held on for a podium spot. Currently second in the World of Outlaw standings. 8 wins on the year for the Tide Torque Racing, Not Synergy Drink, Lone Wolf Petroleum. Clements Powered Longhorn for Nick Hoffman.
Yeah, Clements Power, as you mentioned, in the hood tonight. Behind him, the 25 car, 5-time MLRA champion. It'll be Chad Simpson. Chad Simpson out of Mount Vernon, Iowa. And the Johnson Holding Company, Burridge Trucking Longhorn with Pro Power number 25 for Chad Simpson. Behind him, the 15 car in the FiberTech, the Lucas Oil entry. Longhorn chassis for his father, Ronnie Stuckey. That'll be Clay Stuckey. Clay Stuckey comes to us out of Shreveport, Louisiana, here in the number 15 car.
Plattsmouth, Nebraska's Jacob Hobscheit in the 01, the elusive competition engine capital race car. NW transfer, Wise Excavating and Retaining Walls entry. A one-time winner this year is the 01 of Hobscheit. And another tough regional driver, Kurt Schroeder, behind him in the 15C. The pre-owned autos of Des Moines, S&S Welding, Iowa Water and Waste Systems, Halibut powered rocket for Kurt Schroeder.
Also on the track, the 11R car.
Duty into the wall. He bounced off the turn 2 wall. Who get it back under power?
We stay green. No Hell's Race for Jack's caution here. The 11R car currently leading the O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year chase. That'll be Josh Rice. Josh Rice of the James and Justin Ratliff car, the JR Motor Sales. Little electric car out of Crittenden, Kentucky. Behind him, the 58 car. He's at a Low Voltage Solutions Brack Property Sunoco Race Fuels car. The 58 of Garrett Albertson. I believe JT Wasman also out there, Ben.
Yeah, that's right. And the Grow Source A&A Electric Underground Construction Pro Power Racing Engine Longhorn for JT Wasman. And he was last year's Tri-State Late Model Series champion, was the driver of the 51.
Garrett Alberson, 13.903. Alberson, 2 runner-ups in the last 2 Lucas Oil races. He was second on Saturday night down at Wheatland in the Diamond Nationals, and in second at Adams County on Tuesday night. How about that, Adams County?
What a race.
What a facility. What a great crowd. One of the biggest crowds I've ever had there. And I'm sure we'll be back in 2027.
And that was a fun race to watch. I thought that for a minute that Dylan McCowan was going to go for the hat trick and go 3 in a row. He led early, but Bobby Pierce came away with the win. And again, Bobby Pierce hanging out with dear old dad on the mend in the hospital, but as Bob is. But Bobby plans to join us tomorrow to go after another Silver Dollar Nationals crown. He'll be the 53rd entry. How about that? 53 for the 53,000 to win, or 52,000 to win. 53,000
for a second.
Yes.
There's a 2-time Silver Dollar Nationals winner. Ben is sporting the Midwest Sheba Dayglow orange spoiler. That'll be Brandon Shepard. Brandon Shepard, the Valvoline Cyber Cap Ranches Rocket Durham out of New Bern, Illinois. 7 wins this year at the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Behind him, a driver that has 9 career victories. Looking for his first Lucas Oil win since East Bay in a Rayburn car. It'll be Dennis Erb Jr. Dennis Erb Jr. in car number 28 out of Carpentersville, Illinois.
2023 Lucas Oil champion Hudson O'Neal, currently second in the series standings, 13 wins on the year. The driver of the 71, SSI Motorsports, Wheeler Metals, Merrill Bonding, Cornet Powered Longhorn for Hudson O'Neal. And behind him in car 13, the game changer Dallin Murdy. Murdy, of course, 2-time winner this year. Both came in the 3 wins this year now. He's got 1 in the late model, the AK race car, brand new race car for the Stealth Oil Services, Quality Services, car number 13, Clements Power for the Skyline Motorsports entry for Dallin Murdy out of Chelsea, Iowa.
The 93, the car, Coleman Farms Racing, Goopal Grading Company, Mattman Designs 93, that'll be Carson Ferguson of Lincoln, North Carolina, the Paler Motorsports entry, and we should have Ricky Thornton Jr. out there, right? DJ?
Ben.
And Ben. We'll be all right. He is in the Knights Company's 20 RT. Anthony Burrows, the crew chief on that car. He's out of Chandler, Arizona, now living in Indianola, Florida, and also 3-time Lucas Oil champion, the all-time winningest driver of the series. In the 49 car, the Longhorn Clements, Ace Door and Holligan rigging. That'll be Jonathan Davenport. Jonathan Davenport out of Blairsville, Georgia.
How about also in this set, Mike Collins from Council Bluffs, Iowa to New Orleans, Louisiana. Back to, I think, to Council Bluffs, Iowa. The GW Performance Anderson signs number 3 Rocket Pro Power. You see the view high atop this 3rd mile oval. Beautiful facility, James, man. They've really got a special place here at Shelby County Speedway.
And our drone, the EastCentralSports.com drone. Thank you to Donago Power Sports. They are a sponsor, of course, with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series.
Check out that shot. Hey, get your dirt draft lineups in. We're going to talk about the All-Iowa team in a minute. $10 off shoplucasdirt.com for new and reactivated subscribers. James, who's on the Dirt Draft All-Iowa team?
I'll go with Dave Burkhofer, Brian Burkhofer, Creed Burkhofer, Cruz Burkhofer, and Alyssa Burkhofer. We'll just do all 5 there. How about that? You didn't have that on your bingo card, did you?
I didn't. Move over Johnny Johnson. Move over all these great Iowa drivers. We're going all Burkhofer all the time.
I'm very surprised given the Silver Dollar Nationals. I know we're in Iowa, but I'm surprised it wasn't an all-Kosiski dirt draft team, James.
Well, that's tomorrow, DJ.
That's tomorrow. We'll save that tomorrow, DJ.
Good call. Good call.
Thank you.
He'll go in the tri-state area over the course of the weekend. Get ready. We got all South Dakota on Saturday. You better do your homework on that one, James. Oh, man, the Donago Power Sports drone high atop this oval. And again, very excited to have everybody watching not only on FloRacing, but also Amazon Prime. As well as Amazon Prime, all of our fast channels. And, man, getting exposure for our sport, James. It's cool to see new sponsors coming in. They're learning about what's going on here. Of course, tonight, the High Limit Series live not only on FloRacing from Eldora Speedway, but live on FS1. So not only streaming, but linear TV as well, your direct-to-cable type channels. So it's cool to see all this exposure. It's great for all of us. DJ, I want to ask you, man, you're down in the infield. You've been down there the past couple of years. Tomorrow night, you and I are going to flip-flop back and forth. But what is your favorite thing about watching a race at the infield at Shelby County Speedway?
IMCA stock cars.
Well, not the Lucas Oil Series?
Wow. Hey, hold on. How many of you are excited for the $5,000 to win IMCA stock cars tonight? Let me hear you.
He's bribed these people.
I rest my case, gentlemen. I rest my case.
All right. Well, you heard it right there, James. DJ did not come see the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. I know somebody that did. How about Anthony Ainsley? Anthony, you're going to be on the call for that 5,000 win stock car featuring the mods. What's your favorite thing about Shelby County Speedway?
Well, absolutely. I definitely love the reconfiguration of this track. Of course, I've been here the last several times here when it was the 410 mile configuration, but ever since they downsized it down to a 3rd mile, this has just brought in a whole new atmosphere. This track has definitely come into its element the last several years here, and stock cars, they do not disappoint here when they come to Shelby County Speedway. And like we said, $5,000 on the line tonight, and $5,000 for the modifieds tonight as well. So whether you're a ground pounder fan or the Class 2 tough to tame tonight, we've got you covered. And right now, we got late model qualifying, gentlemen.
All right, Anthony, looking forward to working with you. Blair Nodorf is going to be up first, man. He's out of Renner, South Dakota. He'll be followed by the 22. That'll be Charlie McKenna out of Ames, Iowa with the 80. From right here in Harlan, Iowa, will be Alan Hopp. Alan Hopp in the Rocket Pro Power, Amsoil. Boho, Beauty Bar, Kaufman Trucking, Performance Grading, Columbus Bank and Trust. Charlie McKenna, the My Yield Seed Treater. Cannon Auto Salvage, Dirt Track Bank. Also sponsored by Christie Door Company, Iowa Everywhere, Shore Motor Company. That's a Longhorn, Vic Hill, Blair Nodorf. Again in the Bargain Barn Tire Center, Western Provisions, Grandpa Ben's Ranch, Asphalt Pros. That's a Longhorn Clement 76.
So again, he races 1, 2, and 3. Their lineups come out of Group A. Blair Nodorf, lap 1, a 14.935. Charlie McKenna, second quick, 15.020. Alan Hopp, 15.706. Third fastest. Lap 2 for Nodorf. It's better. 14.344 for Blair Nodorf. Then it's McKenna and Alan Hopp. We'll see if he can improve on lap number 2. And he will not. So Blair Nodorf, time to beat in All-Star Performance qualifying, 14.344. Track record's a 13.400. So they're well off that by Hudson O'Neill.
Up next will be Jesse Sobbing Bid. He won last night's Malvern Bank East-West Series race. He's in the Rocket Pro Power. He's out of Malvern, Iowa with the All Makes Collision Hurt, Sherwood Williams, Carl's Customs, RSA Trucking, Anderson Rusted Wood, followed by Brendan Smith in the 17 SS. He's out of Dane City, Florida, the Rocket Durham, Yellowhammer Design and Construction, Sunoco Ratios, Big Daddy's Cattle, Wicks Filter, Smith Speed Solutions, Integra, Midway Sheet Metal, and Dan Battaglia. Is he out there in 45?
No,
it's the 76 car to be Brandon Overton, Evans, Georgia. The Budweiser, Garto, Southern Riggs Fiber, Muscle Factory, Harco Construction, Big Dog Step at 3, RW Powell Construction, Longhorn Clements for Riggs Motorsports.
Brendan Smith, second fastest for Brendan Smith, a 14.461. Brandon Overton, third fastest, 14.878. Jesse Sobbing, last night's SLMR winner, fifth fastest. Lap number 2, Sobbing jumps up to third, 14.527, his best lap. Brendan Smith now up to second, good lap, 14.431, and Brandon Overton, fourth fastest. So out of that set, Brendan Smith second fastest, Jesse Sobbing third, Brandon Overton fourth. They're all chasing Blair Nodor for the 14.344.
Up next will be the 10T car. It comes to us out of Sherrill, Iowa, and a Longhorn Jim LePage Racing Engine entry. That'll be Jeff Tharp. He's followed by the 18 out of Manhattan, Kansas of Chase Younghands, and the 35S out of Alvo, Nebraska, Dylan Silman. He's of the Rocket Scott Bailey, SNS Welding, Strike Farms. Also sponsored by Fox Racing Shocks, Batman Designs, Chase Younghands, the Younghands Motorsports, Bozard Ford Lincoln, Younghands Ranches, Sunoco Racing, CJR Motors, Paulson Stussy, Rocket Clemens, Jeff Tharp, the Sherrill Mutual Insurance, Tri-State Cremation Center Bin.
That's right.
Calco Gutters, Calco Spray Coating, Calco Floor Covers, Longhorn.
Chase Younghands fourth fastest, Jeff Tharp eighth, Dylan Silman will check in eighth fastest now, 15.759. Lap 2 for all these drivers. And Jeff Tharp sixth fastest, Chase Younghands fourth, and final lap for Dylan Silman. And Silman will jump up to eighth. So Chase Younghands fourth fastest, Jeff Tharp sixth, Dylan Silman eighth. Still Blair Nodor 14.344, the time to beat.
In 6 heat races tonight. This will be Group A heats 1, 2, and 3. Here is the driver currently 11th in the points out of Jupiter, Florida, Clay Harris, followed by the 53 out of La Vista, Nebraska's Andrew Kosiski, and the 111 out of Centerville, Pennsylvania, Max Blair, the Brad Spochaz, Longhorn Clements, Riggs Fiber, Creekside of the Sill, C&J Dairy, Murphy's Logging, Virgilia Iron and Steel, upstate of the Group Tavern, 618, the Gable Inn, Lakeside Auto by 80's Towing, Andrew Kosiski, the Albelt Custom Homes, Connors Fight, Will Smoke You Barbecue, Kosiski Auto Parts, A1 Crash Cars, Longhorn Pro Power, and Clay Harris, the Wilkerson Farms, Reinke Manufacturing, National Fragile X, Dunright Construction, Palm Beach Coastal 6.
Clay Harris sixth on lap 1. Andrew Kosiski third, good lap, 14.508. Max Blair fourth fastest, 14.513. Harris was eighth after his first lap. Lap 2, he's second quick, 14.382 for Clay Harris. Andrew Kosiski stays fourth fastest. Lap 1 was his best. Max Blair fifth. Clay Harris second fastest in that set. Andrew Kosiski fourth. Max Blair fifth. Next 3 to the Speedway, all trying to get to Blair Nodorf.
Top 4 qualifiers have never won a Lucas Oil race. J.C. Wyman's up next out of Griswold, Iowa. Followed by the 99, the defending series champion out of Dresden, Ohio, Devin Moran. And the 3S, the defending Prairie Dirt Classic champion, Brian Shirley. Out of Chatham, Illinois, the Bob and Lisa Cullen. Thomason Express, Hoker Trucking, all Geyer Performance, Ted Brown's Quality Painted Body, Cheap Cars, J&J Gaming, J&E Construction, Moran, the Big River Steel, Ohio Natural Energy, Northeastern Fabrication, Millwood Plumbing, C&W Trucking, Phillips CPE, and J.C. Wyman, the Shore Motor Company, Larson Land Industrial, and Rincon Funeral Homes, and the T-Box Indoor Golf, number 4.
You got a new quick time. Devin Moran, 14.263. Brian Shirley's second quick, 14.312. Lap 1 for Wyman. He was 11th fastest. He will stay 11th. Will Moran go faster on lap number 2? He will not. Still the time to beat, though, 14.263. Can Shirley get to him? Shirley faster? Second quick, 14.295. Your new All-Star Performance Fast Qualifier, Devin Moran with a 14.263. Then it's Brian Shirley, second fastest.
Up next, man, will be the 24C. Comes to us out of Wamego, Kansas, Brandon Conkrate, followed by the 22 out of Earlham, Iowa, Daniel Ilzebeck. And the 17 SR at Dade City, Florida, Brody Smith. These are the Big Daddy's Cattle, Tool Reclaim Source, Skipper's Smokehouse, Sunoco Rachel's, Midway Sheet Metal, Wicks Filters, Penske, Rocket Durham, Hilsebeck, the Banning Chiropractic, 22 Enterprises, Big Deal Car Care, Alley Auto Sales, Hilsebeck Farms, Wolfmark Roofing, Capital Clements, and Concrete, the Sherrill Body and Paint, Film at 11, Truck and Auto Accessories, Bud's Auto Service, Rocket Pro Power, 24C.
Cockeright 15th fastest, Hilsebeck now 10th fastest, 14.592 for Hilsebeck. Brody Smith 11th fastest, 14.653. So Cockeright was 17th after lap 1. Lap number 2, Cockeright up to 14th, 14.826. Then Hilsebeck 6th fastest. That's his best lap. Lap 2 of 14.490. Brody Smith will stay 11th. So Hilsebeck 6th fastest, Brody Smith 11th, and Conkright 14th.
See, the next 3 up next should be the 93 out of Hanover, Pennsylvania, Corey Lawler. He's in the Poncho Lawler, Poncho's Racing Products, Creekside Auto Sales, Sunoco Rachel's, Longhorn Pro Power 93. Then I believe it will be the 32. No, it's going to be the 10. Bernard Coover Jr. brings it out at Norfolk, Nebraska. The Black Diamond Dargy National Auto Sales, Norfolk transmission and muffler. Also, Jerry's Trailers and Campers, D&D Enterprises, First Quality Machine and Tool, the Windshield Doctors, Quality Siding and Roofing, Norfolk Motor Company, followed by Chris Simpson, the Longhorn Durham, Hoker Trucking, C&J Trucking, Dirt Pro Inc., Carmody Services, Hot Rod Septic Treatment, Sunoco Ratios, and Randy Davidson Trucking 32, man.
Lap 1 for Corey Lawler, 15th fastest, 14.909. Junior Coover, lap number 1, 20th fastest, 15.862. Chris Simpson, 11th, 14.579. Devin Moran still the time to beat. Lap number 2, Corey Lawler up to 15th. His second lap, his best, a 14.741. Junior Coover, lap number 2, he'll stay 21st fastest. And Chris Simpson will not improve on lap 2, but he'll be 11th. So Chris Simpson, 11th. And also out of that set, you had Junior Coover, 21st fastest, Corey Lawler, 15th.
Up next should be the 44 with his son Avery Madden. The crew chief on that car to be Chris Madden. Chris Madden at Great Court, South Carolina, the Wells & Sons Motorsports. Out of Hazard, Kentucky, owned car, Wells Motorsports, Millwood Plumbing, Convenient Lube, Henderson Amusement, Hellraiser, Jackson, Infinity by Wills Clements, followed by the 40B, the 2021 Silver Dollar Nationals winner. It'll be Kyle Bronson out of Brandon, Florida, the Rocket Clements, Race Car Engineering, LTX Home Builders, Boswell Oil, Michael Lloyd Hauling and Demolition, All Geyer Performance, Atomic Music Group, Lucas Oil, Borchers Equipment, Angry Elephant Tattoos and Piercings, and Tim Ward out of Harcourt, Iowa, the Longhorn Halibut. Toby K's Hideaway out of Boone, Iowa, D&E Outside Services, Elliott Installation, Farley's Wholesale Tire and Quick Lube, JDR Farms, Peak Race Decals for TW.
Madden 20th after lap 1, 21st, I should say. Kyle Bronson 17th, Tim Ward 18th, 14.952. We'll see if Madden picks it up here on lap number 2. Yes, sir, he will. 7th fastest, 14.503 for Chris Madden. Lap number 2, Kyle Bronson, he will not. He'll stay 18th, 14.833 was his best lap. And Tim Ward, 19th, 14.900. So Chris Madden, 7th fastest, Kyle Bronson, 18th, Tim Ward, 19th.
Well, up next, the only driver to win the Knoxville Late Model Nationals 3 times. It's the 157 out of Winfield, Tennessee. The Winfield Warrior. It'll be Mike Marlar. He's of the Roddy Delk Rocket Cornet Power, Delk Equipment, Langenfelder Mechanical, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Petrov Towing, Certainteed, Can-Am Auto Salvage, Spirit Fuel Racing, 157, trying to beat 14.264 by Devin Moran. Mike Marlar, a strong run the other night, 10th to 5th. Actually, he ran as high as 3rd at Adams County. Coming up on his first lap, Ben Shelton.
He'll be the 25th and final qualifier of this group. Dan Battaglia not making the call, so 26 cars scheduled. Only 25 will take a time. Lap 1, Mike Marlar, 13th fastest, 14.630. Final lap in Group A for All-Star Performance qualifying for Mike Marlar. And he'll chop it off through turns 3 and 4, trying to find a little speed off the bottom of the corner. And lap number 2, he'll stay 13th. Lap 1 was his best lap. So that wraps up All-Star Performance Group A, where Devin Moran, 14.263. That is the fastest lap. He'll be on the pole for Penske Shock's Heat Race number 1 tonight. Brian Shirley will be on the pole for Summit Racing Equipment Heat Race number 2. Then Blair Nodorf, he'll be outside front row for the first heat. Clay Harris outside front row for Heat 2. Behind them, Brendan Smith, good effort. Daniel Hilsebeck, Chris Madden. How about Kasiski Andrew back there? 8th fastest, Max Blair, Jesse Sobbing. That's an interesting top 10, James.
5 of the top 6 qualifiers have never won a Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series race. Shirley, Nodorf, Harris, Brendan Smith, Hilsebeck, they will be on the front rows here tonight.
So you're telling Steering Buddy they better get that cash
might
ready.
get the checkbook out.
Hey guys, one real quick point on that. You talked about Snowdrift being 3rd fastest. How about the run that he had here last night? He started 21st in the 40-lap Malvern Bank Late Model Series feature, and he rode all the way up to the 3rd spot by the time the checkered flag waved.
Well, DJ, he was more of an avalanche last night. Move over Snowdrift. He was an avalanche, and man, this is a place that's not too far from home. It's about as close as he gets to running with Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series to home. This will be a big one. But James, it's time for All-Star Performance Group B. This will be determine the lineups for heat races 4, 5, and 6.
Well, Tyler Bruni is going to be up first. He's a former winner in the Lucas Oil Series Golden Isles last year in our season opener, the Skyline Motorsports AK Race Cars entries out of Decorah, Iowa. Clements Power Plant under the Truck Country Quick Supply, Burning Rock Products, Brown's Heavy Equipment, Olson Explosives, and Murray Farm 16, followed by that Murray, 2-time winner this year last weekend at Wheeling, Missouri's out of Urbana, Missouri. That is Dylan McCowan, the 22-year-old, and the Charles McCowan. Longhorn with a Scott Bailey. Midwest Sheet Metal, BLC Transportation. Sonic America's Drive-In, Empire Energy, Pomeroy Services, Mel Hamilton Ford, and McCowan Farms. Riley Duncan, the crew chief on that car. Followed by the 19 at Ryan Gustin out of Marshalltown, Iowa. The Todd Cooney Motorsports. Infinity by Wells with a J. Dickens. Carl Chevrolet, Mel Hamilton Racing. Hoker Trucking, Murdy Farms, Allen Seamless Gutters, Midwest Sheet Metal, Custom Fabricating and Repair, Dynamic Drivelines, 19 Arbin.
Tyler Bruning, 14.652. High water mark early in Group B. Dylan McCowan second fastest, 14.693. But they're both chasing Ryan Gustin, the Reaper, to the top of the board, 14.408. Lap number 2, Tyler Bruning improves. He'll stay second fastest, 14.631. And McCowan will not improve. Third fastest. Can Gustin go faster? He will not. Doesn't matter. Ryan Gustin, quick time early in All-Star Performance Group B of 14.408.
Up next, Ben, will be the 43 car. He comes to us out of Ainsworth, Iowa, in a Capital O Pro Racing engine. It'll be Derek Stewart. He's of the Midwest Frame and Axle. Stewart & Sons Ltd. Limited. Arnold Motor Company, Grace Motorsports, Penske Shocks, and Thompson Garage 43. Followed by the 21H in his Lucas Oil debut out of Harlan, Iowa, Brett Hopp. He's of the Rocket Durham, Columbus Bank and Trust, Performance Grading, Fox Shocks, Mid-Ohio Insurance and Real Estate, Amsoil, Coffee, Girl, and More. Specialty Drinks, and then Dan Ebert in the James Trantina Rocket. He's on Lakeshore, Minnesota. Collins Brothers Towing is St. Cloud, Minnesota. Minnesota Truck Headquarters. Amsoil, Christensen Group Insurance, Shaw Trucking, Fuel Factory, Durham Power at 60.
All three drivers on the clock. Lap number 1, Derek Stewart, fourth fastest, 15.566. Brett Hopp now fourth fastest, 15.277. Lap 1 for Dan Ebert. He's fourth fastest. Everybody wants position 4 in this group, 14.880. Lap number 2 for Stewart, currently sixth fastest. He'll stay there. He does not improve on lap 2. Brett Hopp faster, but he stays fifth fastest, 15.187. And Dan Ebert second quick. Good lap, 14.617. So Ebert second fastest behind Gustin. Brett Hopp fifth. Derek Stewart sixth.
Up next, the drivers, the 2025 IMC Late Model Champion. It'll be Zach Zeitner in his Lucas Oil debut tonight out of Bellevue, Nebraska. He's in the Longhorn the Rhine, Kickapoo Creek Saloon. How about you like that one? Rolling garage doors, comedy services, and air conditioning. Zeitner & Sons Incorporated, A&A Air Conditioning and Heating, and Veland's Lawnmower, followed by the number 9. He is a former Silver Dollar Nationals winner, two-time Lucas Oil champion. It'll be T-Mac Tim McCready out of Watertown, New York. The Briggs Transport, Longhorn Clement, Sherlock Ventures, One Rail, Excess Storage, Johnston Hydraulics, Flawless Roofing, Clyde Johnson Contracting and Roofing, Trans 58, Corey River, Dave Warren, Power Sports, and Tad Pospisil. The Longhorn Scott Bailey, Window World, One Source, One Solution, Dietz Well and Pumps, TB and Company, Carpentry Services, and Pospisil Properties, 04.
McCready will be sixth fastest on his first lap. Tad Pospisil fifth. Zach Zeitner eighth fastest. Lap number 2. Zeitner stays seventh fastest, 14.986. And Tim McCready, he will stay sixth fastest. Lap 1 was his best effort. Tad Pospisil will be best on lap 1 as well. So Pospisil fifth fastest, Tim McCready sixth, Zach Zeitner seventh, Ryan Gustin the time to beat, 14.408.
Up next, the 15 car to Milano, Oregon, will be not Dustin Judy, but Justin Duty. He's in the Longhorn Clements, first class septic. Darren and Mardell Williams and Don Frank Flores 15, followed by the 58 out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, Garrett Alberson. Runner up the last 2 weekends in the Lucas Oil Series. The Ken and Beth Roberts, Longhorn Clements, Low Voltage Solutions, Sunoco Race Fuels, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Bill Sport Shop, Hogan Farms, Roman Machine and Welding, Brack Properties, Mitchell Ram Sim Assembly Racing, Nutranac Solutions, followed by Nick Hoffman, the Longhorn Durham tonight. The Longhorn Clements, NOS Energy Drink, C&W Trucking, Lone Wolf Petroleum, Petrov Towing, Bill Stein, Rimtech Enterprises, Stack Products for Ty Torrig.
Justin Duty fifth fastest, Alberson ninth, but now Nick Hoffman second quick, 14.499 behind only Ryan Gustin. Lap number 2, Justin Duty sixth fastest. Lap 1 was his best, 14.722. Garrett Alberson, lap 1 was his best. He'll stay 10th fastest, 15.028. And Nick Hoffman will stay on lap 1, a 14.499. Nick Hoffman second fastest. Garrett Alberson 10th fastest. Justin Duty sixth.
Up next will be the 15 out of Shreveport, Louisiana. The Ronnie Stuckey Longhorn Clements. It'll be Clay Stuckey. Fiber Laser Tech Cutting. Fiber Tech Laser Tech Cutting. Also Graphic Arts Express. Extreme Graphics. Advanced Powder Coating. Mooring Transit. Lone Star Super Gas. Followed by JT Wasman out of Pine Island, Minnesota. Longhorn Pro Power. He's of the Mid-City Painting and Decorating. Grow Source. Island Tool and Die. Apex Construction. And A&A Electric and Underground. And Jackson Chiropractic. And then Chad Simpson. He is in the Johnson. And I'm sorry.
Yeah, Stuckey bounced off the concrete, but he got back in it.
He got first lap for Clay Stuckey. Go right ahead.
That's right. 15.776. Sorry, JT Wasman, 15.162, 11th fastest. Lap number 1 for Chad Simpson. He checks in 13th fastest, 15.416. Clay Stuckey from the wall to 8th fastest. Good lap, 14.899. Wasman 12th fastest, 15.162. And Chad Simpson 8th fastest. So Chad Simpson 8th fastest. Clay Stuckey 9th. Wasman 13th.
Chad Simpson in the Johnson Holding Company, Burridge Truck LLC, RTL Equipment, Randy Davidson Trucking, Simpson Farms, Klein Custom Homes, Moeller Farms, Performance Bodies and Parts, and Levy Trucking. Up next will be the 15C out of Newton, Iowa. That'll be Kurt Schroeder. He's in the Longhorn. Hello, the Rocket Hallibill. The heat's affecting me in the ball excavation and plumbing, pre-owned auto, jet drain, Iowa Water and Waste, kidding around clothing, and Kurt Schroeder, CPA, followed by Josh Rice, the James Ratliff Longhorn, with a Vic Hill, MC Tank, Rice Excavating, Shane Lucker, Sunoco Ratios, BC Fluid Air, Jesse Insurance, Glenwood Electric, MGL, Salisbury Collision, and Jacob Hopscheid. He's out of Plattsmouth, Nebraska. The Elbat Custom Homes, Henry Hopscheid Motors, Capital with an ECE engine.
Kurt Schroeder, 16th fastest. Josh Rice, 14th. Bump them both back as Jacob Hopscheid, lap 1, 11th fastest, 14.948. Schroeder on lap 1 was a 15.476. And that'll be his best lap. He stays 17th fastest. Meanwhile, Josh Rice up to 8th. He improves drastically. 14.854. Hopscheid 12th fastest. So Josh Rice 8th fastest. Hopscheid 12th. Kurt Schroeder 17th.
Up next is defending Silver Dollar National Champion. Second to the points out of Martinsville, Indiana, Hudson O'Neill. In the Todd and Vicky Burns Longhorn Coronet, Big River Steel, Subsurface of Indiana, Wheeler Metals, Merrill Bonding Company, Professional Concrete Cutting and Drilling, O'Neill Salvage and Recycling, Linnell Contracting, Beam and Lumber, Seven Spurs, Ranch, Indiana, USSSA, Fast Piss Softball, followed by Carson Ferguson. He is in the Baylor Motorsports Longhorn Clements, Upal Grading Company, Coleman Farms Racing, Triple Electric, Solidify Concrete Floor Solutions, Buddy's Record, Matt Man Designs, Pro Fabrication, Pilot Risk Management Consulting, and Brandon Shepard, the Rock and Durham, Valvoline, Sorber Camper Engines, Ace Metalworks, Performance Grading, Petrov Towing, Franklin Enterprises, Sunoco Ratios, Gunners Honey, Fox Shock, Styles Marine, and Collins Brothers Towing 1.
O'Neill was 8th on lap 1. Ferguson 14th, but they're going to get bumped back. Brandon Shepard, 3rd fastest, 14.543. Lap 2, Hudson jumps up to 9th, 14.807. His best lap. Carson Ferguson, 15th, 14.983. Does Shepard have any more speed in him? He does not. Lap 1 was his best. So Brandon Shepard, 3rd fastest in that set. Hudson O'Neill, 9th. Carson Ferguson, 15th.
Well, 4 more to go, Ben. Trying to bid for the outside or inside front row of the 3 heat races that'll follow the first 3. Heats 4, 5, and 6. It'll be Ricky Thornton Jr. He's out of Chandler, Arizona, now living in Indian line with the Bobby and Jessica Cooler Longhorn Quartet, Oker Trucking, Knights Companies, Capital Waste, Coleman Farm, Certified Inspection, Elite Ready Mix, Range Oval, SI Towing, Sunoco Ratios, Dennis Herb Jr., the Rocket Clements, out of Carpentersville, Illinois, the Big Wide Rack. Mac, Bomac Truck Sales, Kaiser, BRC, Fox Shocks, Riveted Party Store, Dundee Heating and Air Conditioning, and Mike Collins. Is he out there in the 3? He is. Out of New Orleans, Louisiana, by way of Council Bluffs, Iowa. He's in the Rocket Pro Power GW Performance. Anderson Signs, number 3.
Dennis Herb Jr., 12th on lap 1, 14.875. Mike Collins, 24th fastest, 16.352. And Ricky Thornton Jr. lap 1, 16th fastest. Lap 2, 13th fastest. His best effort, 14.884. And now Dennis Herb Jr. up to 8th. He improves several spots, 14.736. And Mike Collins, 24th fastest. So Dennis Herb Jr., 8th fastest. Ricky Thornton Jr., 13th. Mike Collins, 24th. James, 2 qualifiers to go.
Yeah, and both of them very capable of getting into the top 6. It'll be the 3-time Lucas Oil champion, the all-time winningest driver of the series with 96 career wins. Out of Blairsville, Georgia, the 49, it'll be Jonathan Davenport. In the Lansing Darla Landers Double O Motorsports Longhorn Clements Power Denied A Store in Holligan Rigging. ASC Warranty, Mark Martin Automotive Mega Plumbing of the Carolinas, New Ag Solutions, 49, followed by the 13 in the brand new AK Race Cars for Skyline Motorsports. It'll be Dallin Murdy. Dallin Murdy, he comes to us out of Chelsea, Iowa. He is in the Quality Services, Stealth Oil Well Services, Burning Rock Products, Murdy Farms, Brown's Heavy Equipment, Quick Supply, Cash Money, number 13 for Dallin Murdy.
Your final 2 qualifiers, lap 1, Jonathan Davenport on the board, 11th fastest, 14.832. Ryan Gustin, the high watermark, 14.408 in this group. How about Dallin Murdy, 14th fastest, 14.867. Davenport on his second approach. He was 11th on lap 1. Lap 2, he's faster, but he stays 11th fastest, 14.809. Dallin Murdy And he'll be 14th fastest. Lap 1 was his best effort of 14.867. Jonathan Davenport, 11th fastest. So All-Star Performance Group B, your final top 10 is going to look like this. Ryan Gustin, a 14.408. He'll be on the pole for heat race number 4 tonight. Nick Hoffman, second fastest, 14.500. And then it's Brandon Shepard, who'll be on the pole for heat race number 6. And they'll be joined on the front row by Dan Ebert, Tyler Bruning, Dylan McCowan. Then it's Justin Duty, Dennis Erb Jr., Tad Pospischal, and Hudson O'Neill. But Dustin Jarrett is going to have waiting for him in All Makes Collision Center Victory Lane Devin Moran. He was fast time in Group A, DJ. Fast time overall for the second time this year, and he picks up those important points.
Yeah, absolutely. I talked to Dev the other day, by the way. We were at Adams County, and he said, Shelby County is a track that I haven't really got my arms around. He does have 2 top 10 finishes here, but he said, I've gone backwards both times. He said, I started in the top 5 in the A main each time that I was there, but then I dropped backwards a little bit more than I wanted to. I think he started 2nd and got 4th here the first year, and then when he was here last year, he came home with a 9th place finish. So he's starting off on the right foot here tonight in this Malvern Bank Go 50, and we'll see if he's able to parlay that into possibly a $15,000 payday here at the end of the night, as we've got, I believe, hot laps for the IMCA stock cars and the IMCA modifieds coming up here momentarily. And there's Dev starting to make his way out on the pit bike. All-Star Performance quick qualifier here this evening. He might not have even known that he had quick time here tonight. Let him hear you, Shelby County. Devin Moran, your All-Star Performance fast qualifier here tonight. He's going to put that All-Star Performance ball cap on. Heath almost had it for you. He was one notch off there, wasn't he? Hey, I talked to you. I just told the fans. I talked to you at Corning in Adams County the other day. You said, I haven't really got my hands around Shelby County yet. Have you got your hands around this place now, or do I need to ask you again at the end of 50 laps?
Definitely at the end of 50 laps, because we qualify good here every year. We were fast time here 2 years ago, and just what a wonderful job Gary Hopp and the whole crew's done here at Shelby County. They've added suites and grandstands and the catwalk and stuff. So just a great way for us to start the Silver Dollar National Weekend for sure.
All right, good luck tonight, man.
Thank you for sure.
All right, how about it, ladies and gentlemen? It's Dresden, Ohio's Devin Moran. Anthony Ainsley will send it back up top to you.
Thank you very much, Dustin Jarrett. Ready to get going for our next hot lap session on the agenda, that being for your Natural Fertilizers IMCA Modifieds here this evening. So far, the top 16, they were already locked into tonight's 30-lap, $5,000 A main event from the qualifying and heat races that we had last night here. Same goes for the stock cars. Again, top 16 in points were locked in through the process last night. So these drivers going to get a quick bit of hot lap sessions. We got 2 B mains coming up for the stock cars, as well as the modifieds tonight. Each one will go, I believe, about 8 or 10 laps in distance, depending on the car count. And I hazard a guess about 4 cars out of each one will lock into tonight's main event from both classes. Modifieds about ready to hit out onto the racetrack. Again, $5,000 to win for these modifieds. We're just about ready to head out of the staging area over in turn number 4. We'll let you know who the who's who and the what's are here for tonight. Of course, don't forget, we continue the action tomorrow night. The Modifieds will be back in action tomorrow, I believe, for a 2,000 to win show, complete show for the Modifieds. We'll also have the IMCA Sport Compacts on board tomorrow night. IMCA Modifieds presented by Natural Fertilizers this weekend here at the Silver Dollar Nationals weekend in the Malvern Bank Go 50. First car on your screen, that'll be the driver out of Bellevue, Nebraska, car number 27. That is Homie Clint Homan in the Homan's Auto Pierce Family Racing GRT number 27. Right behind him, being part of the Green River, Wyoming duo, that'll be the 33BY. That'll be Braxton Yeager, second car in line. Behind Braxton Yeager, you see a good look on him on the beautiful neon 33BY out of Wyoming. His brother's also on the Speedway here momentarily. But behind Braxton will be car number 2. I believe that's going to be a mid-state machine-powered Harris chassis out of Whittemore, Iowa. That is Nick Meyer. Nick Meyer in car number 2 in the Dean Meyer Electric sponsored entry. Shortly behind Meyer, we got a double wide shot there to the inside from South Sioux City, Nebraska. That is the Bill Sun Motorsports 25. That is Ricky Racer Steffen in a Vanderbilt chassis. Also on the Speedway from Dunkerton, Iowa, that'll be the 98 machine. That is Jacob Snyder. Snyder coming down the front straightaway. You see him on your FloRacing screen right there. Right behind him from the Lone Star State, from Euless, Texas, that'll be the 127X. That is going to be Glenn Hibbard behind the wheel. As we get ready to go for green flag action for Hot Lap session number 1 for the modifieds. Also on the Speedway from Greenfield, Iowa, we got the 11F of Colton Garside. Another driver who knows the Shelby County Speedway very well from Arion, Iowa. Right behind Garside will be the 92. That is Jeff Stevens, that beautiful blue and fluorescent number 92. Behind him will be the 71 out of Stanton, Iowa. That is going to be Jeff James behind the wheel. James right there in the True Farms Precision Performance number 71. I believe that's a Performer chassis, car number 71. Behind him, the other member of the Yeager brother duo, the 33Y from Green River, Wyoming. That is Bryson Yeager. And right behind him, longtime veteran from Omaha, Nebraska, car number 64. That is the one-man band, Nick Hermsen. Final car on the Speedway heading into turn number 3 from Waukene, Kansas, in that Vanderbilt chassis, car number 66D. They call him the sure thing. That is Dylan Sherfick. So checker flag drops on session number 1 for your Natural Fertilizer Services IMCA Modifieds here this evening. Dylan Sherfick, you see on your screen, he is your top dog here in the lap times. Sherfick clocking in at a 16.178. Clint Holman, let me look there as we switch it over on the My Race Pass timing and scoring. 16.043, that looks better for Dylan Sherfick. Jacob Snyder second at a 16.271. Glenn Hibbard third at a 16.367. Braxton Yeager fourth. Clint Holman rounding out your top 5 after the first session. That might be your one and only session. Looks like there's one more lined up in the staging area. If not, we'll bring out someone, I think, maybe a little tardy to the party there for the modifieds. So looks like we're going to switch over to the Alexander Lawn and Landscape IMCA stock cars. You got a big thanks to Alexander Lawn and Landscape being our sponsor for the stock car division here for the Silver Dollar Nationals weekend. Of course, these drivers, again, top 16 qualified through the heat races last night. First car on your screen, making the trip down from Winnebago, Nebraska to be with us tonight. That'll be the 68. That is Lowell Raber. And right to his inside from Glidden, Iowa, that'll be the 4X machine. That is Ethan Thompson. Third car in line from Council Bluffs, Iowa, one of the Shelby County regulars. That is Bob Walker, I believe currently 7th in the Shelby County Speedway point standings tonight. Behind Bob will be the 22T out of Bronson, Iowa. That is Tyler Smith behind the wheel. You see there in the beautiful number 22T machine. Behind Tyler Smith will be the 93L. That is Blake Lehman. Blake Lehman in the 93L machine. You'll see him a little bit later on tonight out of Winterset, Iowa. Also on the Speedway from Atlantic, Iowa, we got the 33 VH of Dusty Van Horn going through turns 3 and 4. Lead behind Lehman, that'll be car number 8. That is the Racing MD, Dr. Nick Steyer out of Bennington, Nebraska, and that Camaro composite body number 8. Behind him, lead coming to us from Bellevue, Nebraska, that'll be the 16 machine. That is Matthew Tanner. Also making the trip in this hot lap session from Denison, Iowa, that'll be the 10S machine. That is Mike Stapleton behind the wheel. As you get a good look at Matthew Tanner in the 16, Nick Steyer on the top shelf there in car number 8. And there's a good look at the Smithfield-sponsored number 10S of Mike Stapleton as the checker flag drops here in our hot lap session number 1 for the Alexander Lawn and Landscape stock cars. Right now, from the looks of it, Bob Walker and Tyler Smith deadlocked for the best lap time, a 17.284 for both gentlemen. Mike Stapleton second fastest technically at a 17.295. Blake Lehman third fastest at a 17.322. And then we have Dusty Van Horn in the 4th spot at a 17.567. One more group of hot laps coming up for your Alexander Lawn and Landscape stock cars. Again, 41 entries in the stock car class tonight, 34 in your Natural Fertilizer Services IMCA Modifieds. We'll get a look at some of the drivers here in session number 2. First car on your screen comes to us from Council Bluffs, Iowa. He's a former late model and race saver sprint car driver. That'll be the 19R. That is Dustin Ray. Dustin Ray in car number 19R. Second car in line will be the Camaro ZR1 machine. I believe that is going to be, look back through, I believe that's going to be Ryan Williams in the ZR1. Actually, Ryan Webb, I should say, from Denison, Iowa. Jason Rolled out there in the 96 out of Avoca, Iowa. gorgeous number 96 machine. Right behind Jason will be the 35 JW from Lincoln, Nebraska by way of Norton, Kansas. That is the 35 JW of Casey Woken. Also on the Speedway, car number 81 out of Lake City, Iowa. I believe that is going to be Devin Smith in the 81. And it looks like Smith just about overcooks it into turn number 2. Going right past him is your current Shelby County Speedway point leader from Underwood, Iowa. That is the 53R of Larry Robinson Jr. behind the wheel. Also on the Speedway, car number 95 TG, that is Troy Griffin behind the wheel. Troy from right here in Harlan, Iowa. Also on the Speedway, we got the 12 machine from Bellevue, Nebraska. That is Corey Billings. I believe right in front of him, that's a modified, I think, identifying as a stock car. That is Charlie Peck out of Portsmouth, Iowa. That was the one that was a little late to the lineup shoot there for the modifieds, but Charlie Peck started the year off in a late model and now making the switch over to a modified as checker flag flies on our final hot lap session of the evening. Again, the top 16 have already locked into tonight's A main event. These are all the drivers that are trying to qualify from one of the 2 B mains later on. We'll let you know those starting lineups when they become available and ready to go for the racing program. So as the field makes their way back towards the pit area, we're going to take a quick little pause for the cause. When we get back here, opening ceremonies coming up. You're watching the Malvern Bank Go 50 live on FloRacing.
ARP manufactures the ultimate fasteners from the best raw materials using cold forged technology. Family owned and made in the USA. Quality always comes first. For whatever extreme category you're in, it's always ARP-bolts.com.
We showed the world what it means to go big, combining mini mill technology with industry-leading talent, producing steel our customers need in an environmentally responsible way. Now, we're going even bigger. BR2, Big River Steel's second, highly sustainable and technologically advanced steel mill is now operational, allowing us to deliver even more of the sustainable steel needed to solve the challenges of tomorrow without sacrificing performance today.
Established in 1983, FK Rod Ends has been the industry leader for both midget and micro racing. Family owned and operated, we take pride in our products and our name because we know you value yours. Visit our website, www.fkrodends.com, to find out how you can join our winning team. FK Rod Ends. To beat the best, you've got to use the best.
Every weekend under the lights, racers chase something bigger than a trophy. And since 1998, Race Car Engineering has been serving the racing community that keeps this sport alive. With over 100 years of combined racing experience. Now with a brand new website featuring free freight on all orders over $199. RaceCarENG.com. Race Car Engineering, built for racers.
FloRacing Studios live.
Tune into Flo and watch pretty much any race we want. This is our Daytona 500. This is it.
The largest crowd in the history.
Destiny fulfilled.
This is the biggest race I've ever won.
Third late model series in America.
This is exactly the group you need to put on a big event like this.
The biggest night in pavement late model racing history.
Kubota High Limit Racing.
You're watching the greatest sprint car drivers in the world right here on FloRacing.
The Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series is brought to you by Lucas Oil. Keep that engine alive. ARP, scratch that, Big River Steel, developing sustainable steel made with the world's most advanced mini mill technologies. And ARP, quality first and made in the USA. Welcome back to Shelby County Speedway in Harlan, Iowa, the Malvern Bank Go 50. Where it is the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series taking center stage tonight. But before we do that, it is time for opening ceremonies. So if you're willing and able, we ask you to please rise and remove your hats for tonight's Invocation and National Anthem. Tonight's Invocation by Mr. Anthony Ainsley.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to do so at this time, please bow your heads. Lord, we ask your blessing on the races we are about to begin and on the drivers who will challenge each other on the speedway tonight. Please watch over them and let them be enriched by the challenge. Ride with them and guide their hands and hearts. Lead them, each and every one of them, safely to the checkered flag as you lead us in all of our journey toward life's checkered flag. Amen.
Please remain standing as we head down to All Makes Collision Center Victory Circle, where Dustin Jarrett has got our Star Spangled Banner singer.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. If you're able, please remain standing with your headgear removed. We'll direct your attention to Old Glory as Irwin native Savannah McConnell will honor us with the singing of the Star Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glow, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you very much, Savannah. That means we got just one question to ask y'all. I came all the way from Ohio for the third year in a row to see you folks. Shelby County, are you ready? That was pretty darn good. James Essex, Ben Shelton, let's send it back up top to you.
I think he lied to us. We all know he lives at One Sport Mod Drive in Marshalltown, Iowa. Great job down there. How about Savannah McConnell doing a fantastic job? James, it's time now for another fantastic job. Time 6, Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series heat race action. Penske Shocks Heat 1 follows the Race Car Engineering Pace Truck onto the Speedway. Who is on the front row?
And the winner of this race will start on the Bilstein Shocks pole tonight to the Go 50. It'll be Devin Moran, the defending series champion, third in the points now. He is in the Roger Sellers W&M Motorsports 99 out of Dresden, Ohio. And a driver is tonight. He was strong in Georgia, Florida Speed Weeks. He's 11th in points out of Jupiter, Florida. It'll be Clay Harris.
Chris Madden, surprise entry today out of Great Court, South Carolina. The 44 starts inside of row number 2 into his sides outside, fresh off a $10,000 victory last night with SLMR right here. Crazy Jesse Sobbing out of Malvern, Iowa in the 99.
You think Mike Marlar likes Iowa? He's the only 3-time Lucas Oil Knoxville Late Model Nationals winner. The 157 out of Winfield, Tennessee, and J.C. Wyman alongside his first Lucas Oil race in 8 years. The other night, he's back with us tonight. He's out of Griswold, Iowa.
And your final 3 stars will look like this. Row 4 on the inside, Kyle Bronson out of Brandon, Florida in the 40B. To his outside, Charlie McKenna, Charging Charlie in the 22M. And Bernard Cooper Jr., a.k.a. Junior Cooper, will start 9th in this one in cart number 10. As they form up behind the Race Car Engineering Pace Truck, they'll pull to the back, the infield down the back straightaway. James, they'll come to the green flag. The Ace Doran hauling and rigging start zone down in turn 4. 8 laps, top 3 to the feature. Here we go with Moran and Harris.
Come out of turn number 4. Pull center pace setters. They come out of turn 4 between the flags. Moran will grab the lead to the 1. In Devin Moran, he is the defending Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series National Champion. How about Clay Harris way up top? And he's going to lose several spots down the back straightaway, Ben.
That's a tough first lap for Clay Harris. He'll fall back to the 6th spot. Lap 1 goes to Devin Moran. 2nd to Mike Marlar. 3rd to Sobbing. In the 4th spot outside looking in is Chris Madden as they're favoring the low side of the track down in 1 and 2.
Man, it is so hard to start when it's 95 degrees and bright sunshine, but they're making the best of it right now. Moran with the lead. Marlar swings way out wide out of 4. 3rd is Sobbing. You mentioned Sobbing at the Malvern East-West Rim last night, 10K. Trying to win his first ever Lucas Oil race as he pressures Marlar to turn number 3. And right now in the 4th spot is Chris Smokey Madden.
Out front, it's all Devin Moran as he leads lap 3. 5 to go here in Penske Shocks Heat 1. Marlar in 2nd. Sobbing slips off the bottom down in 1 and 2. And that opens the door. Chris Madden to his inside, side by side for the final transfer spot.
Devin Moran out of turn number 4. Cornet Power under that 99. Into turn 1. Battle back here. Sobbing and Madden into 1. Chris Madden now, as his son Avery's the crew chief of that Infinity by Wells. He'll pull away from Saab and get to 3. But right now, Ben, it is all Devin Moran here in heat number 1.
And that last lap, Devin Moran was almost 5/10 better than anybody. He's got that race car dialed in. Meanwhile, Marlar in second, Madden in third, Saabing back and forth. They're all hunting moisture on the low side of the racetrack. We'll see if that starts to slick off and they move around. Either way, 2 laps to go as the green flag's held high in there here at Shelby County Speedway.
It's Moran, Marlar, Madden, Saabing in the 4th spot. Right now, Devin Moran coming out of turn number 4, heading into tonight, Ben. He has 30 career victories in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. We're in the Barrett's Performance white flag, 1 lap to go for the Bill Stein Shocks pole tonight, Ben.
Almost a 2-second lead for Devin Moran. Final time down the back straightaway off into turns 3 and 4. Penske Shocks heat race number 1. Devin Moran in convincing fashion picks up the win. Second goes to Mike Marlar. Third will go to Chris Madden. Meanwhile, behind them, Jesse Saabing, Kyle Bronson, Charlie McKenna, Clay Harris all head off to a B main. So coming home in third, Chris Madden in car 44. Second to Mike Marlar, and Devin Moran takes the win. He'll get a word with Dustin Jarrett. And the Double Down Motorsports, Millwood Plumbing, Big River Steel, Phillips CPA, C&W Trucking Storage King, Hazen Services 99. He's with DJ.
And he's going to pull the helmet off. You heard him say after this All-Star Performance fast time that he seems to qualify well here, but he's got to put it together for 50 laps. Devin, little different racetrack out there, but at times you were a half-second faster than anyone else. Could you feel that behind the driver's seat?
Not really, no, not as slick as it is. I just was watching Chucky down there, down the back straightaway. But yeah, just a little different in Shelby County than what we're used to. You know, they definitely got it on the drier side tonight, so I'm sure they'll get that disc out back there and put some water on it before this feature. So starting in the best spot, so just see what we can do.
He's going to roll from the Bill Stein pole here tonight, looking for a clean sweep out of Dresden, Ohio. How about it for Devin Moran?
Now, James, it's time for Summit Racing Equipment Heat Race number 2. Top 3 out of this will move off to the feature. Winner will start third tonight. On the pole out of Chatham, Illinois, it's Squirrel Brian Shirley in the 3S, and to his outside all the way from Dade City, Florida, the 17 SS for Brendan Smith.
Row 2, the Kosiski Auto Parts 53 out of La Vista, Nebraska, to be Andrew Kosiski and Chase Younghands. He ran strong last weekend at Wheeling. He's in the 18 out of Manhattan, Kansas.
Inside of row 3, Brody Smith out of Dade City, Florida, the 17 SR. And the 93L to his outside, Corey Lawler from Hanover, Pennsylvania.
Tim Ward originally out of Mesa, Arizona, and living in Harcourt, Iowa, the 4TW. Dylan Silman, the 35D out of Alvo, Nebraska. And Dan Battaglia does not make the call in 45. Well, it's only 7:30 here local time, and it's still about 90 degrees, so... we've seen it here before. I mean, they'll probably do a little track prep work here after the 6 heat races before the A main. So,
hey guys, one thing to keep in mind. Yeah, one thing to keep in mind too, James. There were over 160 race cars here last night. They had a full racing program that went until about midnight here last night. So yeah, first time this place has had a 4-day racing program. They have the Tiny Lund Memorial every year in the fall, but they're going to learn a lot here in this one, and you're going to see that disc out on the track a little bit later on here tonight.
Yeah, Tiny Lund, a native of Harlan, Iowa, the 1963 Daytona 500 winner. Right now, Brian Shirley, 2006 Knoxville Late Model Nationals winner, defending Prairie Dirt Classic champion, Ben, at the A store at Holligan Rigging Start Zone. We are underway in heat number 2.
Green flag's up. Younghands going to see if he can find anything through the middle as everybody tries to pinch off to the bottom. Younghands from 4th to 3rd. He goes after 2nd. Now the challenge is going to be down here in 3 and 4 as he slips off of 2. They're all chasing Brian Shirley off of turn 4. Lap 1 on the board. It's Shirley over Brendan Smith. And at the line, Andrew Kosiski by a nose over Younghands.
Yeah, 2 impressive finishes last week for Chase Younghands. Still looking for his first win in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Kosiski battles back. Again, the top 3 out of each of the 6 heat races advance. Brian Shirley out at turn number 4. His first full year in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Currently 9th of the points. Out at turn number 2. And a good run at Adams County. He almost got 3rd at the line over Nick Hoffman.
And I tell you what, Shirley coming back to a lot of places. Some for the first time. Some places he had been in a while back on the road. First time ever for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. And Shirley's looking good, working lap 4 of his 8-lap affair. Summit Racing Equipment Heat Race number 2. Last time by, James, he had a 1.5-second advantage on Brendan Smith.
How about Brendan Smith, the Snowco Racial 17 SR Smith Speed Solutions. Kosiski right down that 3rd and final spot. Brother Brody runs back in 5th, but Brian Shirley looking to go to the winner's circle here in heat number 2, brought to you by Summit Racing Equipment. And the winner will start inside row number 2 as we click them off. 3 to go down the back straightaway for Squirrel.
Summit Racing Equipment Heat 2 off into turns 3 and 4, a 1.7 second advantage last time by for Brian Shirley. Now just 2 laps remain in this heat race. Brendan Smith firmly in the second spot. Andrew Kosiski, it's a big deal to put it into the show with the Lucas Oil Series. He holds on to that 3rd transfer spot. You see on the right side of your screen as Chase Younghands closes in. Barrett's Performance, 1 to go, 1 more lap to sort it out.
And Brian Shirley has never won a Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series sanctioned race. Yes, he had that famous spin to win in 06 in Knoxville, where he started 31st, but that was only sponsored by Lucas Oil, not sanctioned. And Brian Shirley right now, long as he crosses the Longacre Racing product scales, he will start inside row 2 here tonight, Ben.
Shirley takes the win. Summit Race Equipment Heat Race number 2. Brendan Smith in 2nd. Andrew Kosiski 3rd and final transfer. Then Younghands, Brody Smith, Dylan Silman will all everybody else off to B mains. So finishing 3rd, Andrew Kosiski in the 53 Nebraska Zone, the 17 SS of Florida's Brendan Smith, and Brian Shirley out of Chatham, Illinois. The Bob Cullen Racing, Hoker Trucking, Thomason Express, Valvoline, J&E Construction, Sidebite Apparel, J&J Ventures and Gaming, and Allgaier Performance. Durham Powered Longhorn, he's with Dustin Jarrett.
Well, James mentions it all the time, right? The spin to win in the Knoxville Late Model Nationals, but not a Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series sanctioned race. And we talk about the bad luck that this guy has had really all year long, and I think it carried over from last year as well. But you gotta think if there's a track on this Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series Tour you're going to run at, it's one with dark clay like this and somewhat of a bull ring. Would you agree with that, Shirley?
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's definitely got some Illinois character. It was kind of like Adams County. It was nice to get back on that black dirt. So you get a little bit of comfort zone there where you get to make some adjustments that you're used to, and it just helps a little bit.
All right, Brian Shirley grabs the win, guys, in heat race number 2. He's going to start inside row 2 in tonight's Malvern Bank Go 50.
It was the 18th to 4th, right?
Yeah.
Tuesday night at Adams County.
Well, Kuwait Thermotech Heat Race number 3 winner. This one will start 5th tonight on the pole. Hard charger last night with the Malvern Bank Series. Blair Nodorf out of Renner, South Dakota to his outside. Daniel Hilsebeck out of Earlham, Iowa.
Max Blair currently 5th in the championship points. It is returned to the series, the 111 out of Centerville, Pennsylvania. And on the outside of him, looking for his first career win in the series, it'll be Chris Simpson. He's out of Oxford, Iowa in 32.
Inside of row 3, Brandon Overton out of Evans, Georgia in the 76. The 24C of Brandon Conkright. The Kansas racer starts 6th.
And row 4, 2 drivers making their first appearance of the year in the series. Jeff Tharp in the 10Ts out of Sherrill, Iowa. And Alan Hopp just took delivery of a Pro Power engine a couple hours ago. He's in car 80 out of Harlan, Iowa. 8 laps, top 3 transfer. Winner starts inside row 3. And that pivotal Simpson race. We don't have a Simpson in a Simpson. Oh, we do. We have Chad Simpson. Remember last year we had Chris and Chad in a Simpson Race Products heat.
Well, we got Chad in the next one. Chris is in this one.
Yep,
yes,
there you
sir.
go. All right, top 3 advance. Behind the Race Car Engineering Pace Truck. For more information, go to racecareng.com. Dirt, asphalt, hot rod, go-karts, whatever. They've got parts for everything. Racecareng.com. Ace Door and Hauling and Rigging. Heat number 3 for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series underway.
Green flag's up, and how about that? Blair Nodorf, a little bit of run right through the middle of the racetrack. Off at 2s where guys are struggling, and he's going to struggle as well as Blair shoots by to the inside.
Max Blair out in front, got that big win a couple of weeks ago at Zanesville, 15th to the lead right now, digging on the bottom. Here comes Brandon Overton. And Hilsebeck in there on Nodorf. Down the back straightaway, Max Blair pulling away. He wins this race, he'll start inside of road number 3, the 111. 5th in the championship points. Brandon Overton is 4th in the points. They hit it at turn number 1.
And Blair 3rd on the starting grid. Got to the lead early in this one. Took advantage of some guys having some issues in front of him. Brandon Overton sits in 2nd. He started 5th. And if you're Overton right now, passing at a premium right now, the low group being the place to be, Overton's got to be happy being into a 2nd spot so early.
Brandon Overton this year, as we mentioned, tired of me saying it, right? He's led 161 laps this year, by far the most of anyone without a win. And he get it done here tonight. But right now, Max Blair has the advantage. Overton, Blair Nodorf runs in 3rd. Daniel Hilsebeck is 4th as we are at the Hellraiser Jack's halfway mark at heat number 3.
Yeah, we see Max Blair in 1 and 2 slipping a little bit higher, and that allows Overton to close in on him to 3 and 4. They're both glued right there to the bottom. 5 in the books, 3 to go, and Blair and Overton breaking away. Nodor firmly in that third spot. Hilsebeck in fourth. Again, only the top 3 move on. Everybody else will be off to one of a couple of B mains tonight. James off of turn 4. The flagman will hold the green flag high in there. That means 2 to go here in the state of Iowa.
Brandy's here tonight, so we better not lose this race, right?
You're going to have to deal with her if he does.
Yeah, he ought to deal with her. Brandon Overton down the back straight away. Congratulations to him and his wife.
Yes.
New baby boy on its way here as they come out of turn number 4. And we've got the white flag, the Barron's Performance white flag, 1 left to go. It's Blair Overton, Nodorf. Your top 3. Blair looks good down the back straightaway, Ben.
Final time down the back straightaway. Kulit Thermotech Heat Race number 3. How about it for Pennsylvania's Max Blair? He'll pick up the win after starting 3rd. Brandon Overton comes home in 2nd. Blair Nodorf in 3rd. Outside looking in, Hilsebeck, Tharp, Simpson, Conkright, and Hop. So your 3rd and final transfer, Blair Nodorf out of Renner, South Dakota. 2nd to Brandon Overton out of Evans, Georgia. And your winner of Kuwait Thermotech Heat Race number 3, Max Blair. He's the Centerline Motorsports, Upstate Auto Group, Riggs Fiber, Lakeside Auto Group, Virgili Iron and Steel, C&J Dairy, and Creekside Auto Cells. The Clements Powered Longhorn, and the only 2 Dolphin fans on the property get to talk to each other down to Dustin Jarrett.
It seems fitting, right? There might be more. You don't know that. Mac's going to pull the helmet off. Hey, he's been really, really good here this year on these slick racetracks like this. But, Max, we saw you get that hole shot down the front straightaway. How important was it for you to get that hole shot and try to grab the lead as early as you could?
It was everything. I love it when it's slippery like this. I'm sure they're going to do some farming and make it so we can move around a little more later on. But what a facility, what a place. I'm really looking forward to the weekend.
Fins up, Max Blair grabs the win, guys, in Kulit Thermotech Heat Race number 3. And as you said, he will start in P5 in tonight's Malvern Bank Go 50.
Well, James, it's time to find out who is going to be starting outside front row for tonight's Malvern Bank Go 50 alongside Devin Moran. The winner of Simpson Race Products Heat 4 will get that luxury. Starting on the pole of this one, Ryan Gustin, Marshalltown, Iowa, in the 19R to his outside from Lakeshore, Minnesota, the 60 of Dan Ebert.
Pretty soon those two will be talking about the Dolphins, the preseason Super Bowl winner, right?
You did confirm there were only 2 Dolphins fans here, you said, correct?
We did confirm that. Justin Duty, the 15 Molino, Oregon, on the outside, the 71 car. The defending Silver Dollar Nationals winner is Hudson O'Neill out of Martinsville, Indiana.
Inside of row 3, the 25 of Chad Simpson out of Mount Vernon, Iowa, and Clay Stuckey to his outside, the 15 from Shreveport, Louisiana.
Paylor Motorsports 93, that's Carson Ferguson out of Lincoln, North Carolina, outside JT Wasman. He is out of Pine Island, Pine Island, Minnesota. There is a Pine Island, Nebraska, I believe. He's out of Minnesota, 51W. Anyway, Derek Stewart's out of Ainsworth, Iowa. There you go. All right, 8 laps, top 3 will transfer.
Gustin and Ebert, your front row behind the race car engineering pace truck. And you guys like Max Blair, they like seeing it get slick like this. We're seeing a lot of guys that's throwing for a loop, and I think they all know to the point of Blair, they're going to go out there and farm this thing before later in the night. And I think DJ said it well too. They're learning a lot about this racetrack. They come down here and 160 race cars last night. And DJ, you were out here. I didn't land until late last night, but you said they went throughout the night and they worked the racetrack once the sun started to set.
Yeah, racetrack was fantastic last night, guys. They did 2 farm sessions. Each one lasted anywhere from about 20 to 25 minutes. And James and I have seen that too in the 2 previous Tuesday shows we've had here as well. But it's not just the track prep crew that are getting their feet under them, so to speak. It's also the drivers, like your pole sitter in this one, Ryan Gustin. What did Ryan Gustin do? Last night, he went out there and he put the restrictor plate on the 19R so that he could just get some laps so that he could run with the Malvern Bank late models last night. Now, he wasn't able to race his way into the show, but that seat time is all important when you come to a racetrack that you've got minimal experience on.
Yeah, Gustin currently 5th in the World of Outlaw Series points. So the race car engineering pace truck, Ben, the pivotal heat number 4. The winner starts at the outside front row alongside Devin Moran. Winner of heat number 5 will be alongside Brian Shirley, and Max Blair will be joined by the winner of heat number 6.
And the interesting point, James, right now, it's beneficial to be starting on the inside, obviously, with that bottom being the best. Later, if they farm this thing, you might want to be starting outside front row for that main event. So perhaps the winner of this one, this could be a very, as you said, pivotal heat race for later in the night. The race car engineering pace truck pulls to the infield down the back straightaway. Simpson Race Products heat race number 4. Ryan Gustin on the pole. Dan Ebert alongside this. Could this be a night where Dan Ebert gets his first series win? Well, it all starts here in heat race number 4. Green flag's up. We're underway.
The East Door hauling and rigging start zone. Not a good start for the 60 car. They're going to get sideways. And the 71 and 60. And that is a multi-car Hellraiser Jack's caution. So it will be a complete restart.
Guys, as they came down the front straightaway, it's as simple as a bunch of drivers all fighting for the same piece of real estate. Look, make no doubt about it, the bottom is where you want to be, and there were a lot of drivers all going for the bottom when they went down to turn number 1.
Dan Ebert and Heartbeat Hot Sauce Hot Pit, Dustin, in the 60 car. So they're going to take the hood off. Well, let's see. Trying to find out what the issue is with the James Trentino car. Let's take a look at the FK Rodin's instant replay.
Yeah, that was, that's interesting. You almost wanted, did he lose power steering? Is there some other issue, or did he just not want to fire? Car went off in there and it got away from him. And you do see him get clipped there in the left front. You got to wonder, well, he's going to make his way back out. Crew took a look at the race car, and the 60 comes back out. Now, he would have got to retain outside front row, James, because he went to the Heartbeat Hot Sauce Hot Pit. See another look at that FK Rodin's instant replay where Hudson got on the binders to keep from getting into Ebert. Ebert will have to go to the back, man. That is a tough break. He was starting outside of row number 1, but he's going to head to the back. Meanwhile, the All Makes Collision turn 4 work area. Looked like maybe Hudson was going to stop down there, but...
Well, they went out and looked at the racetrack. There might have been some debris out there.
Right in front of Hudson's nose. He did have a little bit of contact there. And yes, debris on the front straightaway as well.
Yeah, guys, and real quick, that came from one of those 2 race cars. I just talked to a couple guys with Dan Ebert's crew, and they said nothing broke on the 60. They said they were just down there trying to pull away the damage from that race car where he and Hudson O'Neal and others made contact.
Well, Sheriff Hudson stopped down there to see if there is debris on the racetrack. Again, O'Neal comes in tonight, second in the points. He is the defending Silver Dollar Nationals champion at Houston's a year ago, and I think he's pointing out more. By the way, his dad won the very first Silver Dollar Nationals in Larry Mooring's car back in 2011.
How about 15 editions before this year of the Al Belt Custom Home Silver Dollar Nationals? 11 different winners. This is a tough race to win. And it comes back home this year. And James, it's a unique event in the sense that second pays more than first. $52,000 to win, $53,000 for second. And, those numbers obviously have ties to the Kosiski family. But a lot of people, I don't get it. Why does it pay more? Well, I'll tell you what, the guys that finished first and second, they're going to be thankful it pays right there even. Over $226,000 just for Saturday night's feature, over $300,000 on the weekend.
Yeah, $3,500 to start. Again, it was O'Neal and Ebert involved. So a multi-car, more than one. They both would have got their spot back, but Ebert went to the Heartbeat Hot Sauce Hot Pit, as you mentioned, so he'll lose his spot.
And we do, and looks like they have gone out there and crisscross with Ebert not having to go to the back of the pack. It would have been a complete double file restart. So Justin Duty was starting inside of row 2. That moves him outside front row, and
he probably would have preferred to stay inside row 2, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he probably said, "You know what, guys? Is this where's my choose cone when I need it? Where's Deathridge Opticians choose cone?" We'll see that coming back on Tuesday night at Lincoln Speedway with FloRacing Night in America. Wednesday will be at Fairbury. All that here on FloRacing.
Ryan Gustin, now Justin Duty, O'Neal, and Chad Simpson as they come out at turn number 4. The East Door and hauling and rigging, 8 laps. Top 3 transfer, and they are looking for prime real estate on the bottom here at Shelby County down the back straightaway. Carson Ferguson says, "You guys go right ahead." Holy cow, man! Ferguson on top of
Chad Simpson.
And that is a Hellraiser Jack's big time
and Ebert's going to back into both of them. Look out, Ebert. Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness.
Chaos. Everybody wanting that preferred groove right now. And, man, you talked about Justin Duty did not want to go to the outside of the front row. He was trying to get back there down in 1 and 2. He gets shuffled to the outside, and we'll have an FK Rodin's instant replay momentarily. But, yeah, you got a couple of them on top of each other down there. Carson Ferguson up on top of Chad Simpson's number 25 is Chaos with everybody wanting the same piece of real estate. So let's take it the first of 2 FK Rodin's instant replays of what went awry here in heat race number 4, presented by Simpson Race Products. As you see, Duty and Simpson right there, and Carson gets a run to the inside, and man, just 2 guys going after the same piece of real estate, and your battle for second ends up with a couple of cars hooked up, and Dan Ebert stopping at the bottom of the corner. Another look from the infield coming at you, and whoop, And you saw Carson Ferguson go in there, and basically Chad Simpson looked over and he had another driver in the cockpit with him. How about a third look?
Why not another look from the eastcentralsports.com Denego Power Sports drone?
Oh.
Same result?
Yeah.
Dan Ebert got into the tire down there, into the Ace Doran flag down there. As you see them, they are now going to put Ferguson up on the hook as the Johnson Holding Company's 25 will pull away. Yes, Dustin.
Guys, they broke my Ace Doran flag down here. I've got it. I got to stand down here and hold this now?
Yes,
Sure.
sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It's part of the pit reporter duties. Thank you.
Thank you. What does that pay extra? Do I get 2 hot dogs instead of 1 if I stand down here and hold this?
It's contingent on you finishing the night.
The
yes,
way
sir.
this is going, I'm going to shorten this Ace Doran starting zone up a good bit, guys. Hey, real quick. The 60 of Dan Ebert went down to the Heartbeat Hot Sauce Hot Pit. They looked under the left front and the right front of that race car and sent him off. The 93 of Carson Ferguson's going to drive away. His crew has a brand new tire ready to put on that race car. And we're going to see, here you go, Canute. There's your flag back. Thank you. And Chad Simpson right now getting tended to by safety officials. It looks like he is going to go off on the hook. All right. Hey, Ben, you never work this hard down here.
I promise you I haven't. You're doing a fantastic job. Looks like the wrecker is perhaps going to pull away from Chad Simpson. Well, I tell you what, they're down there getting things sorted out. Why don't we step aside real quick, take a commercial break. When we come back, Simpson Race Products Chaos Heat Race number 4 from Shelby County Speedway here on FloRacing. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Shelby County Speedway in Harlan, Iowa, Malvern Bank Go 50, where it has been Go Chaos in Simpson Race Products Heat Race number 4 for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing. James, lights are out again, and Ryan Gustin has to be thinking, what in the world is happening behind me?
And you're wondering why the 25 and the 93, again, a multi-car accident. We have yet to complete a lap, so they get their spot back. It would have been single car. They would have had to go to the back. Here we go on the restart. Ace Doran hauling and rigging this time. Let's see if we can get into 1 without any beating and banging as they come out at 2. Looking for prime real estate here in Shelby County down the back straightaway. Gustin has the lead over Duty and O'Neill.
Man, you can roll that middle down in 1 and 2. You cannot get off at 2. Meanwhile, Carson Ferguson's running the 4/10 mile oval around the top. Meanwhile, more beating and banging off into turns 1 and 2. Clay Stuckey up to 4. Chad Simpson back to 5th. They're chasing Ryan Gustin along with Justin Duty and Hudson O'Neill. That's your 3 transfer cars as they run right now with 2 to go, 2 down, 6 laps remaining.
Justin Duty right there in that second spot. Down the back straightaway, O'Neill in 3rd. But Ryan Gustin, the Todd Cooney Motorsports Infinity by Wells, 19. Jay Dickens Power Plant under the hood for the driver, again currently 5th in the World of Outlaw Series points into turn number 1.
Ryan Gustin, 1 career Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series win. It came at a very slick East Bay Raceway Park. So right now, utilizing the low side of his speedway, he is driving away from Justin Duty. And Hudson O'Neill right now, after that early race chaos where he just barely made contact with Dan Ebert, probably happy just to hold on to a transfer spot as we pass the Hellraiser Jack's halfway mark. But now Hudson's got company on the right side of your screen. Here comes Clay Stuckey.
Didn't get a good runner-up finish in this one. He finished fourth on back. You're going to start in that second B main, but right now, Gustin, he's going to start on the outside of the front row in a matter of 3 more laps here into turn number 1. Right now, Devin Moran, he is on the Bilstein Shocks pole. Ryan Gustin trying to join him here as they head down the main straightaway. 2 to go, Ben, here in the 4th heat race.
Ryan Gustin, his lead has ballooned to 3.7 seconds over Justin Duty, Hudson O'Neal, Clay Stuckey, and Chad Simpson. Bears performance, 1 to go. White flag in there. Final time around the Speedway and Simpson Race Products Heat 4. Ryan Gustin cruising to what would guarantee him an outside front row starting spot tonight. Justin Duty has pulled away from Hudson O'Neal. Final time through turns 3 and 4. Checkered flag is up. Simpson Race Products Heat 4 goes to Ryan Gustin. Second goes to car number 15 of Justin Duty. Hudson O'Neal in third. Meanwhile, Clay Stuckey, Chris Simpson, Ebert, Ferguson, Wasman, and Stewart head off to a B main here tonight. So your third and final transfer, Hudson O'Neal in the 71 car, second to Justin Duty out of Milano, Oregon, and your winner out of Marshalltown, Iowa, Ryan Gustin, the Vic Hill powered, Jay Dickens powered tonight, Infinity by Wells, Allen Seamless Gutters, Hoker Trucking, Dynamic Drive Lines, Custom Fabricating and Repair. For Ryan Gustin, he's with Dustin.
Oh, he used to be my second favorite, Gustin, and then his son Brayton started running really well. Sister Janae had a kid, and I don't know, he may be moving down the list here a little bit, but he gets a little redemption there. Hey, I was telling him you were my second favorite, Gustin, then Brayton's been running really good. Janae had a kid. Hey, all jokes aside, you went out and ran a Malvern Bank race for the first time in 12 years last night. Did you learn anything here last night that you can apply towards this Malvern Bank Go 50 today?
The only thing I learned is some guys kick my butt for sure. Nah, our motors don't run very good. That choked down, but we figure we're here. We're gonna give it a shot. But got a really good hot rod tonight. Hopefully they get track widened out. We'll see what we can do.
He's a brother, he's a dad, he's an uncle, and he's the outside pole sitter for the Malvern Bank Go 50 out of Marshalltown, Iowa. How about it for the Reaper, Ryan Gustin?
All right, well, James, it's time for My Race Pass Heat Race number 5. Good to see Chris Krug and Dan Taylor in the house from My Race Pass. The winner of this one is going to start 4th here tonight. And on the pole, it's Nick Hoffman out of Mooresville, North Carolina. New bullet under the hood of the number 9 car. And to his outside in the AK Race Car 16, Tyler Bruning out of Decorah, Iowa.
It'll be Dennis Erb Jr. He's at 28 out of Carpentersville, Illinois. And on the outside, the all-time winners driver in the Lucas Oil Series with 96 career wins out of Blairsville, Georgia. It's Jonathan Davenport.
Starting inside of row 3 out of Chelsea, Iowa, Dallin Murdy in the 13, into his outside the 9, a T-Mac, Timmy McCready out of Watertown, New York.
Zach Zeidner, who is last year's IMCA late model champion, his Lucas Oil debut tonight out of Bellevue, Nebraska. Brett Hopp also his Lucas Oil debut tonight out of Harlan, Iowa. And Mike Collins, the Joker, formerly out of Council Bluffs, Iowa, down there in New Orleans, Louisiana. The race car engineering pace truck leading the way, Ben.
Yeah, so 5th of 6 heat races coming after this. We'll have modified B mains. Again, expect to see some track prep along the way as well. Man, I tell you what, we've had some guys try some different grooves, but Dustin, that low line around the Speedway, when it gets slick like this, the shortest distance is the one that matters. And the guys that have really been able to lock that in, nobody has anything for them.
Yeah, by the way, Gary Hopp, track promoter here, already sitting in the tractor with the blade behind it. He's prepping, I believe, to go out after this last late model heat race.
Well, thank you for the update. Lights are out on the Speedway. My Race Pass Heat Race number 5. Hoffman, Bruning, top 3 to the feature. Winner starts 4th here tonight. The Malvern Bank Go 50, and we're underway. Nick Hoffman on the whole shot. It takes him off into 1 and 2.
The Store and Hauling and Rigging start zone. Out at turn number 2, Hoffman, Clements Power Plant, the number 9 car, currently second in yellow points, led the most laps Tuesday night at Adams County. He has 1 career win in the Lucas Oil Series. That was last year at Brownstown, Indiana, when he won the C.J. Rayburn Memorial Race.
Out front, it is Hoffman over Dennis Erb Jr., a couple of drivers from the World of Outlaws running 1 and 2. Back in 3rd, Tyler Bruning. His teammates behind him, Dallin Murdy in the 13. And Jonathan Davenport rides back in 5th. As right now, man, you're just not going to get out of that bottom. If you get out of that bottom, that's because your race car is not handling very well. And as I say that, Murdy pushes out of the bottom on your screen. That allows Davenport to close in. And if you're in heat race 6, you know the scouting report, what's happening. You're going to get to the feature. You're going to very likely see a different racetrack. But hey, man, we got right now, James, and it's all Nick Hoffman all the time out in front. This time by Hellraiser Jack's halfway mark. 4 down, 4 to go.
Yeah, we need to get this sun down as well. 1 more heat to go. You mentioned after this, it'll have Brandon Shepard and Dylan McCowan on the front row. And right now, Nick Hoffman, the NOS Energy Drink number 9. Well, if one for Bobby Pierce, what a year he's had, right? As Nick Hoffman, as Bobby Pierce watching with his dad tonight. And again, best wishes, Bob. And Bobby plans to run with us tomorrow night and on Saturday night. But right now, it is Hoffman Erb. And then you have the battle between the Skyline Motorsports car, a pair of AK race cars tonight, and Tyler Bruning and Dallin Murdy.
Yeah, you were starting to say, if not for Bobby Pierce, Hoffman's having a hell of a year with Outlaws, and he is having a hell of a year. He's second in the points, 8 wins overall on the year. But, man, Bobby's just had a banner year. And I think Bobby's probably watching with Dad Bob, and neither one of them feels too bad about the season Bobby's had. Right now, though, it's Barrett's Performance, white flag, one more time around the Speedway. Nick Hoffman, a 1.4-second advantage.
What, 23 wins? He's won 11 out of his last 14 races. Has Bobby Pierce, but Nick Hoffman right now looks to start on the outside of row number 2 here tonight as he takes the checkered flag in heat number 4.
Dennis Erb Jr. second. Third and final transfer, Tyler Bruning in the 16. Behind them, Dallin Murdy, Davenport, Zeitner, McCready, Hopp, and Collins will head off to a B main. So third and final transfer out of Decorah, Iowa, Tyler Bruning in the 16. Second to Carpentersville, Illinois, Dennis Erb Jr. in the 28. And your winner, Nick Hoffman out of Mooresville, North Carolina, the Tide Touring Racing, Not Synergy Drink, Wolf Petroleum, CW Trucking, Petroff Towing, Clements Powered Longhorn. He's with DJ.
This thing's fast. He was coming in hot down here, guys, in this Tide Touring Racing number 9. Hoffman, I told him you were coming in hot down here to talk to me. This thing's fast. You guys had to put a new power plant in this thing. Does that raise any concerns? Does it make any difference to you as a driver whenever you do something like that from one night to the next?
No, absolutely not. I just got a really great engine package with Clements and Durham. So tonight we got a Clements motor in, runs great, and just tough break the other night. It's just part of parts failures. So came in hot there because I was just making sure I didn't miss the rubber. I wasn't even paying attention to the flag, so I didn't even know the race was over. So I feel like our car's good, but I know once they get those tractors out here, we're gonna have a lot different racetrack for this feature. So obviously you got to do something. It's rubbered up right now, and that top lane will come in later, I'm sure.
All right, he picks up the win, guys, in heat race number 5, his second heat win this week with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Looking for a second podium finish of the week as well out of Mooresville, North Carolina. It's Nick Hoffman.
Well, James, one more heat race to go. Lucas Oil heat race number 6. And starting on the pole of this one, current Midwest Sheet Metal point leader Brandon Shepard out of New Berlin, Illinois in the 1. To his outside of Urbana, Missouri, Dylan McCowan in the 8.
In your next row is the current Malvern Bank West Series points leader, Tad Pospisil to Norfolk, Nebraska. And the top rookie to Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, leading the O'Reilly Auto Parts chase for that. It's the 11 of Josh Rice out of Crittenden, Kentucky.
Inside of row 3, the 20 RT of Ricky Thornton Jr. out of Chandler, Arizona. To his outside from Plattsmouth, Nebraska, the 0-1 of Jacob Hobscheit.
Garrett Alberson, his last 2 Lucas Oil races at Wheatland and in Tuesday night at Adams County, runner-up. He starts inside row 4 out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, and Kurt Schroeder, driver out of Newton, Iowa in the 15C. Final heat of the night for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. So we'll put 18 in the show. We'll have 2 B mains after that. No, 6 times 3 is 18.
Yes, sir.
So we'll have 2 B mains, take the top 2, right? That gets us to 22, and then 2 provisionals. Again, it is a full points race here tonight, guys.
Ben, I'm guessing James didn't even have to take his shoes off to figure that out.
Nah, man, he's like our own little Albert Einstein on staff with the math.
The sun has entered our scoring booth up here, hasn't it?
It's entered the chat and baked our brains. Well, right now, Brandon Shepard, he's got more Simpson Race Products heat race wins than anybody this year. 18. He's trying to make it 19 in this one during the 6th starting spot for the feature. And you see Dylan McCowan wasting no time to get behind him. You heard Hoffman talk about it. We're not going to sugarcoat it. The bottom right of this track is rubbered up right now. So we're going
to Rice to the outside.
That's right. He gets around Pospisil for the transfer. Thornton's going to throw a Hail Mary. You can charge into the corner through the middle. Off the corner is the challenge. He gets a good run, though. Can he find something down in 1 and 2? They bottleneck in front of him, and, man, it just gets too slick, too dirty off of 2.
He just loses traction out of 2. But right now, Shepard, the current Midwest Sheet Metal points leader, looking for his first Lucas Oil Championship, comes in tonight 70 ahead of O'Neill. Dylan McCowan, what a weekend last weekend at Lucas Oil Speedway. His first 2 career wins of the series on his home track. Yeah, right now, solid in 2nd, and Pospisil in 3rd in the 04 car.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm going to give it to Thornton. He may run toward the back, but he's going to clean it off. Interesting, you can run the top in 3 and 4 and not really losing the ground. 1 and 2, you got to get to do what he just did. He went to the bottom. Meanwhile, though, your top 3, you're not going to get them out of the bottom of the racetrack. They know where they need to be. 4 down, 4 to go. Lucas Oil heat race number 6. Hellraiser Jack's halfway mark has come and gone as we work lap 5 down the back straightaway with our Midwest Sheet Metal point leader, Brandon Shepard, holding a 2.3-second advantage.
Albertson started on the back row right now in the 4th spot, but he's got to get to 3rd. If not, he'd had a good starting spot in one of the 2 B mains here tonight. Brandon Shepard, 7 wins this year in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Of course, for his career, been 42 of them. And he is 6th all-time in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series win list.
You know, Shepard, the only 5-time World of Outlaws champion. He's trying to get his first ever Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series title this year, and he's 1 lap away from picking up his series best 19th Simpson Race Products Heat Race win. Bears performance, 1 to go for Brandon Shepard, who holds a 3-second advantage over Dylan McCowan. McCowan's got a half a straightaway over Tad Pospischel. As out of turn 4, Brandon Shepard wins Lucas Oil Racing Products Heat Race number 6. McCowan moves off to the main event in 2nd. 3rd and final transfer, Nebraska's Tad Pospischel. Garrett Alberson from the back row to 1 spot short. He'll head to a B main. And he's got Josh Rice, Hobscheit, Schroeder, and Thornton Jr., who retired early. So your 3 transfers, Tad Pospischel in 3rd, 2nd to Dylan McCowan, and your winner of Lucas Oil Heat 6, Brandon Shepard. And the Valvoline Performance Grading, Swaber Calf Ranches, Ace Metalworks, Franklin Enterprises, Fox Shocks, Collins Brothers Towing, Durham Powered Rocket. He's with DJ.
We ran 1 time here at Shelby County last year, guys. He charged from 12th to 2nd in that highly entertaining A main that saw a ton of movers and shakers. He won't have to start quite as far back here this year. Sheppy, we just said you went from 12th to 2nd last year. How good does it feel to get a heat race win and know that you're going to be starting one of these first 3 rows tonight?
Yeah, it feels really good. You know, the car's just been really good all night tonight, just like it has been. And you know, the track's a little bit 1 lane, but I know Gary and everybody here at Shelby County is gonna work their tails off on it, and we're probably gonna have a really good racetrack for this feature.
All right, there you have it. The driver out of New Berlin, Illinois, Brandon Shepard, gets the win, guys, in heat race number 6. And I see the water truck getting ready to come out. I see the tractor on the racetrack, guys. We're going to use this opportunity to step aside for a set of commercial breaks. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Malvern Bank Go 50, and you're watching it live here on Flow.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
The new Dirt Draft app. Faster, sharper, built to win. New lock windows and predictive contests. More ways to play, more ways to win. Lock in your drivers, watch the action, and become a fantasy champion. Every lap, every restart, every last lap slide job that moves you up the leaderboard. The green flag just dropped on the all-new Dirt Draft. Download it now at dirtdraft.com. Draft your team and get...
Passionate about a life in racing? Circle track, drag racing, drifting, or Monster Jam. Find it all at the University of Northwestern Ohio.
How do I become a mechanic? How do I become a driver? How do I drive monster trucks? And here at UNOH, there's pathways for everything.
The fact there's a school you can go to for racing is just a little bit insane, but it's very cool because it gives kids like me the opportunity to chase that dream.
See where your future can take you with a high-performance motorsports degree from the University of Northwestern Ohio.
The original racing shirt since 1974, Arizona Sport Shirts has captured the grit of racing. Whether you're a local favorite or national team, business or racetrack, our crew will take your program to the next level. Don't get upside down in your apparel program. Mention this ad today for $100 off 200 shirt order or more. Also, scan the QR code for info or visit ArizonaSportShirts.com now before this deal speeds away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Shelby County Speedway, the opening night of the Albelt Homes Silver Dollar Nationals. It's the opening night. We've got the Malvern Bank Go 50 here tonight, $15,000 to win, and they're actually prepping this racetrack right now in front of us. We're going to do a great hit right here going into turn number 1. The tractor's coming this way, and you're going to see my cameraman Landon Summers down here, get a good shot of it, so we'll step out of the way momentarily. But I talked to Gary Hopp just a few minutes ago before he went out there in that racetrack, and Gary said, I am going to do whatever it takes to make this racetrack good here this evening. I saw him out there on the racetrack. He was in the tractor and blade, and I kind of pointed up at him, and he gave me a thumbs up as if to say, yeah, we're going to get there. We're going to get this thing right. It's a live and learn for everyone here. Again, the first time they've had a 4-day show. You hear all the things already, right? 90-degree heat, et cetera, et cetera. But look at this black dirt. I want to come out here. I want to show you something. They went out here and they watered this racetrack. Now, they've run this thing in a little bit, but look at this. Look at the clumps of mud. Look at just how much dirt, how much of this dirt they have actually pulled up. Water, well, it's going way down in there. You can see they've dug down probably a good 3 to 4 inches on this racetrack in an effort to get this racetrack where they need it. Coming down the front straightaway right now is the water truck. Now, this ain't just your ordinary water truck. This is almost like a fire truck, guys. The amount of water they're putting on this racetrack, as you can see right there as it goes by us, down in turns 1 and 2. They've got the tractor and blade out. They've bladed this racetrack. They've watered this racetrack 2 different rounds, and now they've got 2 tractors out here on this racetrack. And oh, by the way, you can see my hands. Listen, I wasn't real smart in anything in school, but I did take VOAG and I took soil judging. That is good, dark clay right there. And I know one thing. I don't know a whole lot about anything, guys, but I do know one thing. When you get good, dark clay like this, and when your hands look like that, you know you've got yourself a good racetrack. We're going to step aside for another set of commercial breaks. We've got B mains for the IMCA Modifieds and IMCA Stock Cars next on the agenda. Don't go anywhere. You are watching the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, and you're watching it live here on Flow.
welcome back to Shelby County Speedway, Harlan, Iowa, the Malvern Bank Go 50, where we are going track prep right now. The sun's starting to set outside of turns 3 and 4, and we are going to starting to roll this racetrack back in, moments away from resuming the program here tonight. You see the disc out on the racetrack. They get the rubber tire rollers getting her sealed up. Well, I tell you what, man, we got a lot of big events coming up here at FloRacing. You see high top the Speedway. 9 Indiana tracks, the Indiana Sprint Week with the AmSoil Sprint cars. Casey Kohler, Spridge and the gang, July 31st through August 1st. Then the 44th annual North-South 100 over at Florence Speedway, the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. And Union, Kentucky, August 6th through 8th. The Throwback Classic, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and the gang, the Z-Max Cars Tour at Hickory Motor Speedway, August 8th. Gold Cup Race of Champions, Silver Dollar Speedway, August 27-29 out in Chico, California. And the Fonda 200, Fonda Speedway, September 17th through 19th. The Short Track Super Series, just a handful of a plethora of events coming up here, over 1,800 motorsports events annually. And tonight we're at Shelby County Speedway, where Mother Nature got ahead of us to start the night with a little sun, a little wind, a little heat. But we're getting things cleaned up. And you see the corn off the back straightaway. That'll pull some moisture out of the racetrack as we're going to look for Malachi and the gang, Children of the Corn, to come marching out of that one later. Also, if you're watching Amazon Prime tonight, we are free on Prime, free on all the FAST channels. And people ask, what is FAST? It is free ad-supported television. So getting to watch for free on Amazon Prime tonight. Scan that QR code, though, and unlock your all-access pass. As FloRacing thunders on the rest of the weekend, you won't be able to watch action from here on Prime. We might have some other events that pop up on there. But again, we want to thank everybody watching Amazon Prime, YouTube, all the FAST channels here tonight. Scan that QR code to unlock your all-access pass. Well, I'll tell you something that I unlocked last week at Lucas Oil Speedway. One of our great marketing partners with the tour, Strange Oval. I said, you know what? I could talk about Strange Oval, or I could go one of the guys that works on these race cars to talk about it. And so we caught up with Joel Rogers from Rocket One Racing, the current points leader for the series, to find out why Strange Oval matters so much. And let's take a look at what he had to say. It's no big secret that Strange Oval is a great marketing partner with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. And I can tell you why, but how about a much better person to tell you why? Joel Rogers, Rocket One Racing. Joel, why is it a no-brainer to use Strange Oval products?
For one, their products are very dependable. We trust them with Rocket One Racing and also Rocket Chassis. They've been a proud supporter of ours for as long as I can remember. We got a drive flange, axle, and we also run their jack shafts now for the past, I'm going to say, year and a half, close to 2 years. So they are a very dependable company and great to work with.
In talking with you, probably most of the teams in the pit area are using these same products, maybe even different ones.
Yeah. Most teams in the pit area, I'd say 95% of them, I would have ventured to say, is running Strange Oval products, and just grateful to be a partner with them.
There you go. Joel Rogers, Rocket One Racing, Strange Oval, a partner with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Check them out for all these great products at strangeoval.com. Well, what a legend in our sport, Joel Rogers, one of the key members of Rocket One Racing. Sideways, he had his Brandon Overton Sideways hat on, and man, I love the update there, and I want to thank Strange Oval for supporting the sport. You see Joe Kosiski down there getting a word with Rick Schwally, our own Dustin Jarrett. We're going to get a track prep update from Dustin Jarrett, but Dustin's down there talking, just holding court, probably talking about his address over at One Sport Mod Drive over in Marshalltown,
Which one
Iowa.
has never been a promoter?
Well, Dustin's going to claim he has. He is not, but everybody else is promoted, and they're down there taking a look at the racetrack. Well, since Dustin Jarrett's got his headset off, the first mistake of broadcasting, I'm going to tell you what's happened with the racetrack. We've dissed the top of it. We've watered it. We've gone and we've dissed the bottom. We pulled that rubber up. We're rolling it in right now. The disc is in the air. We got the rubber tire rollers on the Speedway. You got the wobble wheel behind the John Deere tractor. I love the multi-purpose behind the John Deere tractor going into 1 and 2. It's got the disc and the rubber tire.
You thought Tom Helfrich had a John Deere show.
Oh, man.
Hey, we got it, about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and that sun will be behind the trees there in 3 and 4.
Yeah, and that's gonna matter too.
Absolutely.
And you see the view high atop the Speedway, James, and I tell you what, man, a fantastic facility, and I can promise you, nobody more upset with how those heats went than the family here that runs the racetrack. They all do such a great job, and they've gone to work on it. If the sun is setting, I wouldn't be surprised to see start times edited just a little bit for tomorrow.
Yeah, the most they've ever done is 2 days, right? I mean, this is a 4-day week, 164 cars last night, 127 tonight in 3 classes, and you see this beautiful fairgrounds here in Harlan, Iowa, just off of Interstate 80, 20, 25 minutes from there. And Adams County, the folks there were fantastic to us, and man, we'll be back there in 2027, I'm sure. But you still got the covered grandstands here at this track, and look at that down there at Shelby County. You got the covered grandstands, and some of these stands here on the front straightaway were from I-80. Now they've got a new set back there on the back straightaway. What was that, from I-70? I believe, Raceway.
They brought them in every. You know, something that stuck out to me, talking about the Hop family running the racetrack, we have the new grandstands on the back straightaway. I worked in engineering for 10 years and did a lot of interstate projects. We put a lot of sod down. They put sod behind those grandstands. I could notice they had fresh sod they had laid back there. The little details about that, and I know a lot of people are going to go, well, the racetrack wasn't very good for the heats. You're right, it wasn't. So they've gone to work on it. You know, it's always a work in progress, but this is a beautiful facility. I've never been here, and you've heard the drivers talk about it. I am also a sucker for the walls that have the red paint and the white paint. I mean, it really creates something cool. Beautiful country.
You see down here, there's a roadway outside of 3. That's how far the track used to go.
Right? That was 4/10.
When it was 4/10, they've shortened it over the last couple of years. Of course, the last 2 years we've been here, as you mentioned, on a Tuesday night, they have been barn burners, actually. And they, we certainly hope we've got some B mains, 2 B mains, and a 50-lap A main. And again, everybody's learning, how to do all these. And it's not exact science, is it? Track prep work, is it? If it was easy, everybody would do it, right?
They 100% would. Well, right now,
it's getting close. See, right there.
Yeah, she's sinking down on the horizon. Hey, before we go to this break, James, real quick, tomorrow night, 2,000 to win heat races.
Yep.
For our sport, man, you've seen it all. You've been there. How amazing is that?
Well, yeah, we got a lot of great sponsors helping out with that, and everybody's going to get paid there. The top 10 are going to get paid in a heat race, and what do we have?
$4,700 per heat race gets paid out tomorrow night.
$4,700 per heat race. Albelt Custom Homes, Malvern Bank, Jody's Collision Repair, Moeller and Son Farm, Sorensen Equipment, Strobel. Also, Dirt Track Specialists, Quality Truck Service, and just a whole bunch of other ones we'll mention tomorrow night. And the Saturday night, of course, the Silver Dollar Nationals, $52,000 to win, $53,000 for a second, and it's a Joe Kosiski thing. I mean, we expect.
And if he wants to pay it, man, if he wants to pay $10,000 more for second, remember the Bad Boy 98 early on when Mooney had it? It was $20,000 for second, and first was $10,000 plus, I think, a Camaro or a Mustang or something.
Right.
So, hey, man, that's what they wanted to do.
Right, and don't forget also the All Makes Collision, the non-qualifiers race on Saturday night as well. That's going to pay $3,000 to win, $2,000, $1,500 on down, and the winner of that is going to have the option to take the tail of a $3,500 to win feature, or take the $3,000 and go to the house. But thanks to All Makes Collision for all that.
So on those lines, tonight's payout, $66,000 for the main event. The All Makes Collision non-qualifier race, $23,000 on Saturday night. The heat race is $4,700. I think we're probably going to have 2 rounds of 5 in each one. Do that math real quick. You're talking about another $40,000 plus there, and the feature event, $226,000 plus on Saturday night. And I think somehow, some way, Dustin Jarrett has resumed his activity as a pit reporter down there. He's finished talking with Joe Kosiski and Rick Schwally. And DJ, we're thrilled to hear your update.
Yeah, meeting of the minds down here, and I was just a fly on the wall with it. Right, you see the truck going back here behind me. You see my raccoon eyes from being out in the sun here for the last week. That shows you how hot it was. And what you can't see is just over my cameraman Landon's shoulder, the sun going down behind the trees. I talked to Joe Kosiski down here, and he said that's the biggest thing. He's going to wait for this sun to go down as far as it can possibly go. He doesn't want to hold the show up, but he's also willing to do whatever he has to do to make this racetrack great. Now, you've seen out here, they actually went and they disked this racetrack twice over here to my left, right? They dissed the inside of this racetrack twice. all right? And you can see where they still got kind of the rumble strips, we'll call it, down here. The outside of the racetrack, they just get one time. I talked to Rick Schwally, and what they want to do, they want to get the bottom and the top married to each other, with Schwally's exact words. So it's no secret the bottom rubbered in those heat races, and just quite honestly, Joe Kosiski said, I was not expecting that. So that's why they went out, they bladed the inside of this racetrack twice. They put 2 rounds of water on it versus 1 round on the top. The middle, they did very minimal too. Joe Kosiski said, listen, we had a great racetrack last night, but what we had for the last 20 laps, we want that for all 50 laps here this evening. That's the goal. They didn't rule out possibly one more small track prep session sometime before tonight's late model A main.
Well, there you go. Sun setting in the distance, rolling the racetrack in. We're moments away from modified B main action. We're going to step aside. Thanks to marketing partners. We come back. Racing resumes with a totally different racetrack here at Shelby County Speedway. This is the Malvern Bank Go 50. We'll be right back on FloRacing. Welcome back to Shelby County Speedway. Track prep, well, she's in the books, as it's time now for modified B mains. Anthony Ainsley on the call. Thank you, Anthony. We'll have to roll it a little bit with these cars, but overall they got it looking different and a totally different racetrack than we saw about 30 minutes ago.
Absolutely. A couple of snot lap session ought to take care of this third mile bull ring here at the Shelby County Speedway. We have got a pair of B mains coming up for your natural fertilizers IMCA modifieds. Each one of these will go 8 laps in distance. The top 3 finishers will lock in to tonight's 30 lap 5,000 to win a main event. Of course, before we get our first B main underway, if you haven't already, be sure to get your official Silver Dollar National swag here on the grounds. If you're at the Speedway, head on over to the souvenir trailer towards Souvenir Row in turn number 4. They got a lot of great t-shirts, brand new hats. I also picked up a 3-piece coaster item down there. They got 3 different coasters with I-80 Speedway. Unfortunately, they're out of those little jars of dirt with the I-80 Speedway logo on, but I'll talk to my man Chris Krug about that, and hopefully they'll get a few more. And yeah, be sure to check out the Silver Dollar Nationals trailer as we get ready to go for heat race number 1 in your Natural Fertilizers IMCA Modifieds. Like I said, top 3 moving on to tonight's main event. Let's take a look at B main number 1 after the top 16 were qualified from last night. On the pole for B number 1 from Stanton, Iowa, that'll be the 71 of Jeff James. To his outside from Waukene, Kansas, that's the 66D. That's the sure thing, Dylan Sherfick. The second row inside from North Sioux City, South Dakota, that'll be Jason Schneider's in the 44X. To his outside from Great River, Wyoming, that'll be Bryson Yeager in the 33Y. Third row inside from Bellevue, Nebraska, the 27, that's homie Clint Holman. To his outside from Dunkerton, Iowa, that'll be Jacob Snyder. Fourth row inside, it'll be the 127 out of Euless, Texas, that's Glenn Hibbert. To his outside from Arion, Iowa, that's the 92, that is Jeff Stevens. Your ninth and final starter in this one from Schleswig, Iowa, that's the double OK, that is Trey Klein. 9 cars, 8 fast laps. The top 3 lock themselves into tonight's Natural Fertilizer Services A main event. Big thanks to them for being the title sponsor of our modified division all throughout the week. Of course, if you love the modified action so far this weekend, we have one more big show coming up for the modifieds coming up tomorrow night. It'll be a $2,000 to win show, complete show, heat races, and B mains, the whole shebang, as we get ready to do some ground pounding here at the Shelby County Speedway. Field right now taking a couple of laps around, taking the scenic route around the low side and the high sides to get the last of the moisture rolled in. We'll give them a couple of quick snot laps here to work the extra moisture off the racetrack, get her dialed in. And yeah, you called it. I mean, I was here for the last 2 Lucas Oil events here at the Shelby County Speedway, guys. And yeah, the track definitely locked up during the heat races. But yeah, when that sun goes down and the tractors have worked their magic on this 3rd mile, this track does incredible things when she comes alive. She did great last night here for our Malvern Bank SLMR Late Model Series event. And already we got trouble. That's trouble when you're wrecking during the snot laps. Glenn Hibbert and Trey Klein get sideways. Let's not. Hopefully that won't make the Comp Cam's top 5 moments on FloRacing. You know, that or Chet Christner's going to have a field day with that.
I mean, benefit of the doubt, a racetrack, so, as you call it, snot laps. I don't think I've heard that one before, Anthony. But
who had that on their bingo card tonight?
It's a little bit slummy. I, in fact, did not. Perhaps James did. He loves bingo, especially when he's watching Murder, She Wrote. But
I believe Tiffany Swisher didn't have that on our bingo card, but that's kind of a. I know our dear scorer Lisa Layton over there, she uses that term a little bit on the SLMR tour.
Right, well, you learn something new every day.
Absolutely. Shout out to Lisa and the entire Kosiski family for everything they do for the Silver Dollar Nationals. Been fortunate enough to be at every one of the Silver Dollar Nationals at I-80 and all of them at Houston's, and now we start a new chapter with the Nationals here at Shelby County Speedway. Snot laps continue for the modifieds. Again, they're same as hot laps. That's why they rhyme with snot laps. You don't push it. There's no gift certificate for the overall fast time in snot laps. And we'll get the field calmed down. We'll get flanked into double wide formation. We'll get ready for our first B main of the night. Of course, we got the 2 Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series heat races coming up. We got our pair of Alexander Lawn and Landscape stock car B mains as well. We'll take the top 3 finishers out of both of those stock car B mains into the big show later on this evening. That will set up a pair of 30-lap, $5,000 to win A mains for your Natural Fertilizer Services Modifieds and your Alexander Lawn and Landscape stock cars. So, we are back to side-by-side, 4.5 rows deep. 1 to go, signal given to the field. We will go green next time by. Here with the Natural Fertilizer Services IMCA Modifieds. Jeff James, Dylan Sherfick, your front row. Jason Schneider's, Bryson Yeager, row 2. Clint Holman, Jacob Snyder, row 3. Glenn Hibbert, Jeff Stevens, row 4. Trey Klein riding shotgun. We head on down to 3 and 4. Double J, Jeff James brings the field up to speed with the sure thing to his outside. Green flag flies. Our first modified B main is underway. Off we go into one. We'll see how far the bottom lane will hold. Whole shot goes to the 71 of James. Meanwhile, Dylan Sherfick going to try to experiment through that middle lane. Jason Schneider's one of the Siouxland hot shoes coming off in turn number 4. He'll have the second spot. Opening lap will go to Jeff James. Here goes Clint Homan to the inside. Normally an Eagle Raceway regular. He'll look low. He'll sidestep Sherfick. Clint Homan, longtime modified veteran out of Bellevue, Nebraska. He'll get that third and final transfer spot for the time being. Meanwhile, Glenn Hibbert, he is going to call no joy early. A tough break there for the Texan. As they go into one, here goes Bryson Yeager to the inside. Here comes Trey Klein. Klein, he's got a lot of laps around here in a modified and in a stock car back on the old 410 mile configuration of this Speedway. He's battling with another modified veteran, Jeff Stevens, in that 92. But so far, Stevens getting the upper hand over Klein as he falls back to the tail. Here goes Sherfick now to the inside off of turn 2. Here comes the sure thing out of Waukene, Kansas. Sherfick now back into that third and final transfer spot. Now Jason Schneider's outside looking in. He's going to turn to the top side for answers. That may be a wrong guess. Bryson Yeager takes that fourth spot away as we continue to click off the laps here. 3 circuits remaining as we get back to the start-finish line. Jeff James having it all his way like a trip to Burger King right now as Clint Homan holds down the silver medal spot over Dylan Sherfick. It's Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, and Wyoming, the top 4, but only 3 keep the drive for $5 grand alive. Green flag high in the air 2 more times around for Jeff James. Spin cycle over turn number 4, and Jason Schneider's the Siouxland native facing wrong way on a one-way right in the middle of turn number 4. That'll put us under caution. Not a Hellraiser Jack's caution, but a yellow flag all the same. Tough break there for Jason Schneider, one of the Park Jefferson Speedway regulars on Friday night.
So we don't. So for the mods and the stocks, no sponsor on the cautions.
Not yet.
Hey, we got Hellraiser Jacks. You know, Tim Cheese, Chris Hansen, they do a great job. A little value sponsorship tonight for that division, for that company. Excuse me. So yeah, thank you to Hellraiser Jacks and a little extra love tonight.
There you go. Big thanks again, Hellraiser Jacks. Again, a great supporter of the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, both with the cautions and the halfway mark of your main events every night. Back through the start zone. We're back underway. That also, we don't have a start zone sponsor for these modifieds and stock cars. We're back underway.
I mean, we got a store right now.
Yeah, hey, guys, what do you say? Meanwhile, Jacob Snyder looking back to the inside. He'll defend the 5th spot away from Jeff Stevens. He holds the line like Toto right now as the white flag comes out. Dylan Sherfick, he's hanging strong on that low side. Bryson Yeager, will he get desperate as he heads down the back straightaway? They head into 3 for the final time. Checker flag is set to fly. Jeff James will wire him in B main number 1. He's in the big show. Clint Homan will join him, and so will Dylan Sherfick. Bryson Yeager will be 4th, and it's Jacob Snyder, Jeff Stevens, and Trey Klein to finish out the order. Those guys, unfortunately, done for the night. They'll have to try again tomorrow. But race fans, your top 3 moving on to tonight's A main event, the 66D of Dylan Sherfick, the 27 of Clint Homan, and give it up for your winner as he comes over to the scale to make sure he is legit. He hails from Stanton, Iowa, car number 71. Give it up for Jeff James. Second and final B feature for your natural fertilizer specialist modifieds heads to the track on the pole from Dunlap, Iowa. That is the 1AR of Alex Reitz. To his outside from Green River, Wyoming. That's Braxton Yeager, the 33BY. Second row inside will have Greenfield, Iowa's Colton Garside in the 11F. To his outside, Ricky Racer Steffen out of South Sioux City, Nebraska in the 25. Third row back will be Josh Cooper out of Prescott, Iowa, the 10J. To his outside, scheduled to be the 2 of Nick Meyer out of Whittemore, Iowa. Nick Hermson in the 64. Charlie Peck in the 27C. Braden Weller, a no-show in this one. And we've got a couple more not showing as well. 7 cars this time for 8 laps. Still the last chance for one last dance for the modifieds. Off we go into 1. Whole shot goes to the 1AR of Reitz. Here goes Braxton Yeager. His brother in that last B main just missed the transfer. Meanwhile, Ricky Racer Steffen gets bottled up. He'll stack up Nick Meyer behind him. Opening lap will go to the 1AR of Alex Reitz. Braxton Yeager in that number 2 spot. Oh, and Reitz gets tight off of turn number 2. That could cost him the top spot. Yeager pulls up a side, challenges on for the lead, and give it to the Green River, Wyoming native. Braxton Yeager, your leader in 33BY. Off into 1. Colton Garside right now. He's got that oh-so-valuable third and final transfer spot as Ricky Steffen slips up. Here comes Nick Meyer to the inside. The Dean Meyer Electric number 2 works his way into the 4th spot. He's still outside looking in. He's still 1, and he's hungry. Going into 1. Meyer stays low, about half a groove lower than Garside. Now Garside pushes. The car gets tight off at turn 2, and Meyer's going to make him pay for it. Garside retaliates. not the way you want to have your get back, and that will bring us, quote unquote, I guess, to a Hellraiser Jack's caution modified style. Hate to see that happen. Nick Meyer out of Whittemore, Iowa, just a victim of circumstances. He made the overtake on Garside, and Garside did not take it lightly. Ricky Racer Steffen also having his progress held up. That's up right there. Another Park Jefferson regular on Friday nights, the Bill Sun Motorsports Interstate Truck Center number 25. And it looks like Meyer and Steffen both going to leave the scene of the crime, and they'll have to find themselves at the tail end. We'll see what the stewards do with the 11F of Garside, because he sent it in guns a-blazing there. Might have been a racing deal, so Garside, for the time being, holds on to that third and final transfer spot. Of course, next up, a pair of Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series B mains coming up as we get back to green in our second Natural Fertilizers modified B main. Still 3 spots on the line. Nick Meyer, he knows that he's actually going to get his spot back after that incident, and he's going to try to make Garside pay it again. Send it in too hot, will you? We'll just see about that. Off the 4, Garside way up the hill, just about had a close encounter of the wall kind, and it will be Nick Meyer to take that third and final transfer spot. The ups and downs of dirt track racing. Myers takes the third spot away, trying to represent Whittemore, Iowa here at the Silver Dollar Nationals weekend. Meyer into that number 3 position. That's the final transfer spot as we get the green flag high in the air. White flag comes out next time around. With a young man out of Green River, Wyoming, Braxton Yeager, making the trip down worth his while. Been running a Speedway here. Ran at Albion, Nebraska on Sunday for the Tanner Pelster Memorial. Ran at Beatrice on Monday for the Joey Herget Memorial. And now trying to qualify for the Silver Dollar Nationals here on the Go 50. Off at turn number 4, Braxton Yeager representing Wyoming in the Silver Dollar Nationals weekend. He wins our second P feature. Alex Reitz is going to join him in the A, and so will Nick Meyer. That's Colton Garside, Ricky Steffen, Charlie Peck, and Nick Hermson to finish out the order. One more time, race fans, your top 3 moving on to tonight's A main. The 2 of Nick Meyer, the 1 AR of Alex Reitz, and give it up for your winner as he heads back towards the scale to make it legit. That'll be the driver from Green River, Wyoming, car number 33 BY. That is Bryson Yeager. So the stage is set for the Ground Pounders, presented by Natural Fertilizer Services. As we see the crews make their way down to the Heartbeat Hot Sauce Hot Pit, it is time for our pair of B features for the Lucas Oil Late Models. James, Ben, back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Anthony. As Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing, 2 B mains coming your way. And James, I think one thing you're going to see, we talked about those IMC modifieds, those guys all with crate engines. As heavy as it is, they couldn't get out of the bottom. I think this first Late Model B, it's going to start to widen out a little bit. I think by the second Late Model B, we're going to have a pretty good feel for what we've got. So without further ado, let's take a look at Fast Shafts B main number 1 in your starting lineup.
10 laps, top 2 transfer to be Jesse Sobbing, the winner here last night of 10,000 of Malvern Bank East-West Series last night. He's out of Malvern, Iowa. And Chase Younghands drives the 18. He's out of Manhattan, Kansas.
Inside of row 2, Iowa's own Daniel Hilsebeck in the 22. And to his outside, Brandon, Florida's Kyle Bronson in the 40B.
The youngster Brody Smith, the 17 SR. He comes to us out of Dade City, Florida, and hailing out of Sherrill, Iowa, the 10T. That is Jeff Tharp.
Inside of row 4, it'll be Charlie McKenna out of Ames, Iowa in the 22M. And Albo, Nebraska's Dylan Silman in the 35D.
Oxford, Iowa, home with the veteran Chris Simpson, the 32X. And Clay Harris, not yet in the show tonight in 6. He started on the front of a C race. He's out of Jupiter, Florida.
Inside of row 6 will be the 93L of Corey Lawler from Hanover, Pennsylvania. Wamego, Kansas driver Brandon Conkright in the 24C.
The 4, J.C. Wyman. He's out of Griswold, Iowa. And Tim Ward by way of Mesa, Arizona, now living in Harcourt, Iowa, the 4TW.
Final 3 qualifiers they elect to make the call will be Alan Hopp out of Harlan, Iowa, in the number 80. He starts inside of row 8 to his outside. Junior Cooper from Norfolk, Nebraska in the 10. And your final starter, Dan Battaglia from Gretna, Nebraska. 17 cars if they all elect to run this one, and only 2 move on. They will start 19th and 21st here tonight. We'll have 1 more B main after this. And then from there, we'll evaluate from series provisionals. And your front row, Jesse Sobbing, 10,000 a night ago, James. But I was talking to Brandon Shepard. I said the difference in driving those cars in these, he said about 150 horsepower, totally different driving style. But hey, Sobbing trying to put it into the show here on a beautiful Thursday night at Shelby County Speedway.
And in provisional lane, Ben, right now it's Alberson and Thornton. They're both in the second B main. Then it's Rice, Bronson, Harris, Ferguson, Ebert, Hilsebeck, and Lawler. And again, your front row tonight is going to be the 99 of Devin Moran and the 19R of Ryan Gustin. Yes, DJ.
Hey guys, we just heard Anthony Ainsley talk about some drivers on that little tour this week. Your pole sitter, Jesse Sobbing, one of them. He ran the Tanner Pelster Memorial at Boone County Speedway at Albion, Nebraska on Sunday. He ran the Joey Herget Memorial on Tuesday over at Beatrice, Nebraska. On Tuesday, that was on Monday. On Tuesday, he ran with us at Adams County Speedway. He was here last night. He's here tonight. So Jesse Sobbing doing what Jesse Sobbing does, running race cars, and it doesn't matter if it's a Malvern Bank late model, a super late model, an IMCA modified, or an IMCA stock car.
Yeah, last year's 2025 Malvern Bank West Series champion is Jesse Sobbing. All right, top 2 advance has been mentioned. The rest are done for in line unless they have a series provisional. Again, full point racing tomorrow night. Now, tomorrow night, again, no time trials. Nope. We go right into the passing point heat races tomorrow night, which will pay $2,000 to win each. And I believe it's going to be either the top 16 will be locked into the show on Saturday night. A-Store and Hauling and Rigging, B-Main #1, brought to you by Fast Shafts, Ben.
All 17 cars make the call. Sobbing down low. Young Hands blast through the middle, but Hilsebeck looks to the inside. Hilsebeck to the lead around Sobbing down the back straightaway.
Jesse goes down to the bottom. Here comes on the bottom. That is Brody Smith. He's come out of turn 4. How about the youngster Brody Smith goes to second, Ben?
Man, I tell you right now, James, that Smith's looking good. They're turning lap times 0.8 of a second faster than they qualified. This racetrack's definitely got a lot of speed on it.
Sobbing sent it into Des Moines. Down the main straightaway to the outside goes the 99 car. The all makes collision entry. But right now he's lost a few spots down the back straightaway. That battle for second as Daniel Hilsebeck from Amarillo, Iowa, out in front at 22.
They'll throw that crumb out of the bottom in this one, and we'll see if things start to roll it in the middle, see if this racetrack comes in for the next B-Main. Sobbing trying to make the top side of the racetrack come in, but he has fallen back. He's in position 6. Only 2 move on out of this time by. 4 laps on the board, make it 3 laps on the board, and no, 4, it is 4. And Hilsebeck is driving away from the Earlham, Iowa driver, looking good in his home state right now in Fast Shafts B-Main #1.
Right now as they come off at turn number 4, battle is for that second and final spot. Brody Smith and Chase Young Hands. Young Hands, a couple of top 10 finishes last weekend at Wheatland, Missouri, all over the youngster at turn number 3. So you got the tall one and the sleeper. Well, the cool tall one's Bob Pierce. I know he's watching tonight. Bob, hope you're enjoying this.
The tall cool one.
Yeah, there you go. Out at 2. Here comes Brody Smith holding off Young Hands. Meanwhile, Bronson and Chris Simpson pedaling hard, but they go side by side. Out at turn 4, do we have a new runner-up? We do. It's Chase Young Hands at 18.
Young Hands in the final transfer spot as laps ticking away. Just 3 laps to go. Meanwhile, Bronson's going to work on the high side back and forth. He's got 2.5 laps to figure it out. Hilsebeck at the line. 2 laps remain in Fast Shafts B-Main #1. Young Hands in the final transfer spot. Can anybody get to him?
We might have an eyeball test here. He may run out of time, though. Barron's Performance, white flag, 1 lap to go. Bronson to the outside. But right now, Hilsebeck's got a straightaway lead. Young Hands solid in second. Final lap of the first B-Main, Ben. Bronson's on a roll, but it's too little too late.
Hilsebeck moves to the outside around Battaglia through lap traffic. Checkered flag in there. Fast Shafts B-Main #1 goes to Daniel Hilsebeck. Second goes to the 18 of Chase Young Hands. Band at the line. It was Brody Smith over Bronson, Simpson, Lawler, Tharp, Harris, Sobbing, and Wyman. So taking the second and final transfer, Chase Young Hands out of Manhattan, Kansas in car number 18. Chase Young Hands heads off to the main event. In car 18, he finishes the second and final transfer, but your winner, Fast Shafts B-Main #1, the Big Deal Car Care, Banning Chiropractic, 22 Enterprises, Alley Auto Sales, Mark Roofing, DK Custom Taxidermy, RRP Race Graphics, Clements Powered Capital for Daniel Hilsebeck in car 22. And James Bronson found that groove late in the race, a little too late. As check out the catwalk.
The catwalk is solid here tonight. You mentioned to get to the end of that first B-Main. Let's see what happens in this second B-Main because it is loaded. Oh, baby, it's Clay Stuckey in the 15 Shreveport, Louisiana, and the youngster in a brand new AK race car. It'll be Dallin Murdy. He's out of Chelsea, Iowa.
Inside of row 2, Garrett Alberson out of Las Cruces, New Mexico in the 58, and to his outside, Chad Simpson from Mount Vernon, Iowa in the 25.
2-time Silver Dollar Nationals winner, the all-time winningest driver in the Lucas Oil Series. Inside row 3, it's Jonathan Davenport, and outside the top rookie so far this year is Josh Rice at 11 out of Crittenden, Kentucky.
Row 4 is Dan Ebert out of Lakeshore, Minnesota. Minnesota in the 16, the Z76 of Zach Zeitner out of Bellevue, Nebraska.
Jacob Hopshide, he drives the 01 Plattsmouth, Nebraska. And Carson Ferguson, the 93 out of Lincoln in North Carolina.
Moving back to row number 6, Tim McCready out of Watertown, New York in the 9, and the 15C of Kurt Schroeder out of Newton, Iowa.
Row 7 will be Derek Stewart. He's out of Ainsworth, Iowa. Brett Hopp at his Lucas Oil debut, the 21H from right here in Harlan, Iowa.
Final 3 starters scheduled to be Ricky Thornton Jr. out of Chandler, Arizona, the 20 RT, the 51 of JT Wasman out of Pine Island, Minnesota, and Mike Collins on the back row out of New Orleans, Louisiana, via Council Bluffs, Iowa. So again, lay the current provisional situation out to me, James.
Right now, Albertson, who's in this race inside row 2, then Thornton, who looks like he's going to start in the back here, as he is scheduled to be starting 15th. And then you have Rice. Bronson, of course, came up short in that first one. So maybe some emergencies here tonight. It's been a while since we've had some emergencies in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, but a tough field. 52 cars entered here tonight. And then you add in, as of right now, the #1 driver in the country tomorrow night, Bobby Pierce, with his dad. And Bob, hope you're getting better. Hope you're enjoying it. And you know, he's wishing he'd be here tomorrow night, but not going to be here tomorrow night, but hope he's feeling better. No doubt about it. Hey, if you don't like Bob Pierce, unfriend me now, right?
Man, just what a legend.
Yes, absolutely.
And, tough dude, tough dude. We love you, Bob. Look forward to seeing you back at the racetrack. Well, it's Clay Stuckey, Dallin Murdy, your front row. 10 laps the distance, 2 move on. Everybody else, if you can't get a provisional, you'll try it again tomorrow. Clay Stuckey on the loud pedal. We're underway, James.
Fire between the H-Door and flags. They come out of turn number 2. Garrett Alberson. He was second at Adams County on Tuesday, second at Wheatland on Saturday. Now how about Dallin Murdy? The brand new AK race cars by Austin Kirkpatrick. Pedals on the outside in 13. Shelby County's getting a little sporty, Ben Shelton here as it picks up as Alberson goes to second.
Alberson around Murdy. Murdy the top of the racetrack. They're chasing Clay Stuckey. Stuckey's got the lead. He's got a hornet's nest behind him. Alberson to second. Now Murdy's going to change grooves. He's going to go down to the low. He's going to chase that moisture ring around the bottom. Meanwhile, behind them, Jonathan Davenport on the move. Looking to the inside of Dallin Murdy. JD trying to get it in the show tonight. No provisionals for the 49 car. He races as it way in, or he has to watch here tonight in Iowa.
He's been a Lucas Oil regular and off the pace. Chad Simpson out of this one. Down the back straightaway. Davenport will make the move. He's got to get one more spot again. He's not following any tour this year. He's been here the last couple of years in the Lucas Oil Series as a regular, but right now he has got to get to the front and get around Garrett Alberson or Clay Stuckey. And Clay looking good right now at 15. Here comes Garrett Alberson on the bottom.
Yeah, one of the fastest cars on the Speedway is Josh Rice, and he's bottled up back there. Talk about running out of time. Hellraiser Jack's halfway mark. 5 down, 5 to go. Alberson going to throw a bit of an elbow. Goes around the 15 car of Stuckey. Stuckey in second. And now Dallin Murdy battling back on Jonathan Davenport behind them. The battle for third. Can the 13 get anything going? He's bringing the 11 around the cushion with him. 4 laps left in this one, James.
If Alberson gets in as he's leading right now, it would be Thornton and Rice. Bronson would be an emergency down the back straightaway. Caution free so far. It's all Garrett Alberson in 58, who has climbed up to 6th in the points now as he's gotten around Thornton, who's back to 7th. Do you think they need to do anything else to it before the feature?
I think she's good now. I think she will come around nicely in this one.
Thank you, Dr. Dirt the third.
They'll probably roll the top a little bit, but now Davenport closing out Stuckey. Stuckey opens the door off of 3 and 4.
Oh, he threw it in, and JD's got it.
Stuckey said, I've seen this episode. Alberson fed me a quarter panel too. Now it's going to be Stuckey back around the 49 of Davenport, and here comes Josh Rice. James, this time by. 1 lap to go. Here we go.
Davenport all over there. Oh, baby. Rice to the outside. Final lap down the back straightaway. Last chance for Josh Rice. Into turn number 3, Alberson's going to win. Who's going to get second? Bender. They come up for turn 4.
Stuckey second. Rice can't get there third. Rice will have to go to provisional. Davenport outside looking in. Back in fourth, and it's Murdy, Ebert, everybody else. Welcome to the party, Shelby County. That one was getting pretty sporty. Your second and final transfer, Clay Stuckey out of Shreveport, Louisiana in the 15. The 58, though, takes the win in UNOH B main number 2. Garrett Alberson, the Ken and Beth Roberts, Bragg Properties, Low Voltage Solutions, Bill Sport Shop, Massey Valley Transportation, Rover Machine and Welding, Bill Stein, Hodges Farms, Midwest Sheet Metal, Sunoco, Arbor, Auto Works, Tanago Power Sports, all sponsors on the Clements Powered Longhorn. That is what we came to see tonight. I think you're going to see more of it in that main event coming up in just a little bit. But first, Anthony Ainsley. What about that, buddy? We got a couple stock car B mains, but the bar has been raised.
Anthony,
Yeah, James.
Hey, Clay Stuckey, he could have backed down, right?
Yeah, I mean,
he said let Davenport go, but he didn't, and he got him back. And good job, Clay Stuckey, to get second.
Never say die. That's that junkyard dog attitude out there. Fight to the finish. And we saw that from Nick Hoffman at Adams County, a junkyard dog attitude. That's what you got to have on these Iowa bull rings. Well, now, Commissioner Jarrett down there in the infield, it's time for what you came here to see. Our first of 2 B mains in your Alexander Lawn and Landscape stock cars.
Yeah, and there's some really good guys in these stock car B mains too, Anthony. Give them the starting lineup.
Gladly. Pole setter for B number 1 will be Lowell Raber in the 68 out of Winnebago, Nebraska. To his outside from right here in Harlan, it'll be Troy Griffin in the 95 TG. Second row inside from Bronson, Iowa, that'll be the 22T of Tyler Smith. To his outside, Council Bluffs, Iowa's Bob Walker in the 90. Third row back from Lincoln, Nebraska, the 35 J-Dub, that's Casey Woken. To his outside from South Sioux City, Nebraska, the 8U of Ricky Steffen. Row number 4 will be Braden Richards in the 11R out of Madrid, Iowa. To his outside from Avoca, Iowa, the 96 of Jason Rold. Fourth and fifth row inside from Glidden, Iowa, that'll be Ethan Thompson in the 4X. To his outside, Riverton, Iowa's Rick Barton in the 62. Sixth row back will be Bellevue, Nebraska's Corey Billings in the 12. To his outside from Elkhorn, Nebraska, that's Matthew Tanner in the 16. And finally making the trip out, did not see him last night in the qualifying effort, from Harlan, Iowa, that'll be Carson Reinig in the 11. 13 cars, 10 laps, only 3 will keep the drive for $5,000 alive here from B feature number 1. Another big shout out again to Alexander Lawn and Landscape for being our title sponsor for the stock car division during the Silver Dollar Nationals weekend. Again, the top 16 in qualifying and finishing points from last night's heat racing and qualifying efforts, they're already locked into the show. We'll see what we can do here. Caution lights go out across the speedway. Lowell Raber from Winnebago, Nebraska, your pole setter with Harlan's own Troy Griffin to the outside. Here we go. Class 2 tough to tame goes green here in B feature number 1. Off we go into the opening corner. Whole shot goes to the 68 of Raber. Griffin trying to surf the turf through that middle lane. Here comes Casey Woken on the inside. Fresh off a win at Eagle Raceway this last Saturday night. We're going to go 3 wide for the second spot. You love to see it. Class 2 tough to tame, living up to the moniker early on. Opening lap will go to Lowell Raber. Casey Woken trying to roll that low side. Love is patient. Love is kind around the low side here at the Shelby County Speedway. And Casey Woken trying to put that 35 JW to a transfer spot. We've got a little bit of extracurricular activity on the top of 4. Troy Griffin trying to hold off Bob Walker and Braden Richards, who are trying to make some magic happen early. Off of 2 now. Tyler Smith has worked his way into the number 2 spot. Casey Woken in the 35 JW. Now calls Lincoln, Nebraska home, originally from Norton, Kansas. Spent some time in Altoona, Iowa, and now to the Star City in Lincoln, Nebraska. Woken's got that third and final transfer spot. Ethan Thompson now running 4th as we got 3 wide. And looks like possibly we've got a spin over turn number 4. That is Braden Richards. Can we keep it clean? We will. Braden Richards going to keep it going. Now Bob Walker has got trouble. One of the Shelby County regulars. I want to say currently 7th in the Shelby County Speedway points. Down with issues. And meanwhile, Braden Richards, he officially goes down a lap. Sparks are flying. And now we do have a caution. Indirectly sponsored by Hellraiser Jackson, the stock car division, I believe. It's the Go 50, and already we got our first encounter with the French racer Jacques Debris over in turn number 3, as there is a good bit of sheet metal coming off the 11R of Braden Richards. Corner officials got that cleaned up.
Anthony, Braden Richards and Bob Walker came together. Those 2 cars were actually stuck together momentarily down in turns 1 and 2. They were able to get themselves free, but that's why Braden Richards went a lap down, and that's why one of those 2 drivers shed some debris down there in turns 3 and 4. Hey, 2 things. Number 1, keep your eye on the 35 of Casey Woken. You mentioned he moved to Lincoln, Nebraska, got a win at Eagle last week, but he went out, he set a very good qualifying lap. He was actually the quickest qualifier in his group. That team missed the setup in their heat race yesterday. I look for that 35 J-Dub to possibly work his way up there another spot or 2 before this one's over.
That is why you're the stock car commissioner there, Dustin Jarrett. Trouble for the Riverton Rocket, Rick Barton, as he has called no joy. He has gone back towards the pit area, and that is going to be an end to his Silver Dollar Nationals weekend. This is the last chance to keep some good dancing shoes going on here for the stock cars. Again, this is their final stretch of the weekend. Of course, the modifieds will be back here tomorrow for a 2,000 to win complete show. We'll add the front wheel drives, the compacts, tomorrow night. Just about ready to get going as we get the lineup situated. Looks like that is good to go. Caution lights are out. Still 3 spots on the line, 5 remaining in B feature number 1 for the Alexander Lawn and Landscape stock cars. Lowell Raber, Tyler Smith, and Casey Woken, those are your top 3. Ethan Thompson, Jason Rolled, the first ones outside looking in. Back through the start zone, we are back to green here at Shelby County. Still bottom lane to place to be here. We'll see these stock cars trying to work that magic as they tend to do, no matter what track they go to. Raber still working that low side. Troy Griffin, he's going to be ambitious. He'll go to the top side through 3 and 4. He'll try to sidestep Ricky Steffen. Steffen unfortunately had some sour luck in the modifieds, trying to turn it around in the stock car. But so far, that stock car program has kind of been hit and miss so far for the driver out of South Sioux City, Nebraska. He's side by side with Griffin. That is for the 6th spot right now. And right now, Lowell Raber trying to run out the sands in the hourglass with Tyler Smith. He wants a bid at that race lead. The better you finish in this race, the better you start in that 30-lap A main event. And track position is key. That has been the case for so many different divisions of racing this day and age. Ethan Thompson up the hill. He'll surrender the 4th spot to Jason Rolled. White flag will be coming out next time by. Rolled up to the 4th spot. He still needs one more overtake. He's got a long way to go and a short time to get there off of turn number 4. Casey Woken, he's got that bronze medal position on lock as they head down into 1. Lowell Raber trying to continue his good fortunes. He'll take it down into 3 for the 10th and final time. And the checker flag is set to fly. Lowell Raber keeps the drive alive. He wins B feature number 1. Tyler Smith will join him in the main, and so will Casey Woken. That's Jason Rolled, Ricky Steffen, Lee Braden Richards, followed by Ethan Thompson, Troy Griffin, Carson Rennig, Matthew Tanner, and Cole Billings. One more time, race fans, how about it? Your top 3 moving on to tonight's A main event. That will be the 35 JW Casey Woken, the 22 Tia Tyler Smith, and your winner from Winnebago, Nebraska, car number 68. That is Lowell Raber. On we go to our final B feature of the evening for your Alexander Lawn and Landscape stock car. Your pole setter will be Lake City, Iowa's Devin Smith in the 81. To his outside from Louisville, Nebraska in the 55X, it's the Catfish, Tim Drake. Second row inside, your current Shelby County point leader from Underwood, Iowa, the 53R, it's Larry Robinson Jr. On his outside from Denison, Iowa, that'll be the 10S of Mike Stapleton. Third row inside will be Jacksonville, Iowa's Dylan Peterson, the 44. To his outside from Denison, that'll be the ZR1, that's Ryan Webb. Fourth row inside from Atlantic, Iowa, the 33 VH of Dusty Van Horn. To his outside from Council Bluffs, the 19R of Dustin Ray. Fifth row back inside from Winterset, Iowa, that is Blake Lehman in the 93L. To his outside from Bennington, Nebraska, car number 8, it's the Racing MD, Dr. Nick Steyer. Scheduled to be in row number 6 will be the 18S of Cody Smith. He is not going to make the call. So rounding us out will be the 40 from Carter Lake, Iowa. That is Jake McLeod. This is the last chance for one last dance with the Alexander Lawn and Landscape stock cars. We're underway. Off through 1 and 2, it will be Devin Smith to show the way. Nearly 3 wide there for the final transfer spot as we kick this one off. Through 3 and 4, here comes Larry Robinson Jr. to the low side. The points leader here at Shelby County, believe will have second as they cross the line. 11 1,000s in favor of Devin Smith, but now Robinson will take the lead outright. Meanwhile, Mike Stapleton looking to the inside. Here comes another Shelby County regular. Dylan Peterson ready to mix it up with the Catfish, Tim Drake. Drake, a former I-80 Speedway regular from years gone by. His father, Kurt Drake, a multi-time track champion there at the old 410 Mile in Greenwood, Nebraska. And now he is getting shuffled back like a game of 52 pickup. Oh, and now Peterson right in front of traffic. Kicks a little dust up there, but he will pull the plug, and he'll wait for the caution kill switch to reignite the 44. Hellraiser Jack's caution is out indirectly, I should say. Indirectly sponsored for these stock cars. And a tough break there for Dylan Peterson, the 44. Lone driver from Jacksonville, Iowa representing. He's a regular here at SCS. And it looks like trouble for the Racing MD, Dr. Nick Steyer. I say, DJ, if you gotten these things, I know you're looking a little antsy down there.
No, the only thing I was thinking is the next time I go outside in the winter and my car won't start, I'm going to take a caution flag out there because that will fix that damn thing every single time.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to get a research paper done and probably presented at the PRI trade show one of these years about the caution kill switch. Meanwhile, green flag, that's a good way to get the power back up as we're underway. Devin Smith right to the low side, and he makes Larry Robinson Jr. pay for it. Smith back to the point. Here comes Robinson back to the inside. When we mentioned the Silver Dollar Nationals, that originated at the I-80 Speedway. Larry Robinson Jr., another longtime supporter of I-80 as well. The Robinson family, they've got many feature wins and I believe a couple of championships over there at Greenwood. But right now, Larry Robinson Jr., that 53R, like I said, the current Shelby County Speedway point leader on the weekly agenda here. He's got that second spot. Mike Stapleton in that third position trying to hold off the Catfish, Tim Drake. And meanwhile, Ryan Webb in that ZR1. He's looking sporty back in that fifth spot. Bottom lane still favorable here in these stock cars. They might need a little extra TLC, those high banks here at Shelby County. Well, we've seen it. When the sun goes down and the track gets right, this place absolutely comes to life, and it works overtime for these drivers. We'll see how everything shakes out. Right now, Devin Smith looking to punch his ticket in. The driver out of Lake City, Iowa. I believe normally a Boone Speedway regular, making the trip over to Harlan to be with us this weekend. And so far, off to a good start. He's going to have to start from deep if he wants to bag $5 grand. Meanwhile, the ZR1 of Ryan Webb, he'll be up a spot as they head into turn number 3. He'll sidestep Tim Drake, so there's still a little bit of grip on that outside lane. That is usable if you can hit it just right. White flag coming out next time around as Larry Robinson Jr. now starting to separate from Stapleton. But Stapleton, he's got the third and final transfer spot. You need the podium finish to keep the drive alive. White flag out this time. Final trip around the Speedway. And Devin Smith, the driver out of Lake City, Iowa, part of the Smith Racing clan from up there in Lake City. They're showing their stuff here tonight. Devin Smith will make quick work of B feature number 2. He'll win. Larry Robinson Jr. is going to join him in the main, and so will Mike Stapleton. Then it's Ryan Webb, Tim Drake, Dusty Van Horn, Dustin Ray, Jake McLeod, and Dylan Peterson. That'll round out the order. So once again, race fans, your top 3 moving on will be the 10S of Mike Stapleton, the 53R of Larry Robinson Jr., and your winner as he heads back towards the scale to make it legit. Give it up for him from Lake City, Iowa, car number 81. That is Devin Smith. With that, race fans, preliminary competition is officially complete here at the Malvern Bank Go 50. All that's left, 3 A mains. $5 grand to win for stock cars, $5 grand for modifieds, and then the big $15,000 to win for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Guys, it's been fun so far, but the best is yet to come here at Harlan.
Absolutely, Anthony. Well, up next will be tonight's Malvern Bank Go 50. Drivers are getting ready down in the pit area. We're going to step aside. Thanks to marketing partners. When we come back, 50 laps, $15,000 to win as the Al Belt Custom Home Silver Dollar Nationals weekend. The 16th edition rages on here at Shelby County Speedway. We'll be right back.
Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com.
Deep in the world of dirt racing lies a mind that refuses to rest. A team obsessed with innovation, precision, and the relentless hunt for speed. A brand new product line built through a partnership with one of the most respected names in high-performance suspension. Öhlins doesn't simply participate in racing. Racing is their core. Öhlins Shocks, available exclusively through Longhorn Dynamics.
In the heat of the game, every drop counts. Introducing Victory Fuel Flavored Electrolyte Water, the ultimate hydration companion.
Chili Bowl champion, Logan Seavey. ASCS National Champion, Seth Bergman.
Packed with essential electrolytes and bursting with delicious flavors. Victory Fuel keeps you hydrated and fueled to perform at your best.
Nothing tastes better than victory.
ARP manufactures the ultimate fasteners from the best raw materials using cold forged technology. Family owned and made in the USA. Quality always comes first. For whatever extreme category you're in, it's always ARP-bolts.com.
The Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series is brought to you by FloRacing, your #1 source for all things racing. Summit Racing Equipment, let's build it together, and Sunoco Race Fuels, fuel for your race fuel for the street. Welcome back to Shelby County Speedway. Wow, what a night here. As the Malvern Bank Go 50, the race car engineering pace truck sitting down and staging, and they're checking the racetrack out. James, you just feel like this one could be one of those burner features.
Well, we've had 2 of them here, and both have been, as I said, Race of the Year candidates, so we'll see what happens here tonight. Again, tomorrow night, no qualifying. It'll be dual heats tomorrow night, and those heat races will pay about they will pay $2,000 to win each tomorrow night, and then the top 16, it's in passing points, be set for tomorrow Saturday night's field, Ben.
Well, so much money, so much action. Cars are making their way to staging. One last break before tonight's 50-lap feature, and we'll be right back to Shelby County Speedway with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series on FloRacing. The Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series is brought to you by FloRacing, your #1 source for all things racing. Lucas Oil, keep that engine alive, and UNOH, turn your passion into a career. Well, James Essex, the Hall of Famer, with me here at Shelby County Speedway. My name is Ben Shelton. Somebody's about to turn the Malvern Bank Go 50 into a $15,000 payday. They woke the racetrack up in time for those B mains, and now we're going to have 50 laps, 28 drivers. And let's go ahead and take a look at your starting lineup for tonight's main event.
Your Roland Chalk starting lineup. On the pole is the defending series champion, the 99 out of Dresden, Ohio, to be Devin Moran. Out on the outside looking for his second career win in the series. He's at the Todd Cooney Motorsports 19R out of Marshalltown, Iowa. It's Ryan Gustin.
Inside of row 2, it's Brian Shirley out of Chatham, Illinois in the 3S. Into Squirrels outside from Mooresville, North Carolina, the 9H of Nick Hoffman.
Right now, Max Blair sits 5th in the points. He starts inside of row 3 in the 5th spot. He's out of Centerville, Pennsylvania. And on the outside, your current Midwest Sheba points leader out of Newbern, Illinois. And car number 1, it's Brandon Shepard.
Inside of row 4, the 157 of Mikey Marler out of Winfield, Tennessee. Into his outside all the way from Malino, Oregon, the 15D of Justin Duty.
Good starting spot for the youngster Brendan Smith, the 17SS out of Dade City, Florida. And the veteran Dennis Erb Jr., 9 career wins in the series. He's in car 28 out of Carpentersville, Illinois.
Inside of row 6 out of Evans, Georgia, a 76 of Brandon Overton. Into his outside, 2-time winner last week out of Urbana, Missouri, Dylan McCowan in the 8.
And in their next row, row number 7 will be Chris Smokey Madden. He's out of Great Court, South Carolina in the Infinity by Wells. And outside the driver, second in the points, the defending Silver Dollar Nationals winner out of Martinsville, Indiana is Hudson O'Neill.
Inside of row 8, Andrew Kosiski out of La Vista, Nebraska in the 53. And rolling to his outside from Decorah, Iowa, the 16 of Tyler Bruning.
Row 9, he was the hard charger here last night in the Malvern Bank West-East Series. In Renner, South Dakota, be Blair Nodorf. And outside of him, the current Malvern Bank West Series points leader out of Norfolk, Nebraska, the 04, that is Tad Pospischel.
Moving back to row number 10, and in car number 22, Daniel Hilsebeck out of Earlham, Iowa. He won the first B main tonight, and his outside winning the second B main out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, Garrett Alberson in car 58.
Chase Younghands looking for his first series win, 2 top 10s last weekend at Wheatland. He's out of Manhattan, Kansas, and outside surviving that second B main, put it in the show tonight. Starting 22nd out of Shreveport, Louisiana is Clay Stuckey.
We move off to the series paid provisionals here tonight. The 20 RT of Ricky Thornton Jr. out of Chandler, Arizona. He'll start 23rd. Into his outside, current O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year point leader Josh Rice from Crittenden, Kentucky.
2021 Silver Dollar Nationals winner Kyle Bronson, then Clay Harris in 6th. And Carson Ferguson and Dan Ebert, those 4 drivers, emergency provisionals, they do get full points. They don't make any money until they run past the start money, which in this race is $1,200 to win. So they got to finish at least 20th, which pays $1,250. They surely want to go higher than that, right?
I always aspire for more.
Sir.
Dustin Jarrett, who do you aspire from that starting grid to join you in All Makes Collision victory lane?
The guy that's going to get the win in this one is someone that's going to get a little bit of redemption, fellas. I'm going to go with the guy starting on the outside of row number 2. Give me Nick Hoffman. He was really good at Adams County the other night. We know how good he is on these dark clay bull rings like we have here at Shelby County. All those years he spent running Summer Nationals, all those years that he ran a UMP modified in Illinois. I will roll with the driver that now calls Mooresville, North Carolina home. Give me the Ty Touring 9 of Nick Hoffman.
James Essex, is Dustin Jarrett right or wrong? Who is your VLAN feature winner tonight?
Not so fast, my friend.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Corso.
Well, the last couple of weeks, we've had a steering buddy dark horse, a driver that's never won a full points race in a Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. That's a $1,000 bonus. That goes to the driver and also the victory. Brian Shirley will take home $16,000 here tonight. He will win his first ever Lucas Oil race.
A squirrel can buy a lot of nuts down there at the store with that one. I think those are good picks for both of you. However, I feel like we're in Iowa. I think 15,000 stays in Iowa. And for the second time in his career, Ryan Gustin is a VLAN feature winner with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. He takes the Infinity by Wells 19R to victory lane. Anthony Ainsley, you had a pick. You're smarter than the rest of us combined. Who is your VLAN feature feature winner tonight?
I was going to say, making a lot of assumptions in terms of smarts, but I think got to be one of the hottest guys on the Lucas Oil Tour, consistently been up towards the front the last month or so. I got to say, give me the Rocket Shep. I say Brandon Shepherd takes home the big 15 grand tonight. Had a great showing last night in his SLMR debut. I believe just missed the top 5. But I think with that Rocket House car tonight, as good as it's been the last several weeks, I think the new Berlin, Illinois has enough bull ring experience to put that Rocket House car into victory lane tonight, guys.
Well, if he gets his 43rd career win tonight, he would be his 8th of the year, and that would be the all-time winningest year on tour for Brandon Shepherd, a former 7-time feature winner on the tour. He's already got 7 this year, and he will go after number 8. Dustin Jarrett, we watched those B mains after they reworked the racetrack, and we started see that thing really wake up on the top. As you look at the infield, from the infield down there tonight, does this one have a feel similar to previous years here, or do you see more of the same?
No, different racetrack, right? Different racetrack than what we've seen here the last couple of years. It's a little bit drier right now. I do have a little bit of inside information, and you caught me at a good time because I just wrapped up a convo with Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series race director Rick Schwally, and he's out there talking to Joe Kosiski, talking to Gary Hopp about this racetrack. And what Rick said was, he said, you saw that water truck out there rolling around, just making laps around the inside of that racetrack. And what they're trying to do, guys, they're trying to tighten the bottom of this racetrack up. And what they mean by that is they want to get this bottom basically cleaned off to where it doesn't rubber up, to where it won't take rubber. That's why that water truck was out there making laps. Rick said, yeah, that top side was good in the B mains, but you had to be perfect. Look at the guys that were making ground up there. You had throttle stompers up there like Josh Rice and Kyle Bronson. Schwally told me if they can get this bottom tightened up, they will have a very, very good racetrack in tonight's A main, but he said it is a coin flip. They're learning things tonight that they can apply towards the rest of the weekend in this inaugural Shelby County hosting of the Al Belt Home Silver Dollar Nationals.
And DJ, the weather's going to be the same the next 2 days after this. I mean, you're looking at what, low to mid 90s, sunshine. So they're learning every night out.
Absolutely, guys. And again, you don't want to make excuses about anything, but this track was just reconfigured a couple years ago. We talk about it every time that we're here. The old racetrack was a monster. Anthony was generous when he called it a 4/10. I would have called it a half mile. You can still see the light poles in the pit area off the back straightaway that were in the infield at this racetrack. That's how far apart the front straightaway and the back straightaway were. So this racetrack's only been reconfigured about 4 years now. They put new clay on it at that time. They're still learning, and I promise you there is nobody in the world that wants a better racetrack than the folks putting on the show here this week.
Well, I love this. I love the shape of the racetrack, man. And you know, and I love the color of the dirt, the soil, whatever you want to call it. I really love the way it looks on it. I think we're going to see a good one here tonight. Race Car Engineering pace truck on the Speedway. Yeah, they're just going to roll it around, get it sealed up a little bit. I think you're going to see things happen really fast here too, James. It feels like lap traffic could happen in the blink of an eye, especially with 28 cars taking the green flag tonight.
Kind of reminds you of West Virginia Motor Speedway, what Mike Hurley has done there, taking it from a giant racetrack down to, what, a 3/8 mile, and the job they do there. And that's still a work in progress as well. We'll be there for their final event of the year, Carlos Schwartz Dirt Track World Championship in October, the 16th and 17th, 100K to win. Again, we'll be back here in Iowa the next 2 nights, obviously. And then for the Lucas Oil Knoxville Late Model Nationals, what do you think about 4 wide? Should we leave it to the, I guess he's the lieutenant governor of Iowa now, right?
DJ?
Yeah.
He's not going to do it. I tell you what, let's do it right here.
You go right ahead.
Race fans, the 33rd time in 2026, the stars and cars of the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing coming at you with their salute to you, 4 wide. I feel like there's going to be some pyrotechnics coming our way, James.
We saw enough of those at Wheeling last weekend twice.
I would keep my eyes off turn 3.
There you go, right there. That's it?
Nah, we got a little bit more coming.
Okay, all right.
We got to make sure we're good to go.
Now, that is not smoke from, hey, Ben. Thanks, Tiffany. That's not smoke from Canada. That's just from the fireworks, right?
That was more of a turn 3. DJ forgot to light the rest of them. DJ!
It's not Tony Stewart either.
It's not. DJ, I think you forgot to light them all, buddy.
patience, my friend. It's a 4-day show here. You might keep your eyes on victory lane when the winner goes across the stripe, and you might keep your eyes on the banners on each side of victory lane during the interview.
We might have brought the Ring of Fire.
Yeah, we had 2 Roman candles there. We'll see what we've got in victory lane when this one's over. So, no, man, it's going to be.
Hey, it's been fun, guys, and we'll do it all again tomorrow night. Passing point heat races, 2,000 to win each heat. And in Saturday night, the Silver Dollar Nationals, brought to you by Malvern Bank and all the great sponsors. Albert Custom Homes will run through those tomorrow night.
All right, well, forming them up here as 2x2, 14 rows deep back through the field. James, we talked about it. 10 winners in 32 events this year, 32 feature events. And we talked about that steering buddy dark horse. Nobody on the front row is eligible for it, but Brian Shirley inside of row 2 is. And then you got to go back to Justin Duty outside of row 4. Lights are out on the Speedway, buddy. This is how we're going to kick things off. The 16th annual Al Belt Custom Home Silver Dollar Nationals weekend tonight. The Malvern Bank Go 50.
50 laps, 15,000 to win. They're going to start them at turn number 4, the East Door and Holligan Green Start Zone. Devin Moran and Ryan Gusta will lead them to the green flag here in Shelby County, Ben.
Devin Moran heads to the low side down in 1 and 2. Gustin heads up top. Shirley down low as well, down the back straightaway. It's Devin Moran leading the way, but here comes Gustin, a big run on the top side. Who is going to lead lap number 1 off turn number 4 tonight in Shelby County? Drag race back to the line. How about Ryan Gustin, lap 1 to the top?
Well, you know Gus is going to run the top and make it work as he goes down the back straightaway with the lead. Miranda second. Ryan Shirley runs into third spot. Hoffman to the top. Here comes B-Shep. So Ryan Gustin, Todd Cooney Motorsports, from about an hour and a half away in Des Moines, Iowa, the home base for that team, out in front here at Shelby County.
Well, we thought early in the night the bottom was going to be good in the heats, and it was a little too good. We thought the top might be really good in the feature. I think the racetrack's going to start to equalize as the feature goes on, but right now it is really good, and Devin Moran's moved from the bottom to the top. He sits in second. Nick Hoffman sets his sights on him. He rides back in third. Brian Shirley fourth. Brandon Shepard in fifth. Ryan Gustin, 4 wins on the year. He's won at Paragon. He's won at Brownstown Bullring in Illinois, Farmington Empire Speedway in Missouri, and Mississippi Thunder Speedway. And right now he leads the way in the 19R. Last time by, his advantage was 1.4 seconds over Devin Moran with Nick Hoffman back in third.
I don't think Max Blair's going to leave the bottom, right? He's got right now in position number 6.
Well, he's going to have to because Marlar just went inside of him.
Yeah, Mike Marlar took a peek there, and he gets around him. They go down the back straightaway. Blair about a back. But right now, it's Gustin, Moran, Hoffman, Shirley, Shepard, your top 5 here in Shelby County.
These guys are setting a red-hot pace early in this one. Top 3, 4, 5, all around the top side of the racetrack. You go back to Marlar. He rides in 6th. On your screen, the 157, trying to make the low side of that racetrack work. Now he'll go to the top, down in 3 and 4. They're pushing that cushion higher and higher right now. And it's Ryan Gustin who's going to start thinking about lap traffic as we work lap 8 of this 50-lap affair, because he's closing in on the back of the pack, and they're 2 and 3 wide in front of him.
Yeah, all 28 starters still out there as they head down the main straightaway. 7 laps in the record books. You see the battle back there, right there. It's the pair of Illini veterans, Brian Shirley and Brandon Shepard. That is for 4th and 5th. Overton has moved into 10th. Right now, Ryan Gustin is led from the start of the 19R.
9 laps in the books, working lap 10. Lap traffic now a reality as Hoffman goes to the inside of Devin Moran for position number 2. Ryan Gustin tiptoeing. Where do you go if you're Gustin? You don't want to go 3 wide this early, do you? He doesn't have to. He goes around Carson Ferguson, puts him down a lap. The lead, 1.1 seconds over Devin Moran.
10 laps in the books, down the back straightaway. Out of this one is the 18 of Chase Younghans. Going into turn number 3, off of 4. There you see Devin Moran in second. Nick Hoffman trails him. Hoffman led the most laps on Tuesday night at Adams County. Came home in the 3rd spot. Barely edging out Brian Shirley with a 8-mile. Heavy traffic into turn number 3 for your leaders. Gustin on top. Devin Moran to the bottom out of turn 4, Ben.
Yeah, if you're Ryan Gustin, you got to make some moves somewhere but in the top, because you're right there on Dan Ebert. You got to think if they clear Kosiski, and they will, oh, it's not going to matter. The Hellraiser Jack's caution is out. And we got one upside down at the top of turn number 3. And trying to... Yeah, that's going to be Clay's. No, that's going to be one Skyline. That's Tyler Bruning, actually. It's like the 16 Skyline Motorsports entry, and he is on his roof. We saw Bill Layton last night get upside down out of 2, and I believe that's Tyler Bruning upside down. And getting confirmation, waiting on the driver over there as race car landed upside down. And, man, you see the way the You see the left rear on that race car, the way it's been out. You don't know if that happened from the concrete. Did something break getting into the corner? But, James, I did not see it. Did you, sir?
No, sir. We'll check the
you can see the
eCentralSports.com drone to see exactly who. Yes, Ryan Gustin will be your leader with 12 laps complete as we are under a red flag.
Well, the banners tell a story up there, and you got one of the catch fence poles that's kind of bent backwards. You see some of the catch fence down. Yep. Okay. So, update down there, Ryan, play again. Tyler Bruning is okay down there. They are going to flip the car over so he can get out of it. So, as soon as we get that car turned over and check on Bruning, we will see what we may have from that. It happened back in the pack, and Dustin Jarrett, I don't know if you saw anything either.
No, I did not, Ben Shelton. Unfortunately, I saw the caution lights come on, and when I looked up, the 16 was upside down. Guys, they are going to flip this car back over, and you may have mentioned this. I was making my way down here. They're going to flip this car back over on all fours before he gets out of it, and that is per Tyler Bruning's request. So he's down there in that race car, and you know how tight these things are to get in and out of. So Tyler's a pretty decent-sized guy, as you guys know. He's requested they flip this race car over so that he can get out of the race car.
All right, well, thank you very much, Dustin Jarrett. Down in turn 3, I understand momentarily we'll have a couple of replays what happened. And
there's the Jumbotron
right now,
at the racetrack, as you see, going into turn 3.
Oh, wow, man. He shot up the racetrack. It's like contact with somebody, and you saw him go head on into that catch fence, and I think we're going to have a slow-mo version.
He had some
Here's
couple
of
rough. Oh, wow.
Man.
Couple of rough wrecks down in Georgia, Florida speed weeks, and he had to.
Gosh, man, I'm glad Bronson was able to miss him there.
So we will take him back on all fours here.
Tiffany, I know we can't. Can we roll those 2 angles back momentarily? I'd like to see those again to see who he may have made contact with. It looked like somebody down low. Not sure if that was Chris Madden or not, as Bruning's car's being flipped over down there. Dustin Jarrett on the scene, and we'll see in a little bit if we can get an interview. But man, hard contact. All right, we're going to go slow motion again now. If we start with the overhead shot, it's going to be the upper right portion of your screen. All right, you see him coming out of down the back straightaway, off into turn 3, and was that Madden perhaps? Looks like he and Bruning crossed up. Looked like crossed up, and it shoots Bruning up the racetrack. And you see Bruning hit the catch fence, and then from Landon Summers down there, bottom of turn number 3. And at that point, you see him shot up the racetrack, and catch fence catches him and tips him over. And again, man, very thankful Bronson was able to miss him. Wow. So race car's doing his job. Yeah, Dustin Jarrett, take it away.
Yeah, we'll grab a word with him here in just a second, but it will be a second. I just talked to Series Director Rick Schwally, and one thing to note, let's not forget that he had that back issue earlier in the year, Ben. You alluded to the hard accidents that he had down at Golden Isles and at Florida Georgia Speed Week. So with those things in mind, again, he was the one that requested them to roll this race car back over, and they are going to take their time getting him out of this race car. We will try to grab a word with him, but it will be a few minutes because they are going to take their time with him, given the injuries he had earlier in the year.
Yeah, glad to see him moving around the race car, taking his time. Well, we're gonna step away real quick, give him time to get out of the race car. When we come back, we'll try to get an update with Bruning, and 12 laps down, 50 to go. The Malvern Bank Go 50 from Shelby County Speedway. You're watching it on FloRacing.
Well, back here at Shelby County Speedway, Tyler Bruning is out of the race car, and he's bumped up down here, guys. He's a little bit woozy down here. We're going to see if he's okay. We'll probably decline the interview, though, because he took his time getting out of this race car. He's walking down here talking to safety officials now. I know you well enough to know that you got bumped pretty good there, Tyler. What happened, and how are you?
The track's just so one lane that me and Huddy and a couple other guys were trying to run the top, and I kept catching Madden right in the middle of the straightaways, and so I was trying to time my run to get a full speed run on the top, and I got a good run off of 2. Obviously, I haven't seen any replay or anything. I don't know if I got into Chris or if he got into me or if he was trying to get to the bottom, and I know Chris well enough. He wasn't trying to do nothing like that, so it was just a racing deal, I think, from what I saw in my perspective. I just got turned in the wrong spot and head on into the wall.
So, you okay, man?
Yeah, I'm okay. It probably looked worse than it felt, and I've been in ones that weren't so bad that felt worse. So we'll be all right.
All right, hey, let those guys check you out, man. All right, how about it, Shelby County? Give a round of applause to Tyler Bruning, who's hopped out of that race car. We're quickly, hey, let's impromptu. Let's grab a word with your race leader, Ryan Gustin, down here. Hey, were you excited to see that caution flag given all the lap traffic that you were starting to make your way around or having to deal with?
Yeah, it was like a log jam up there for sure. I'm just trying to keep the wheel spin down as much as I can. There's still 38 laps left. I'm sure it's going to migrate off the top here at some point. So we'll just have to keep our eyes on our signal guy and see if we can't get us one here.
All right, Ryan Gustin, there you heard it right there from the race leader, guys. They've got Tyler Bruning down here. They're going to check him out. They're going to get his car off the racetrack as well. And I tell you what, producer Tiffany, that's all going to take a minute or two. So let's step aside for one more set of commercial breaks. When we come back, we'll have the conclusion of the Malvern Bank Go 50 here at Shelby County Speedway.
Tyler Bruning's car being cleared from the racetrack. You see massive damage on that AK race car. Not sure if they got the Longhorn on the top of the trailer or not, so not sure what Bruning will be tomorrow, but I'd say we're probably not going to see that one back tomorrow. A lot of damage. Just have to get back to the pit area. Zeb and the crew will take a look at it. But the important thing is the race car, the safety equipment, it all did its job. And now we catch our breath, James, and we reset. 12 down, 50 to go, and these drivers have had time to sit out there. And, you got to wonder, do they worry about tires sealing over? Do they worry about air pressures? What are they worrying? And Gustin's right, man. This thing's fast. It's going to be on the top, but I got to think probably by the midway point, you're going to start seeing some guys move around. We already saw Marler trying to work that low groove, and lap traffic, the great equalizer. A lot of storylines still to play out in this one. 38 laps, an eternity at this third mile.
Yeah, the catch fence held up really well as well. We hope we never had to use that, but it did its job up there. And So Bruning, he will be, I believe, well, Young Hands is out of the race. He will finish 28th here tonight. And then Bruning will finish 27th. There's Ryan Gustin. Again, his lone Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series win was at East Bay. It was a 7,000 win rate, right?
I believe so.
Right, but yes.
You remember who else won that week? Got his first win.
Was that a winger?
That was an Ashton Winger. That was the famous tattoo or piercing win that you got night.
I forgot about that.
They won at East Bay, if I'm not mistaken, on back-to-back nights down there.
Yes, they did. Ryan Gustin, Devin Moran, Nick Hoffman, Brian Shirley, Brandon Shepard, your top 5. Then it's Marlar, Blair, Duty, Herb, and Brandon Smith. Right now, your Hoker Trucking hard charger of this race, I believe, is Josh Rice. Am I correct? Josh Rice up 10 spots, 24th to 14th here in the running order. So there you see the 16. Boy, Zeb, he's had a lot of work to do the first few months of this year.
Well, and then they, and again, Dallin Murdy, man, hard contact last week at Wheat when they debut a new AK race car tonight. There's Josh Rice, your Hoker Trucking hard charger. Will be great back in the great state of Iowa with the FloRacing Night in America in August. A little mini Iowa Speed Week. World of Outlaws are going to bookend it at Maquoketa, or going to wrap it up at Maquoketa, but we'll go to Marshalltown and Mason City. And Jeff Hoker in the game. They put together a little points fund for that deal. And Jeff Hoker, a great supporter of racing across the board, including the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series Flow Night in America, and your leader right now, Ryan Gustin, in that 19R.
You think Rice will be ready for Florence? I'm just going to say.
I think he's ready to go back to Florence or Wheatland. It's one of the two. I mean, he loves them both a lot right now.
I think he's ready to go back racing here after moving up 10 spots in the first 12 laps of this race, guys.
All right, 38 to go. Delaware double file. Moran will pick the bottom on Hoffman. Then it's Shirley, Shepard, Marlar, Blair, Duty, Dennis Herb, Brendan Smith, O'Neill, Overton, Madden. Right now, Brandon Shepard came in 70 points ahead. Again, there'll be no points tomorrow night. Of course, points for Saturday night's 16th annual Malvern Bank Al Belt Custom Homes. Thanks to everybody involved in that. 52,000 to win, 53,000 for second.
Pretty spectacular, huh?
Oh, yeah. It's going to be interesting. Remember that run Ryan Gustin had in the Silver Dollar Nationals? What year was that? 2013. 2013, that great run in the Ed and Cindy Gressel, right? Did he not take a provisional? And he got all the way to the lead, right? And got into a car he was going to lap. Man, that was Heartbreak Hotel.
I think Jimmy Owens ended up winning. He said, Gustin went by me. I thought it was over. I said, man, I didn't even know that he was in this race. Well, it's because he started like 40th, so.
Weren't you doing pit reporting for me on that?
Yeah.
Yeah, me and you.
That was. Sure, it was 248 degrees at I-80 Speedway that day.
All right, on the restart, the East Orange Holligan restart zone. The Reapers led the first 12 laps, 38 to go. Off at turn 4, back underway at Shelby County.
Devin Moran in second. Nick Hoffman's been turning up the wick. He'll look to the inside of Devin Moran. Lets it slide up the racetrack. Leads Devin a good, clean groove off at 2 down the back straightaway. Chasing Ryan Gustin, Devin Moran, Nick Hoffman, Brandon Shepard 4th. Brian Shirley back to 5th. How about Mike Marlar marching on the low side of the 157?
Hoffman digs down low on the bottom. B-Shep always runs well here at Shelby County down the back straightaway in the 4th spot. Shirley 5th. Blair, Marlar, Duty, Dennis Herb, O'Neill to 10th as they come out of turn number 4. Josh Rice 24th to 12th here in the first 14 laps.
Meanwhile, Brandon Shepard to 3rd. Nick Hoffman battles back to the inside down the back straightaway. Now Sheppy up to 3rd. Gustin, Devin Moran, and the one car, Brandon Shepard. That's your Big River Steel podium right now with 15 down, 35 to go. A long time to go. And Devin Moran starts to close back in on the 19R Ryan Gustin. And as I say that, he gives it away off of turn number 2 as he slips up the racetrack. Meanwhile, that allows Brandon Shepard to move in. Possibly another slider coming from Sheppy as he did that to get around Hoffman. Closing in on Devin Moran, working lap number 17.
Down the back straightaway, it's 1 second the advantage for Gustin. Over Moran, Shepard, Hoffman, Rice, 24th to 11th, up 13 spots. About to get into the top 10, the top rookie in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. First time ever here at Shelby County, but Ryan Gustin looking for his 2nd career win in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Looking tough here at the Cooney Motorsports 19R.
Man, that top is awful good right now, but they've got almost up to the concrete down off of turn number 4. So turns 1 and 2, a little bit more of the same. Seems like they have a little bit more to work with off of 4. As Gustin has led throughout the first now 19 laps of this one from the outside front row. Devin Moran, tonight's Bill Stein pole sitter. He sits back in 2nd. Brandon Shepard from 6th up to 3rd. Nick Hoffman 4th. Brian Shirley in 5th.
But they picked up the tail end of the field here, so we're going to race here at the top 3. Off at turn 4, Gustin, Moran, Shepard. As they pick up the tail end of the field coming off of turn number 2. Last car on the lead lap is Carson Ferguson. Hoffman pedaling hard in 4th. Now what do you do? Right now, it's top dominant for those drivers. They're going to have to make some moves here to the bottom to the middle.
Well, Gustin hopes that he's going to see a Hellraiser Jack's caution is what he hopes is. He now closes in about 6 car lengths behind Carson Ferguson. Meanwhile, if you're a race fan or Devin Moran or anybody else, you want to stay green, though, because it's going to get really entertaining. And Devin Moran pills off the top to the bottom of 3 and 4, but that's going to allow Shepard to close in. And if you're Devin Moran, you got to be careful. You got to bide your time to get there, because if you get off the top too soon, Sheppy's going to get you. And now Gustin says, I can't wait. This isn't going to work. 2 for the price of 1 slider through 3 and 4. Meanwhile, Ebert turns back down the hill, but Gustin gets around one of them. Here comes Devin Moran.
Yeah, Moran loses out of turn number 4, but he's there out of 2 down the back straightaway. 2 car lengths for Gustin. 3 back is Shepard. Gustin's going to throw it in on Ebert again as they come out of turn number 4 up the track. It was 0.6 of a second last time around. It remains 0.5 of a second now. He cut a 1/10 of a second off. Now Moran's got a battle with Ebert. Oh, baby, business picking up, and Moran's going to throw it into the bottom. Here they come out of turn 4. They're side by side. Will we have a new leader? We don't. It's still Gustin. It's picking up in Shelby County, Ben Shelby.
Working lap 26. The Hellraiser Jacks halfway mark's come and gone, and Devin Moran setting his sights on Ryan Gustin. Gustin on the top of the racetrack behind Clay Harris. Meanwhile, Devin Moran down low. Will we have a new leader this time? By Gustin says, no, sir, you will not. And now they'll both pill off the top. Gustin through the middle, Moran down low. Gustin slides up the racetrack, loses momentum. Oh, McCowan, the lap car, makes it 3 wide. Wow.
Here comes Hoffman in on Shepard. Brandon Shepard, Nick Hoffman, don't forget about them. Gustin is still led every lap here tonight, somehow, some way, out at 2. Moran down the back straight. It was like Clay Harris, so they got about a lap or so here of space in front of them. Shepard now through the bottom, back to the top, down the main straightaway. Hoffman is 4th, Shirley still 5th, but all eyes up front is Gustin pulling away a little bit, though. Still a ways to go here tonight.
What a job Ryan Gustin did right through their lap traffic. Gives him a chance to breathe, James. 29 laps complete, 21 to go. And now Gustin's got to go back and start calculating again, because he's caught the tail of the field, and they're all in his groove in front of him. Gustin will slide down through the bottom of 3 and 4, throws it in on Blair Nodorf. Nodorf turns it back down the hill, and Nodorf will stay in front of him, but I think Gustin will clear him this time off of 2. Meanwhile, Devin Moran's gone low, Brandon Shepard's gone low, and they're pulling away from Nick Hoffman back in 4th. The top 4 breakaway right now. Laps starting to tick down, though.
Brandon Shepard working the bottom in the 1. Gustin's led every lap here tonight down the main straightaway. 31 complete, still 19 to go. Moran has a little bit of space down the back straightaway. Shepard is there in 1. Hoffman has dropped back, but he's still in 4th. Shirley 5th. O'Neill, Blair, Marlar, Thornton from 23rd to 9th in the 20 RT. 10th is Justin Duty.
That time by, the lead stays about 0.8 of a second for Ryan Gustin, maintaining his advantage through lap traffic. Moran and Shepard trying different grooves, working lap 33 of tonight's Malvern Bank Go 50 from Shelby County Speedway. Another slider through lap traffic for Gustin. And man, he's really had to work hard.
Now they go to the outside now. Both Gustin and Moran to the outside as we're going to double up here. Ricky Thornton Jr. 23rd, 8th, now up 15 spots, but he's got a ways to go without a caution, but right now he's the Hoker Trucking Hard Charger, the 20 RT, and he picks up another spot on Max Blair.
That's on
so
the right.
Thornton 23rd to 7th, Ben.
Yeah, on the right side of your screen. Meanwhile, on the left side of your screen, Devin Moran closing back in on Ryan Gustin. Those two have broke away from Brandon Shepard, and they've got side-by-side lap cars in front of them. Devin Moran starting to move a little lower off the corner, diamonding off the corner, and he's got a big run off of 2 onto Ryan Gustin.
Pospischal and Hilsebeck right out. Moran throws it in at turn number 4, and will he have the lead? No. Gustin still leads.
Oh man, Ryan Gustin doing a great job. Moran's better off of 2, but that time by, Gustin gets a better run, still side-by-side lap cars in front of him, and now Gustin's going to throw it in there. He can't clear Clay Stuckey, though. He'll have to break momentum. That allows Moran to close in on him. 14 laps to go, and it's been Ryan Gustin leading the whole way so far, but man, it's been far from easy.
This may be 3 years in a row. We got a big one Saturday night, a crown jewel race as we come out of turn number 4. It is Ryan Gustin, Devin Moran right there into turn number 1, nose to tail. Out of turn number 2, Moran looking through the middle, down the back straightaway. Shepard and Hoffman are well back of the half the straightaway. Moran's going to throw it in for the lead on Gustin. He's got it. Ryan says thank you very much. Crossover. Guess what? Gustin still leads in Shelby County. A dandy here, down the back straightaway.
11
baby.
laps to go, working lap 40. Gustin thought about going low. Now he'll go to the top. Hilsebeck turns down low. Meanwhile, Devin Moran up in front of him. Gustin turns back down the hill at that time at the line. Your leader, Ryan Gustin, by 0.02 of a second. Now they make contact down in 1 and 2. Gustin and Devin Moran side by side for the lead, leaning on each other off into 3 and 4. Gustin slings it in there. Ryan Gustin not wanting to go away here tonight. Here comes Brandon Shepard catching both of them, James. Just 9 laps to go with Devin, another slider.
Crossover by Gustin. Gustin somehow has led every lap, but they're about to have competition. Here comes the rocket one at the bottom. Moran throws it in. Gustin says, okay, will we have a new leader? No, we do not. It's still Gustin. Somehow, some way, he's led every lap. Here comes Moran down the back straightaway. Here comes the 1. Here comes the 9. Are you kidding me? Shelby County, we love you. Into turn 4, Moran. Will it hold this time? Will it hold this time?
Oh,
they
contact.
touched. They bang wheels into 1. Moran slides up the track. Here comes Shepard down the back straightaway. Gary Hoppy, you love it, man. Great job.
Man.
He was worried about the racetrack. Forget about it. Out of 4, here's the lead. It's still Gustin, Moran, and Shepard. Long green flag stretch. Only 1 caution flag. Shepard on the bottom for the lead. How did he get up there?
They're going to race back to 5 to go. Gustin has to go to the binders. They're 3 wide through lap traffic. New leader, Brandon Shepard. Devin Moran goes to 2nd. Gustin back to 3rd. Now Gustin's looked to the inside of Shepard. Out of 2 down the back straightaway. Devin Moran run on the top, James.
PSG, baby.
Oh, man.
PSG. Moran to the outside. Here comes Shepard. Here comes Moran. Gustin, they're side by side. Hoffman is there in 9. Are you kidding me? Down the back straightaway, Nick Hoffman's not done yet. Brandon Shepard's pulling away his 0.5 of a second over Moran at turn number 4.
And now Hoffman's going to go around Devin Moran. Duty out of the party will stay green. Nick Hoffman comes after Ryan Gustin. 2 laps or 3, making 3 laps remain as they work down the back straightaway. Oh, this one's been good, James.
It seems like we've had 5 different leaders, but we've only had 2. Gustin somehow has held on. Hoffman has gone to 2nd now. Nick Hoffman to 2nd and 9 as the wind down. Barron's Performance, white flag, 1 lap to go. It's Shepard, Hoffman, Gustin, Moran, Shirley, Thornton 23rd to 6th, but the final lap, Brandon Shepard may end up winning this thing into 1. Go ahead, Ben.
Barron's Performance 1 to go. Hoffman moves down behind Shepard. Gustin in 3rd. Final time off into turns 3 and 4. An ESPN Instant Classic here tonight. The Malvern Bank Go 50. Brandon Shepard gets the win. Nick Hoffman comes home in 2nd. Ryan Gustin 3rd. Devin Moran in 4th. Brian Shirley 5th. Ricky Thornton Jr. 6th from 23rd. And the Flames down in victory lane as Brandon Shepard, 43rd career Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series win, the best of his career, 8th on the season. Your Midwest Sheet Metal point leader is going to add to that advantage. What a race here tonight. Nick Hoffman 2nd, Ryan Gustin in 3rd, and we may even have a little bit of drama to show down in the pit area.
There you go.
There's a crews agreeing that
it's an excessive heat warning in the infield.
Down in the Heartbeat Hot Sauce Hot Pit, they agreed there will not be Christmas together. I'm guessing probably for the 19R and the 99.
Ben Shelton.
Wow.
Thornton up 17 spots. Josh Rice up 16 spots. Kyle Bronson up 12. Are you kidding me? That's what Gary Hupp said. Are you kidding me? The promoter. He was down. He said, man, after those heat races, I don't know. Now he's fired up.
You want to hear
Shelby County.
Well, yeah, I think we've got some down the Heartbeat Hot Sauce Hot Pit. We had some hot action. If you didn't think it was good, Ken Schrader sent me a text. He said, "Awesome!" exclamation point. Schrader, get her an extra in a mod, man. Come on.
The way it started and the way it ended. Brandon, where did he come from? I mean, it was.
Well, he started
Gustin
6th, and Anthony
led.
Ainsley picked him to win. There'll be no living with Anthony now. Well, coming on third tonight, Ryan Gustin out of Marshalltown, Iowa.
Led
Second,
44 laps, Ben.
Yes, sir. Nick Hoffman comes home in second. Great job by Nick Hoffman out of Mooresville, North Carolina. But Brandon Shepard, the Valvoline Performance Grading, Soyber Calf Ranches, Ace Metalworks, Franklin Enterprises, Fox Shocks, Collins Brothers Towing, Gunners Honey, Performance Concrete. All sponsors on the Styles, Marine and Maintenance, 5-star race car bodies, Durham Powered Rocket. Your points leader, James, 13 win of the year overall. And Dustin Jarrett, you had a front row seat down there for that one, man. Your third time here to Shelby County Speedway. Is it fair to say that might be the best one so far?
Iowa, baby. That's all I got to say. You know I'm down here relishing it. Hey, Shelby County Speedway, if you like that one, give me a hell yeah. Hey, Shelby County, if you're going to stick around for the IMCA Modifieds and the IMCA Stock Cars, give me a hell yeah. I think they like it. I love this state, man. I love it.
Well, by the way, Shepard started 6th. So no pole show again.
Fact.
So it's unofficially, they go to the Long Acre Racing Product Scale. Shepard, Hoffman got 2nd, passing Gustin there late. Moran 4th, Shirley 5th, Thornton 6th from 23rd, O'Neill 14th to 7th, Rice 24th to 8th, and we only had one caution flag, right?
It was a red.
And it was a red. I believe 24 of the 28 starters finish. Young Hands will be 28th, Bruning 27th, Kosiski 26th, Duty 25th, but no way. Gary Hopp is like, man, I apologize. Did he come up here and
he came up here to apologize?
He apologized. He said, I'm
over.
sorry, man, for this racetrack. And he said, I don't know what's going to happen.
You know, here's the deal. Sometimes you miss it early in the night. And sometimes, let's be honest, if the heats aren't very good, you end up with a burner feature. And sometimes, if the heats are really good, the feature's not going to be that great. Anthony, did you have a good time?
Oh, well, you know, it's the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. I've been here for the last two Kosiski Family 53s up here. The track acted the same way as I saw the last 2 years. Heats, you know, kind of stinkers. It was a game of ring around the rosy, around the low side in the heat races. But when night fell, when the big lights came on and the big bucks were on the line, these guys delivered. And I tell you, nothing short of an absolute dogfight tonight.
Hey, look
Love
at this.
it.
There's a trophy right here, guys, that is going to be on the camera. Hey, Joe Kosiski, you and I talked during that track prep break, man. Is that what you had in mind for a feature race right there?
That's what I had in mind before the track prep.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah, excellent racetrack tonight. Great feature.
How about it? Joe Kosiski, ladies and gentlemen. That's good stuff right there.
Hey, Dustin Jarrett.
Yes, sir.
How about Jay Burdick and Malvern Bank, too? I want to give them a shout-out, man.
Absolutely.
They do so much to support racing.
Absolutely. Hi, Jay. Good stuff, man. Hey, I got him down here, man.
Awesome.
What a great-looking trophy, and thank you for everything you do for racing, brother.
Hey, buddy, I'm just here as a fan, and what a great track, and that was a top 5 race of the year right there. James Essex, top 5 race of the year right there, buddy.
If you don't like that, unfriend all of us, right, Jay?
Absolutely, buddy.
Thank you, Jay Burdick.
Yeah. Good stuff. All right, good stuff, guys. That trophy is going home with Brandon Shepard. He's making his way through the Long Acre Tech and Scale area, guys. While he's doing that, we'll send it back up to you.
Yeah,
he's going
to be down there. Well, and it's official, DJ and race fans, your winner of the Malvern Bank Go 50. How about it for Brandon Shepard in the Rocket One Racing #1? The third different winner here in his mini Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series events. DJ, he's making his way to All Makes Collision, Victory Lane, a VLAN feature winner with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Take it away, buddy.
I just watched that, and I still am not exactly sure what I watched, to be honest with you. That was... sometimes you drive all year just for races like that. Austin Hargrove down here congratulating him. Joel congratulating him. Dan White down here congratulating him. Mark Richards was down here talking to Joe Kosiski, and this team is running as good as anybody right now. As he's going to get the win in this one. And the box score, as James Essex mentioned, might look like that there was only one lead change and 2 different leaders, but that will absolutely not tell the story in this Malvern Bank Go 50 here this evening. And I expect you guys better blow the roof off this place for the burner that we just saw in that one, as he's going to get the Hoosier neckband on and climb out of this race car. Shelby County Speedway, the winner of the Malvern Bank Go 50 here tonight. in Harlan, Iowa. How about it for Brandon Shepard? Pyro going off down here, confetti in victory lane, and Shep's going to come around to the front of the car and grab a word with us. Michaela down here as well. All right, Sheppy. All right. Hey, that was real fun to watch in front of you there for a little while, and then it was like you decided, hell, I'm just going to go ahead and drive around these guys because I'm tired of watching.
No, man, I was getting a hell of a show for sure. They were racing each other really hard there, and you know, I just kept feeling myself slipping in the top, and I knew at some point I was going to try to move down, and no better time when them guys are racing each other like that. And
did you move down intentionally, or did you kind of find that line by circumstance with the way you guys were going through lap traffic?
A little bit of both. I was moving around. When they first started racing each other pretty hard, I was moving around trying to see if there was anything in the bottom, because 1 and 2 is, especially for me, felt like I was losing some time up there. And then of course, you know, once we got so deep into lap cars and they kept getting harder to pass on the top, so you know the bottom's starting to do something. And yeah, I just kept feeling some clean spots in 3 and 4, so I knew if I could hit that right, I could get going. But them guys were really good against that cushion, and they could really go there. And yeah, I think I had a little bit different tire combination on than at least Devin. But overall, man, Mark, Dan, Austin, Joel, Steve Baker, everybody, Rocket Chassis. Appreciate them guys more than they know, that's for sure. My dad and my grandpa wouldn't be here without them. My beautiful wife and kids, appreciate their support. All these great fans for being out here, sticking out this heat with us, and that was a hell of a racetrack for, you know, what we started the night with. They, you know, I told somebody earlier, I knew they were worried that the track wasn't going to be no good, and I thought, well, you know, I'm not worried about it. I know Gary and all these guys here at Shelby County will work on it, make it race good for the feature like they have year in and year out. So thanks to them for giving us a great racetrack again. Thanks to all my sponsors, Valvoline, Seabrook Calf Ranches, Ace Metalworks, Styles Marine and Maintenance, Performance Grading, of course, Petrov Towing, Franklin Enterprises, Collins Brothers Towing, Sunoco Race Fuels, Fox Shocks, Precision Suspension, Durham
make sure the kid don't fall down.
He's bound to, for sure. Durham Racing Engines ran really good again tonight. Just can't say enough about Mark and this team and the drive that they have to succeed. And yeah, this thing's just been really good, and we were able to, you know, whether we had the best car tonight or not, we'll never know, but we were in the right place at the right time, and I found the groove before they did, and luckily for me, they were racing each other really hard there. And yeah, last thing, I just want to send some prayers to the Pierce family for sure. Hope just sending them the best well wishes I can give.
Well, I know Bob's watching at home tonight. You hear the crowd up there clapping as well. It looked like one of those nights. It looked like a Brandon Shepard sticking to his game plan kind of night. You talked about finding that groove partially by circumstance, partially not. But those guys were out there just throwing haymakers at each other, and I could about counted the tread in your tires going around the bottom of the track.
Yeah, I knew at the beginning of the race I didn't want to go too hard because, you know, you can hurt your tires here really easily when it's blowing them dry crumbs. So I knew I had to at least be patient for a few laps till we got lined out and it started showing some black. Once it starts showing a little bit of black, it seems like you can lean on your tires a little bit harder. So really wanted to get us lined out before, and then I was just being patient, and when somebody would dive off to the bottom, I would you know, either throw a slider, or just I was in the right place at the right time for a few of those deals where I was able to pass a couple cars early and just put myself in position to be there. So
nice job, man.
Thank you.
How about it, ladies and gentlemen? Brandon Shepard wins a thriller here tonight at Shelby County, and we're going to go ahead. He's going to get the trophy presented to him courtesy of Jay Burdick from Malvern Bank and all the great folks here associated. Hey, Gary Hopp, great racetrack, brother. Great job, man. Great job on that racetrack.
It was awesome. It was awesome. I was worried, but it was awesome.
All right, thank you, Gary. We'll let you get back over there. We're going to come over here and grab a word with Ryan Gustin. I'm not sure that I have ever seen anybody drive as hard as you drove during that race. I know how bad you wanted it. Walk me through that battle you had with Devin Moran.
I mean, it was just, really full contact late model racing there. It's not the way I try to race. I try to race clean, but man, he didn't really do anything wrong. But just you got to log that stuff in the back of your head when you get ran over time and time again, and just when it's time to give it back, it's time to give it back.
All right, Ryan Gustin, he's on the Big River Steel podium here tonight. Give him a round of applause. One of your own, Iowa, and Nick Hoffman down here with the boys, got the NOS energy drink in hand. All right, Hoffman, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Shelby. How much fun was watching that race? I know you wanted to be up there with them, and you were at the end. How much fun was it sitting back there watching that?
Yeah, hell, it was getting pretty Western up there, and I thought, I looked at the board, and we had about 10 to go still. I was like, we still ain't out of this deal here. So depending on what they were going to do, they were throwing some haymakers, some elbows. It was getting pretty aggressive, but yeah, Sheppy was able to snooker him there and get by him, and then I was a couple laps later, and I felt like I had a decent line, but just wasn't good enough. Once I got clear and got to second, I had to fall back in line behind Sheppy. So our stuff was really good. Don't know what I could have done different, really. It was fast around the top early, and then finally we got to move, and man, that was one of the funnest races I've ran all year. Run second again, it sucks, but yeah, it was just really fun. I mean, this racetrack was badass, and all in all, a good night. So I got to say, our thoughts are with the Pierce family. It sucks that he wasn't here tonight, and what Bob's going through. He's one of the greatest in our sport, whether it's a crew chief, a driver, or whatever. He was one of the goats. So he's recovering now, and hopefully Bobby will be able to be out here tomorrow and race with us. But yeah, it was just a really fun night. Run second again sucks, but it's good when you run second to Sheppy. He's obviously a class act and runs everybody clean, and it was a fun race.
I think Roxon needs a microphone. Hey, what'd you think about that? No, yeah, he's going to be shy. Now, is your brother always that shy?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Nice job. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Nick Hoffman in the 9. And how about that one, guys? That was good stuff. And let's just run it back again here this weekend.
Do we have a race recap? I want to see the.
Oh, man.
Officially, it shows Moran led 2 laps. Am I correct?
That's what it shows
on the My Race Pass.
My Race Pass app. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot happening.
Gustin held on as long as he could, right?
Well, let's
man, oh man, what a race.
There was a lot of storylines in that one. We went green, and they were riding the top early and often. Ryan Gustin to the lead from the outside front row, Devin Moran in second. Blistering pace out front, and, man, it seemed like we might go clean and green this through lap traffic. And early on, man, Gustin really had to work lap traffic heavy. And a race that was only stopped once by a red flag for Tyler Bruning's wreck. Meanwhile, Ricky Thornton Jr. marches from 23rd to 6th. These two right here, though, there's probably some door panels for sale of trailers tomorrow and quarter panels, because those two were going at it really hard, really entertaining.
This is why we love dirt late model racing, right? I mean, this is just, and Shepard starts 6th. He worked his way up to 3rd. He gets around Moran, and he's going for the lead right here in the 1 car. There are 3 wide at one point, and just an incredible race. And I mean, just talking to Gary Hopp, he was disappointed. He said, man, I'm sorry. I apologize. No,
apology accepted, Gary. You made up for it, buddy.
You made up for it, my friend. And Brandon Shepard gets the win here tonight.
Yeah,
incredible race.
James, his single season best with Lucas Oil Series, 8 wins, a lot of racing to go. Former Silver Dollar Nationalist champion. He'll start that pursuit tomorrow on top of the Big River Steel podium. Nick Hoffman down there, Ryan Gustin. Dustin Jarrett, I would like your final thoughts that don't include anything about the upcoming IMC stock car feature. What do you got?
Iowa doesn't disappoint, man. I mean, I'm just telling you, what a show. I think a lot of folks maybe had their doubts, right? Everybody except maybe Gary Hopp and Brandon Shepard. There you heard Sheppy in Victory Lane. Fantastic show. We see it all the time, Ben, and you talked about it as well. A lot of times when the heats are kind of subpar, they go out there, they flip the racetrack, and it widens out top to bottom, and you got yourself a great show. By the way, 2 features still to go. IMCA modified, Shane Paris and Jordan Grabowski on the pole, or on the front row of that one. And the IMCA stock cars, Graybo on the pole and Shelby County on the outside. Welcome back the multi-time stock car champion, Mike Nichols.
He just couldn't stay away from it. James, you knew it was going to happen. Well, James, give me your final thoughts on that main event.
Not Mike Knuckles.
Nope, Mike Nichols. He's won a handful of stock car races.
Yeah, obviously the heat races, we know. I mean, it's 95 degrees, the sun's up, the track, they were on the bottom, and then they went out, reworked it, and we know it got better there in those B mains, especially that second B main where they could run high. But for the third time here, it did not disappoint, and we still got dual heats tomorrow night. They're going to pay $2,000 to win each, and that'll help set the field for the Crown Jewel race on Saturday night, the Silver Dollar Nationals. I don't care if it's I-80 or here. I mean, it's just a fantastic event.
Well, how about that? Brandon Shepard had a right rear tire go down while in Veland victory lane, and there was a puncture in that tire. So, sometimes you really start to notice that once they sit still, that tire goes down. But he gets the win here tonight. We're going to step aside. Coming up next, we got stock car in the modified feature from here at Shelby County Speedway. The action continues on FloRacing from the 16th annual Al Belt Custom Homes Silver Dollar Nationals. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, race fans, to the Shelby County Speedway. Harlan, Iowa, the place to be here after an absolute battle, I'd say a brass knuckle brawl here with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Brandon Shepard walking away with the big $15K paycheck tonight, but we still got business to take care of tonight as the Twin Rivers Jeep and Ram pace truck makes its way out onto the Speedway. It is time for your Natural Fertilizer Services IMCA Modified A main event. $5,000 on the line for this feature, and on the pole for your main event as they make their way out, it will be the 17C of Shane Paris. Scheduled to be on his outside will be the 30 of Jordan Grabowski. Row number 2, you'll see the 1X of Chris Abelson and the 77T of Trip Gaylord. Row 3 will be the 1 of Josh Most and the 5 of Todd Shute. Row 4 will be the 12J of Ethan Broxma and the 127X of Drew Jansen. 5th row back will be the 16 of Jeff Jack and the 28 of Trevor Fitz. Row 6 will be the 40 of Sean Harker and the 11 of Isaac Malicote. 7th row back will be the 20 of Brandon Schmidt and the 12 of Reed Payne. 8th row back will be the 4 of Chevy Hayden and the 38 of Brad Berggren. They're followed by our B main qualifiers in row number 9, the 71 of Jeff James and the 33 BY of Braxton Yeager. Row 10 will be the 27 of Clint Holman and the 1AR of Alex Reitz. Your final row will be the 66D of Dylan Sherpick and the 2 of Nick Meyer. That is how we line them up. 22 cars, 30 laps the distance, $5,000 going to the winner here with the Natural Fertilizer Modifieds. An absolute great show here with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. That is going to be a tough act to follow for these drivers here tonight. Race fans, they come off at turn number 4. I believe we're just about ready to send them off. Let's give them a big parade lap off at turn number 4, Shelby County Speedway. These are the ground pounders of America's heartland. These are your Natural Fertilizer Services IMCA Modifieds. Give them a wave, Harlan. Of course, don't forget, race fans, we have got the IMCA Stock Car A main event in the field tonight. Of course, you got to make sure you got to be in full performance when the commissioner is in the house. Here we go. Caution lights are out, race fans. It is time to kick the tires and light the fires. It is modified feature time at the Silver Dollar Nationals. Here we go. Land rush through 1 and 2, 3 wide, 4 wide momentarily. We are deadlocked at the front of the pack between Jordan Grabowski and Shane Paris. Through 3 and 4, Graybo punches the, actually pitches the line off at turn number 4. Lap 1 will go to the Brand X number 30 of Jordan Grabowski. Trying to work that lane about half a groove higher than Shane Paris is. Meanwhile, we're double wide, nearly almost 3 or 4 rows deep. Right now, Todd Shute and Chris Abelson having it out for the bronze medal position. Give it to Mr. Excitement off at turn number 4. Abelson will have third as they cross the line. Meanwhile, Todd Shute not giving up on that low side B-ball. Here comes the mile-high missile trip. Gaylord out of Linville, Iowa, by way of Lakewood, Colorado. Gaylord coming off that Tanner Pelster Memorial win in the stock cars and now has a close encounter there with Todd Shute. These guys know each other very well from the Marshalltown Speedway as well as the Boone Speedway throughout the season. Shute looking to the inside of Gaylord as we went double wide there on FloRacing. Gaylord back to the top through 3 and 4. Can the top shelf work well for these modifieds here tonight? Everyone trying to settle in. We're 4 laps in. 26 remaining here in our IMCA Modified A main event. In Natural Fertilizer Services being our title sponsor of this division. These mods will have another crack at the Speedway tomorrow. $2 grand on the line. Everyone wants to get that big check tonight. Brandon Schmidt in the number 20 machine looking to the inside of the 12J of Ethan Broxma. Broxma driving the Rage Chassis house car based out of West Union, Iowa. Here comes the Beaver Dam, Wisconsin native. Schmidt pokes the nose ahead of Broxma as they come off at turn number 4, 3 wide. There's Drew Jansen surfing the turf on the outside. Drew Jansen out of Pella, Iowa, making his presence felt as he's working that top shelf to perfection. So there you go. Good news. The outside lane has not completely gone away. Drew Jansen's making it work. Trip Gaylord giving it the old college try. And now Trevor Fitz trying to move his way up. Trevor Fitz last month scored a big win over at the Park Jefferson Speedway for the Dave Riley Memorial, and now trying to get some good magic going his way. The Camarillo, California native trying to run that high side to his liking. He is going side by side with Jeff Jack. Off of 4, Jack will have the upper hand over Fitz. Again, that is for the I believe for the 10th spot so far. Closing in on the first third of the feature in the book. It's been all Jordan Grabowski in the Brand X house car number 30. No, he had some sour luck on his home track at Beatrice on Monday for the Joey Herget Memorial. Of course, meanwhile, his teammate that weekend, Ricky Thornton Jr., swept the modified features and had a segment win in the stock cars on Monday night. Graybo trying to turn his luck around here in Harlan. Top side. Whoa, looks like Josh Most trying to go Chris Jericho and break the wall down in turn number 4. Got to be careful there. He destroyed a car like that at Albion on Sunday. Right now, Josh Most trying to make some headway, but so far not having much luck. Isaac Malico going to try to adventure to the outside lane. He'll keep Brad Bergeron and Braxton Yeager behind him. Now we got a battle for the silver medal spot starting to form up. Shane Paris and Trip Gaylord, the 1-7 and double 7 going at it for the second spot. Meanwhile, Todd Shute and Chris Abelson, they still haven't settled their beef. Through 1 and 2, Todd Zilla to the low side. Mr. Excitement trying to work the outside to the middle lane as they go through 3 and 4. Up the hill again goes Gaylord. Still cannot get the momentum on his side. Shane Paris keeping him at bay. Keeping up that speed on the low side. And now Gaylord's going to the bottom. And right now Paris making that car nice and wide, but not scrubbing off enough speed. If we're talking combat sports, Shane Paris showing that defensive responsibility around the low side of the Shelby County Speedway. The Muscatine, Iowa driver looking like all those laps at Maquoketa Speedway are starting to pay off for the 17C. Meanwhile, Todd Shute holding down the 4th position as we reach the halfway point. 15 in, 15 to go. We get into the second half of this feature. Drivers maybe feeling a bit more antsy, ready to try to take a few more liberties. What are you willing to do? And meanwhile, Grabowski just nicely, slowly pacing himself around this field. Graybo hasn't quite caught the back of the field just yet. That'll be coming up in about a lap or so. Nick Meyer going to be the first back marker. And now Paris and Gaylord, they got to get a hustle on because right now Graybo has caught the tail end of the field. Bottom lane definitely starting to come back into effect. Chris Abelson trying to get the old Cupid shuffle going on Brandon Schmidt to take a spot back, but Schmidt definitely making some good headway in car number 20. Schmidt up into the top 5 now. Meanwhile, Alex Reitz, he's going to battle Jeff James right behind Sean Harker. That's a good 4-car battle as Chevy Hayden leads that fatal 4-way match. And meanwhile, Dylan Sherfick has been making his way through the field. Sherfick, well, even started clear back in 22nd position. Actually, started 21st on the grid. And right now, Sherfick, he has worked his way up to 15th. So the Waukene, Kansas native looking good here, starting to make some headway. Meanwhile, the battle for second rages on, and now Gaylord got the bottom open. He gets the drop on Paris. That is for the second spot, so Trip Gaylord kind of had a rough go of it in the stock cars at Beatrice, did not make the feature, and then he had some sour luck at Albion on Sunday with the modified, so it's kind of been a flip-flop week so far for the Lakewood, Colorado native. He's got it up to second. Meanwhile, the Beatrice, Nebraska, number 30, he has not put a foot wrong. Brad Bergren going to call no joy. He'll take it to the infield. His night is done. Meanwhile, Grabowski has caught the tail end of the field, but he's got some room to work with. We'll have 8 laps to go. We've been crisp and clean, no caffeine, caution free here in this modified A main. Grabowski, like I said, has not put a foot wrong on this 3rd mile. Trip Gaylord runs in that number 2 spot. Shane Paris running in 3rd. Todd Shute 4th. Brandon Schmidt, your top 5. Then it's Chris Abelson, Ethan Broxma, Drew Jansen, Trevor Fitz, and Jeff Jack. That is the top 10 at this point in juncture. 7 to go now. Graybo now, I think, in a race against time. He has got about half a straightaway, just a bit over a straightaway advantage over Trip Gaylord. And now he has caught the back of the field. He is just now trying to run out the clock. Grabowski just trying to keep the tires clean, don't force any mistakes. And now Graybo trying to get off the bottom lane now as he's got to get around the 2 of Nick Meyer. Looks like Meyer, he's going to call no joy. A little courtesy move there. As now Grabowski will set his sights on the 1 of Josh Most. Meanwhile, best race on the track continues to be for 10th between Chevy Hayden and Jeff Jack. Chevy Hayden been out of the driver's seat for quite a while, got back into a stock car and a modified earlier this year, and now he has made his way up into the 10th spot. A driver from Bennington, Nebraska, former late model driver, trying to make his presence felt in car number 4. 3 to go next time at the line. Graybo, of course, he's got to get unstrapped from this modified, and he's got to start from pole in the stock car main event. 2 to go this time, actually 3 to go, I should say, this time. Graybo just biding his time. Everyone just trying to maintain. Like I said, we've got another complete show from these modifieds tomorrow, so everyone try not to be too ambitious here. Try to keep the equipment nice and clean. As the green flag goes high in the air, 2 laps to go. I gotta say, I'm wondering how this track will look for tomorrow's show. Again, $2 grand on the line for these modifieds tomorrow. As right now, everyone just trying to take it like the Eagles. Take it easy. White flag out this time. Final trip around. And a $5 grand payday awaiting the driver out of Beatrice, Nebraska, the Brand X chassis. Leaving the Speedway Motors power plant between the frame rails. He'll take it into 3 and 4. Jordan Grabowski, he will wire him. He wins the modified feature here for the Malvern Bank Go 50. Trip Gaylord will come home in the number 2 position. Shane Paris comes home 3rd. Todd Shute 4th. Brandon Schmidt will be your top 5. And then, believe it is Ethan Broxma, Drew Jansen, Chris Abelson, Trevor Fitz, and Chevy Hayden. That is your top 10. So how about it? 30 laps for car number 30. He made it look easy. Give it up for him as he heads back down. He'll jump out of the modified and head into the stock car from Beatrice, Nebraska. Car number 30, your modified A feature winner presented by Natural Fertilizer Services. That is Jordan Grabowski. Well, Graybo going to be headed back towards the scale. Just needs to make sure his win is legitimate. And then he will make his way down to All Makes Collision Center Victory Lane here at the Shelby County Speedway. Once again, these modified drivers will be in action tomorrow night. $2,000 on the line for a complete show. Of course, we have got the IMCA Sport Compacts joining us tomorrow night as well. We'll finish off the weekend with the IMCA Hobby Stocks, as they're going to be ready to battle it out here, the Wild Things, on Saturday night. Of course, the stock cars, of course, big thanks to Alexander Lawn and Landscape being the title sponsor of them. Modifieds, of course, brought to you by Natural Fertilizer. Your hobby stocks brought to you by Budweiser, same as the Sport Mods, as we saw last night. Of course, a big thanks to the bounty hunter, Jim Cahill, for helping us out on the Sport Compact side of things. Of course, Jim Cahill, former Sport Compact driver from Omaha, Nebraska, and a former I-80 regular out there as well. Right now, we're just waiting Jordan Grabowski to clear the scale. I know DJ's going to be ready for him down in All Makes Collision Center Victory Lane. And it's only fitting. I think a couple of his buddies from Twin Rivers Jeep and Ram bringing out the Pace vehicle. That's one of the 3 vehicles they had at the Joey Herget Memorial at Beatrice on Monday. Possibly giving them a little luck there. Of course, Grabowski, he's going to have to make his way down there. DJ, my man.
So they're actually, what they're going to do, because Graybo's got to get in his stock car, they're actually going to bypass Victory Lane right now. In the essence of time, he's going to hop in the stock car, and then we will interview both winners after tonight's IMCA Stock Car A main, Anthony.
Sounds like a plan, Dustin. I'm good with that. In the meantime, let's get you your starting lineup for tonight's A main event. Again, $5,000 on the line for these stock cars, and he's going to try to double up. Jordan Grabowski going to roll from pole in car number 30 to his outside. It's the Harlan Hustler, the 63 of Mike Nichols outside the front row. Row 2 will feature the 20 of Brandon Schmidt and the 01U2, that is Dayton Ulrich. Row number 3 will be the 8S of David Smith and the 72H of the Flying Bomb Pop, Micaiah Heidelbaugh. 4th row inside, it'll be the Skyrocket, Kelly Shryock in the 3. On his outside, leave your current Shelby County point, one of the Shelby County regulars, the 79 RC, that's Riley Christensen. Row number 5, it'll be the IMCA Stock Car National Point Leader, Cameron Starry in the 8JS. On his outside, it'll be the 12X, that is Doug Smith. 6th row back on the inside will be the double OK. It's the Juggernaut, Jake Sacco, to his outside in the 71Z, part of the Green Dice Gang, that is JJ Rodeman. Row number 7 on the inside, and car number 3, that is Wahoo, Mike Albertson. To his outside will be the 1R, that is Craig Reitz. 8th row back inside, that'll be the 66, that is Mike Bondrak. On his outside will be the 17 TK, that's world famous Travis Patterson. They're followed by your B-main qualifiers in row number 9, the 68 of Lowell Raber and the 81 of Devin Smith. Row 10 will be the 22T of Tyler Smith and the 53R, your Shelby County point leader, Larry Robinson Jr. Your 11th and final row, that'll be the 35JW of Casey Woken, and the 10S of Mike Stapleton will round out this field. So once again, 22 cars for 30 laps, $5,000 on the line. And Graybo made easy work of that modified feature. It's been a good season so far. There he is. He's hustling. Jordan the Big Grabowski down there hustling down to the stock car. But it's been a good week for the Graybo team. Of course, Ricky Thornton
Run,
Jr.
Graybo. Run, Graybo, run.
Of course, Ricky Thornton picking up a couple of modified wins in Grabowski's secondary car. Now Dustin's going to do his best Grabowski impression running down there.
Hey, get in that thing. Let's see what we can do. All right, you're going to try to double down Jordan Grabowski, ladies and gentlemen. Anthony, you mentioned it, man. He looked like he had $16,000 in his hand at his home track at Beatrice the other night in the Joey Herget Memorial, and then Lady Luck dealt him a bad hand, and that handed the win over to his teammate for the weekend, Ricky Thornton Jr.
And indeed, of course, Ricky Thornton had a strong run. What was it, like 23rd, I think, or it was deeper than that, I think. Nearly 24th or 25th to 8th in the Lucas Oil late model feature here for the Go 50. And we mentioned, like I said, congratulations to Brandon Shepard on the win tonight in the Go 50. And one of the things that I forgot to mention there for Brandon Shepard, not just because I picked him in the fantasy, our picks before the feature tonight, but if Brandon Shepard, if he can do what he did tonight on Saturday night, Shepard's the only driver who is able to do this. He will be the only driver in the history of this event to win the Silver Dollar Nationals at the 3 different venues that this track has been, that this event has been hosted at. I believe he won the 2020 Silver Dollar Nationals at I-80. First year we were at Huset's at 2023. He won then. We'll see if he can do it at Harlan. Right now, Brandon Shepard, the only driver who is in contention to make that historic marker should he finish at the top on Saturday night. So Grabowski getting that helmet strapped on. He'll get the window net up, and we'll get ready to go for our Stock Car A main event. Of course, the 63 of Mike Nichols, of course, multi-time Shelby County track champion, I believe 14-time IMCA national champion, the winningest stock car driver in America. Trying to get another big score on the home soil, now called Scurry, Texas home turf. But he is originally from right here in Harlan, Iowa. He'll start on the outside of the front row. I know Mike Nichols, he called his shot with me down in the pit area when I was talking to him. He said, tell Grabowski he's going to be running for second tonight. So we'll see if Nichols has got that hometown magic again. Dayton Ulrich out here. He's got a couple of wins to his credit here at the Shelby County Speedway as well. Same goes for Riley Christensen. Ulrich, he'll start on the outside of row number 2. Christensen to the outside of row 4. Of course, Micaiah Heilbaugh has been a Shelby County regular off and on. He's been running out here for the majority of his Saturday nights. We'll see what the flying bomb pop from Menlo, Iowa can do from the outside of row number 3. Brandon Schmidt makes his way out as well, fresh off the top 5 run in the modified. Schmidt starts inside row number 2 in car number 20. And then you got Kelly Shryock in the field, of course. His accolades in the modified world very well documented. The 9-time USMTS modified national champion. Of course, Kelly Shryock, he's a former Silver Dollar Nationals champion back when the USMTS modifieds were part of the program. We'll see if Kelly Shryock can win it in here in the stock car. Brabo will assume his spot at the front. We'll see what he can do for 30. Race fans, just like you did for the modifieds, we want you to do it for these drivers as they buckle up behind the Twin Rivers pace truck. Get on up one final time tonight. How about it, Harlan, Iowa? You know the names, you know the game. This is the Class 2 Tough to Tame, your Alexander Lawn and Landscape IMCA Stock Cars. Talk about a stacked field from the front to the back. Any number of these drivers could take the win tonight as the caution lights go out. Twin River pace truck will make its last trip back towards into the infield. And we are ready to buckle down. 30 laps around the Shelby County Speedway. Jordan Grabowski and Mike Nichols, a pair of IMCA national champions on the front row. Race fans, it is time to throw down with the stock cars at the Silver Dollar Nationals. Oh, and already we got calamity. That was not the way we wanted to start that one, as Grabowski, I think, got a little too good of a start there on Nichols, and that stacked up everyone. Looks like the 8S of David Smith, the 12 of Doug Smith, and the 53R of Larry Robinson Jr. all getting bottled up. Perhaps Grabo was worried about maybe that bottom lane still being dominant, so he tried to get the drop on Nichols.
Anthony, I think you nailed it. And David Smith, it looked like went off the nose of someone. Obviously, he's spinning in a very precarious spot there on the front straightaway. Great job of heads-up driving, though, by everyone throughout the field. And I think everybody made it through A-OK.
Well, maybe not. I believe the 12X of Doug Smith has taken it behind the wall. A tough break there. As Doug Smith making his way off, the driver out of Lake City, Iowa, is going to surrender his spot. Of course, he started in the 10th position, right to the outside of Cameron Starry. And now David Smith in trouble. So the Smith family, they drew the short end of the stick tonight. A tough break. So we'll try it again. We'll stack and re-rack, have a fresh, clean restart. And now Riley Christensen looking to the outside of row number 4. Again, actually, that's Cameron Starry now to the inside of row 4. We'll see what the IMCA Stock Car National Point Leader could do. Been kind of an off and on week for the 8SJ from Corpus Christi, Texas, as the field gets bunched up once again. Number of heavy hitters here in this field. We'll try it again off at turn number 4. Once again, race fans, will take 2. Let's throw down with the stock cars at Shelby County Speedway. Off we go into 1. Bottom lane seems to be the place to be. Here comes Dayton Ulrich to the outside of Brandon Schmidt. Meanwhile, whole shot will go to Grabowski as they head through 3 and 4. Kelly Shryock and Cameron Starry trying to make the bottom work. Opening lap will go to the 30. That makes 31 consecutive laps led here in the last couple of minutes. Here goes Dayton Ulrich now. He'll get the drop on Nichols. Ulrich into the bronze medal position, and Shryock trying to follow suit. Shryock and Nichols side by side with Cameron Starry and Micaiah Heidelbaugh starting to fold fenders. Starting to get the gloves off early in this one. It's going to be a brawl tonight here with the Class 2 Tough to Tame. Jake Sacco now looking to the inside. The Trey Klein owned number 00K trying to force the 3 wide with Heidelbaugh and Christensen. And now Starry gets bottled up. Nichols gets blocked. It's starting to become a log jam. We'll see how everything shakes out here from about 6th on back. It is a toss-up right now. Jake Sacco, the former Sportmon national champion, has now worked his way into the 6th spot. Cameron Starry back to 7th. Mike Albertson up to 8th. And Nichols starting to move backwards here in the 63. That is a very rare sight, especially on his home soil. Shelby County Speedway regular Mike Nichols for many years. Many times a winner here on whether it be the old half-mile configuration or here, having a tough go of it. And meanwhile, the 1R machine of Reeds, he has taken it to the infield, so his race is done. 5 scored, soon to be 6. Brandon Schmidt now going to be the next challenger for the 30 of Jordan Grabowski. Of course, Grabo trying to get some good luck going his way. Like I said, had some sour luck over at Albion for the Tanner Pelster Memorial, as well as the at Beatrice Speedway on Monday night. I know DJ mentioned that earlier. So Grabo trying to pull the double here and maybe try to go for a hat trick tomorrow because the modifieds are back in action. Here comes Micaiah Heidelbaugh on your FloRacing screen as they head into 1. Heidelbaugh stays low of Ulrich. That's for the 4th spot off of turn number 2. Half car advantage to the Flying Bomb Pop out of Menlo, Iowa. He'll complete the overtake through the apex of 3 and 4. Heidelbaugh now takes over the 4th position. Ulrich trying to return the favor as they head into turn number 1. But so far that is not happening. Meanwhile, Kelly Shryock in the 3 machine. Going to try to make it a 3-car dance. Jordan Grabowski, Brandon Schmidt, and Kelly Shryock. Those are your podium spots right now. We still got a ways to go in this one. We'll see what chances are going to be taken here as the race progresses. You're going to have to really get some momentum on your side if you're going to try to make that middle lane work. But right now, Devin Smith in the 81, one of your B-main qualifiers, getting around the 66 of Mike Vondrak for position. So Smith trying to roll that middle lane and make up some ground. But right now, Jordan Grabowski, a new Vanderbilt chassis on that number 30. Looking solid here, while Brandon Schmidt runs in the number 2 spot. Kelly Shryock 3rd, Micaiah Heidelbaugh 4, and Dayton Ulrich, your top 5. Then it's Cameron Starry, Mike Albertson, Jake Sacco, Mike Nichols, Riley Christensen. That is the top 10. We'll see how everything shakes out here. Of course, you got to think this track is going to be real electric tomorrow. Once we get the double heat races going, we'll see what the modifieds and the compacts can do with it tomorrow. As right now, Shelby County trying to muster up another good finish for us as Brandon Schmidt tries to lock and reload. He'll go after Grabowski again. But Brandon Schmidt, another driver that's been running double duty through this speed week through Nebraska and Iowa. He's had a couple of good performances with the modified. Kind of had some sour luck in the stock car. And right now trying to make some magic of his own. Here we go. Tanner Schmidt again trying to lock down some laps, hit his marks, and just try to make up some ground. Right now, 0.638. That is the margin for Grabowski over Schmidt at this point in juncture. Into 3. Micaiah Heidelbaugh trying to make the move on Shryock for the bronze medal position. Meanwhile, as we hit the halfway mark, 15 in, 15 to go. Right now, Grabo just having his way like a trip to Burger King right now. He has got the lead. Of course, the big Grabowski just saying, well, that's just, you know, your opinion. Off of turn number 4, Grabo continues to lead it. Meanwhile, Tyler Smith, he is going to call it a night in the 22T. The driver out of Bronson, Iowa, going to retire 14 laps shy of the finish here tonight. Cameron Starry now starting to make his presence felt in the 01 U2 of Dayton Ulrich. Starry, the current stock car national point leader for IMCA out of Corpus Christi, trying to stick that Monte Carlo nose piece underneath Ulrich, and now Albertson's going to make him pay. Here comes Wahoo to the inside. Off through 1 and 2, Albertson, he'll scoot on by, give the Audubon number 3. That is position number 6 on the Speedway. So Mike Albertson started off the year down to the Winter Nationals, picked up a couple dubs on the way, and he's taking that winning energy here to Harlan. Meanwhile, Heidelbaugh continuing to close in on Shryock for that number 3 position as you get a look at the battle between Albertson and Starry on your screen. Beautiful shot here. You get him up close and personal. You can read the decals on the side. Meanwhile, Jordan Grabowski just trying to play the waiting game right now. Just keep hitting your marks, run out the clock. Brandon Schmidt, he'll be locking and loading and try for one more big charge at Grabowski. Meanwhile, Heidelbaugh, he has got the nose there right up beside Shryock as they head into 1. Oh, Shryock and Heidelbaugh, it's getting fun now. That's for the bronze medal spot. Heidelbaugh, the 72-8, Shryock in the 3, but we've got a caution. Caution on the Speedway. And I believe that is going to be for the French racer Jacques Debris once again. So Grabowski, unfortunately, not going to have the easy cruise to victory. He's going to have to nail a restart. Meanwhile, Riley Christensen, he is going to call no joy. Another one of the Shelby County Speedway regulars. Going to call it a night. That's up right there, the 79 RC machine. The driver from just down the road in Audubon, Iowa. Horse race fans, we cannot thank you enough for coming out tonight to the Shelby County Speedway. Don't forget, after this race goes final, I know our good friend up here, Gary Hopp, of course, he was having the time of his life down there in Victory Lane. The party doesn't end after the checker flag drops. There is going to be some late night munchies going on at the food stand just on the other side of the grandstand here at the Shelby County Speedway. So before you either tuck it in for the night or make your trip home, we got some goodies left for the great race fans here tonight at the Shelby County Speedway. So I believe there's a food stand or two right across the street from the on the backside of the grandstand here at the Shelby County Speedway. As we get the Delaware double file restart implemented to the field, Jordan Grabowski has not put a foot wrong now in 2 different cars up to this point. Off at turn number 4, we are back to green. 10 to go in your Stock Car A main event. Can Kelly Shryock get the drop on Brandon Schmidt? Shryock, he's feeling antsy. He's ready to live dangerously like Austin Powers on the outside. 3 wide for third. The Skyrocket trying to make the late race bid. He'll take Cameron Starry and Jake Sacco up there as well. The Skyrocket, the national point leader, and the Juggernaut all trying to make the top side work here late. Shryock up to the top. Dayton Ulrich in the 01 U2. 3 wide with Micaiah Heidelbaugh. Here we go. Stock cars. I knew you guys still had some magic left in you tonight. Here we go through 3 and 4. Heidelbaugh pokes the nose ahead of Ulrich. A little hip check there, hockey style. And Shryock not quite able to get the momentum on his side. He'll duck down to back to the low side. And now he'll have Heidelbaugh right up beside him. Heidelbaugh saying you're looking lonely on the dance floor there, Skyrocket. Need a partner off of turn number 4. Here comes the flying bomb pop. Meanwhile, about half a groove lower, here comes Albertson. Wahoo! He's found some extra moisture on the low side, and here comes the 3 machine. How about this? It's a kind of a street ball game for the 4th spot. Make it 3 on 3 off of turn number 4. Albertson and Shryock give it to Wahoo as they cross the line. Mike Albertson, how about him getting some work off here in the late stages? Cameron Starry trying to follow on Albertson's coattails as they head down to turn number 3, 5 to go. Stock cars finding some fight here on the bottom here at the Shelby County Speedway. Starry, he'll clear Shryock. You got to think Shryock might have used up his good stuff on the top shelf. Meanwhile, up into second spot. There goes the flying bomb pop. Micaiah Heidelbaugh up into the number 2 position for the 72H. Brandon Schmidt back to 3rd. Mike Albertson up to 4th. He may not be done yet. Here comes Wahoo. Another guy who's got a lot of laps and a lot of victories here. Of course, he is the reigning Shelby County Speedway track champion. Mike Albertson has worked his way to the 4th spot. We got 3 to go. Meanwhile, Jordan Grabowski, like Dustin Jarrett mentioned, lost a potential $16,000 check on his home soil at Beatrice during the Joey Herget Memorial, trying to gain $10,000 of it back and maybe trying to pull off the hat trick tomorrow if he sticks around with the modified. We've got 3 to go. Albertson to the low side. He is getting some work off on that low side. Brandon Schmidt trying to make that car as wide as possible, but it's not going to work. Albertson's going to force his way through. Look at it, just about ready to beat the protection money out of the left fender as the white flag comes out. Final trip around the speedway. How about it? 60 laps, 2 different cars, 2 big paychecks, no problem for the Beatrice native. Jordan Grabowski sweeps the Go 50 here for the stock cars and modifieds. Mike Albertson at the line will take 2nd. Then it's Micaiah Heidelbaugh. Excuse me, that is Brandon Schmidt, Micaiah Heidelbaugh, and Cameron Starry, your top 5. Then it will be Dayton Ulrich, Kelly Shryock, and then I believe Devin Smith, Mike Nichols, and Mike Bondrek. But how about it, race fans? After some sour luck over in the home state of Nebraska, he pulls off the sweep, break out the broom. Jordan Grabowski pulls off the double here with the IMCA stock cars presented by Alexander Lawn and Landscape and your natural fertilizer specialist IMCA Modified. Now the problem is, who's going to drive the second car down to All Makes Collision Center Victory Lane? Well, thankfully, Dustin Jarrett right now, he's going to save you a little bit of work, so you're not going to get paid overtime doing the multiple interviews.
He's got a bottle of liquor down here waiting for him as well.
Oh, yeah. That's Silver Dog. That's Joe Koziski for you.
That is Joe Koziski.
The bottle of Jack coming out.
All right, well, he picks up his 8th and 9th wins of the season right here back-to-back. In the IMCA Modifieds and then the IMCA Stock Cars, he leads a total of all 60 laps. And we talked about it earlier. He had $16,000 within his reach Monday night at Beatrice. And unfortunately, had Lady Luck deal him a bad hand. So not a bad consolation prize. A pair of wins, a pair of $5,000 paydays. And the driver out of Beatrice, Nebraska pulls into victory lane once and gets 2 paychecks here tonight. Those of you on your way out, we'll ask you to please have a safe trip home. Those of you that are still here, how about a round of applause for Jordan Grabowski? Makes it look easy out there tonight. He laughs and shakes his head. It may have looked easy out there, man, but it's not easy to go out there and do what you did, is it?
No, it's you just never know what's going on behind you. You know, if somebody's kind of rolling the middle or what's going on. But this Vanderbilt race car was on the money tonight. So the CPD shocks, Speedway racing engine, Josh and the boys worked their butts off. Twin Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge, man. We're excited to be here in Victory Lane. Had such a disappointment last Monday night. I guess we got 10 grand back tonight.
I'm just going to say, I know you're disappointed, man. You didn't get that one at Beatrice. I know how hard you worked on that event itself and how much you wanted to get that win. But is this a decent little consolation prize for you, especially winning in 2 different classes like that?
Oh, it definitely makes you sleep a little better tonight because, man, I've took some major heat from my friends, you know what I mean? So probably the only one that didn't say anything to me was my dad. He just looked at me and just shook his head. That's all he had to say.
I didn't give you any shit either.
No, I know. But hats off to the Koziski family, man. This is awesome. For them to come put this event on, I told him, I said, it's just not I-80 Speedway, but it's still awesome. This event's awesome. What they do for the sport is awesome. It's cool to have people like this around. Me and my wife know how much work it is to put a race like this on, and it's not, ours is a quarter of the level of this thing. So just want to tell Georgia and Jones hi, my wife Whitney hi. They're sitting at home watching it on Flo. So this is a pretty badass race.
All right, good stuff, man. Grabo, Jordan Grabowski gets the win. If you're looking for a home for that Jack Daniels, I'll take that.
People in Beatrice don't drink.
People in Beatrice don't drink, they said. I don't know if I believe that. All right, Anthony, that is a wrap on the racing program here tonight, my friend, and we'll run it back once again tomorrow.
Sounds like a plan, but once again, race fans, again, on behalf of the entire staff here at the Shelby County Speedway, we cannot thank you enough for coming out tonight here at the Malvern Bank Go 50 as part of the 16th annual Al Bell Custom Homes Silver Dollar Nationals. Tomorrow night, the Silver Dollar Nationals officially begins. Double heat races, plus a full show from the Modifieds, and we bring in the IMCA Sport Compact, so a lot of big money on the line. Don't forget, for those at the racetrack, we got some late race munchies going on down at the food stand. But with that, that'll do it from a very busy and a monumental night here at Shelby County Speedway. For all of you on FloRacing, thank you very much for joining us tonight. It was a hot one, but the action was even hotter. We hope you'll join us back here tomorrow for the official kickoff of the Silver Dollar Nationals presented by Al Bell Custom Homes. With that, on behalf of Dustin Jarrett, Ben Shelton, James Essex, my name is Anthony Ainsley, saying so long, and we will see you tomorrow.